Recorded Books and One Click Digital present Darkness Falls, a Dark Angels novel by Keri Arthur, narrated by Saskia Marleveld.
Chapter 1. The Razik were coming. The energy of their approach was very distant, but it blasted heat and thunder across my senses and sent me reeling. But even worse was the sheer and utter depth of rage that accompanied that distant wave. I'd known they would be angry that we deceived them, but this was murderous. Up until now, the Razik had used minor demons to kidnap me whenever they'd wanted to talk to me, although their version of talk generally involved some kind of torture. This time, however, there would be no talking. There would be only death and destruction, and they would take out everyone and everything around us in the process. It was a horrendous prospect, given that we were still at the Brindle, a place that not only held eons of witch knowledge, but was also home to at least 24 witches. Even though we couldn't fight in this place of peace, I still felt safer with Amaya's weight in my hand. But she wasn't there. Just for an instant, panic surged, and then I realized I'd left her behind, among the ruins of our home. In the aftermath of my father's destruction, I'd been desperate to see whether Miri, who'd been under a death sentence thanks to father's magic, had by some miracle survived, and I hadn't given Amaya a second thought. "We cannot stay here." The familiar masculine tones broke through the fear that had been holding me captive. My gaze met Asriel's. He wasn't only my guardian, but my lover, the father of my child, and the being I was now linked to forever in both life and afterlife. When I died, I would become what he was, a Magi, a Reaper warrior tasked not only with protecting the gates to heaven and hell, but also with hunting down the demons who broke through Hell's Gate to cause havoc here on Earth. Of course, Reapers weren't actually flesh beings, although they could certainly attain that form whenever they wished, but rather beings made of energy who lived on the grey fields, the area that divided Earth from heaven and hell. While I was part werewolf, and therefore flesh, I was also part Adea. The Adea were energy beings who at one time lived on the fields as the Reapers had, and who had been the traditional guardians of the gates. My father had been one of the Razik, a group of rebel Adea who were responsible for both the destruction of the Adea and the creation of the 3 keys to the gates, and he was also the reason the keys were currently lost. Or rather, only one key was still lost. I'd found the first 2, but both had been stolen from under my nose by the dark sorceress, who'd subsequently opened 2 of Hell's 3 gates. Things hadn't quite gone according to plan for her when she'd opened the second one, however, because she'd been captured by demons and dragged into the pits of hell. I was keeping everything crossed that was exactly where she'd remain, but given the way luck had been treating us of late, it was an even money bet she wouldn't. "Risa," Asriel repeated when I didn't immediately answer him. "We must not stay here." "I know. But where the hell were we going to go that was safe from the wrath of the Razik? There was nowhere safe, maybe not even hell itself. Not that I particularly wanted to go there. I briefly closed my eyes and tried to control the panic surging through me, and yet that approaching wave of anger filled every recess of my mind, making thought, let alone calm, near impossible. If they got hold of me... My skin crawled. It took a moment to register that my skin was actually crawling, or at least part of it was. I glanced down. The wingless, serpent-like dragon tattoo on my left arm was on the move, twisting around like a wild thing trapped. Anger gleamed in its dark eyes, and its scales glowed a rich, vibrant lilac in the half-light of the room. Of course it wasn't an ordinary tattoo. It was a Dusan, a creature of magic that had been designed to protect me when I walked the fields. It was a gift from my father, and one of the few decent things he'd actually done for me since this whole key saga had begun. Unfortunately, the Dusan was of little use here on Earth. It shouldn't even have been able to move on this plane, let alone partially disengage from my skin, as it had in the past. "What's wrong now?" I glanced at Ileana, my best friend, flatmate, and a powerful witch in her own right. Her warm tones were rich with concern, and not without reason. After all, she'd only just managed to save the life of her mate, Miri, from my father's foul magic. And here I was again, threatening not only Miri's life, but Ileana's, her mum's, and those of everyone else who currently stood within the walls of this place. Because not even the magic of the Brindle, as powerful as it was, would stop the Razik. It had been designed to protect the witches from the evil of this world. It was never meant to be a defense against what came from the grey fields. "The Razik hunt us." Azriel's reply was flat, matter-of-fact, yet his anger reverberated through every inch of my being, as fierce as anything I could feel from the Razik. But it wasn't just anger, it was anticipation, and that was possibly scarier. He drew his sword and met my gaze. If the ominous black-blue fire that flickered down the sides of Valdis, which was the name of the demon locked within the metal of his sword, and who imbued it with a life and power of its own, was anything to go by, she was as ready to fight as her master, as ready as Amaya would have been had she been here. "We need to leave. Now." Ileana frowned. "Then go home." "We can't," I cut in. "Home's gone." It had been blown to smithereens when I'd thrust Amaya's black steel into my father's flesh, and had allowed her to consume him. It was an action I didn't regret, not after everything the bastard had done. "Yes," Ileana replied. "But the wards your father gave us should still be active. I placed a spell on them that prevents anything or anyone other than us from moving them. Even from what basically resembled a bomb blast." She hesitated. "That I can't guarantee. A half guarantee is better than nothing." Azriel's gaze met mine again. "If they aren't active, then we stand and fight. The Razik still need you, no matter how furious they might currently be." Yes, but they didn't need him, and they would destroy him if they could. Still, what other choice did we have? No matter where we went, either here or on the grey fields, others would pay the price. I hesitated. "Will the Brindle's magic react if we transport out from within its walls?" "Normally, yes," Kiandra, the Brindle's head witch, replied. She stood near Miri and Zaira, Ileana's mum, her gaze bright and all too knowing in the shadowed room. "But given the events of the last few days, I have woven specific exceptions into our barriers." "Thanks. We were going to need them." I swallowed, then stepped toward Azriel. "Call me," Ileana said. "Let me know you're okay." I didn't reply. I couldn't. Azriel's energy had already ripped through us, swiftly transporting us across the fields. We reappeared in the blackened ruins of the home I'd once shared with Ileana and Tau, although to call them ruins was something of a misnomer. Ruins implied there was some form of basic structure left. There was nothing here. No walls, no ceiling, not even a basement. Just a big black hole that had once held a building we'd all loved. I stepped away from Azriel and glanced up. The sky was filled with stars, and I wondered whether an entire day had passed us by. So much had happened over the past few days that I'd lost track. Time appeared. The familiar, somewhat harsh tone that ran through my thoughts was heavy with displeasure. Alone should not be. Sorry, I thought. I felt vaguely absurd for even issuing an apology. I mean, when it was all said and done, Amaya was a sword. But somewhere in the past few days she had become more a friend than merely a means of protection. I picked my way through the rubble and found her, half wedged into the blackened soil. I pulled her free and definitely felt a whole lot safer, though it wasn't as if Amaya or Asriel, or anyone else for that damn matter, could save me if the Razik really had decided enough was enough.
The Razik have split,
Asriel commented. Confusion and a deepening sense of dread ran through me. Meaning what? The ferocity that roiled through the connection between us gave his blue eyes an icy edge.
Half of them chase us here. The rest continue toward the Brindle.
Oh, fuck.
They plan to demonstrate the cost of misdirection, and there is nothing we can do to prevent it.
His expression hardened, and I hadn't thought that was possible.
And before you say it, I will not let you endanger yourself for them.
And I will not stand here and let others pay the price for decisions I've made.
We have no other choice.
There's always a fucking choice, Asriel. Standing here while others die in my place is not one of them.
Making a stand at the Brindle will not alter the fate of the Brindle.
Don't you think I know that? I thrust a hand through my hair and began to pace. There had to be an answer. There had to be some way to protect the Brindle and everyone within her, without either Asriel or me having to make a stand. Damn it. If only Ileana had had the time to create more protection stones. The thought stuttered to a halt. Oh my God, the protection stones. Asriel frowned.
They are still active. I can feel their presence.
Exactly. I swung around to face him. You need to get them to the Brindle. It's the only chance they have against the Razik.
I will not.
For God's sake, stop arguing and just do as I ask. He crossed his arms and glared at me. His expression was so fierce my insides quaked, even though I knew he would never, ever hurt me.
My task is to protect you, no one else. You. I cannot and will not leave you unprotected, especially not now. Not when there is life and love yet to be explored between us. Not when you carry our child.
The words spun through my thoughts, as fierce as his expression, and yet filled with such passion that my heart damn near melted. I walked back to him and touched his arm. His skin twitched, but the muscles beneath were like steel. My warrior was ready for battle. I know it goes against every instinct, Asriel, but I couldn't live with myself if anyone at the Brindle died because of me.
And I would not want to live without you. There is nowhere that is safe from the wrath of the Razik.
Maybe not. I hesitated, suddenly remembering what he'd said about the Adea temples and the remnants of the priests who still haunted that place. They weren't ghosts as such, more echoes of the beings they'd once been. But they were nevertheless damn dangerous. I'd briefly encountered one of them when I'd been chasing the sorceress to Hell's Gate, and it had left me in no doubt that he could destroy me without a second's hesitation.
That is not a true option,
Asriel said, obviously following my thoughts.
And there is certainly no guarantee that the priests will even acknowledge you again, let alone provide any sort of assistance.
That's a chance I'm willing to take. And it was certainly a better option than letting the Brindle pay the cost for my deceit. Those who haunt that place weren't aware of the Razik's duplicity, Asriel, but I think they might be now. And you're the one who told me that if they decide you're an intruder, they can cause great harm.
But the Razik were once priests.
And they're also the reason the Adea no longer exist to guard the gates. I cut in. This might be the only way both of us are going to survive a confrontation with the Razik, and we have to take it. He stared at me for several heartbeats, then swore viciously. Not in my language, in his. I blinked at the realization that I'd understood it, but I let it slide. Right now, it didn't matter a damn how or when that had happened. All that did matter was surviving the next few minutes. Because the Razik were getting nearer. They'd breached the barrier between the fields and earth, and were closing in even as we stood here. I suspected the only reason they hadn't yet confronted us was simply that we had moved, but that wouldn't help the brindle. Azriel sheathed his sword, then caught my hand and tugged me toward him.
If we're going to do this, then we do it somewhere where your body is going to be safe while you're on the fields.
Not the brindle.
No.
The word was barely out of his mouth when his energy ripped through us again. We appeared in a room that was dark but not unoccupied. The scents in the air told me exactly where we were. Aunt Riley's. She was the very last person I wanted to endanger in any way. I wasn't actually blood-related to Riley, but after my mum's death, she and her pack were the only family I had left. But before I could make any objection about being here, she said,
I'm gathering there's a good reason behind your sudden appearance in our bedroom at this ungodly hour.
Her tone was wry, and she didn't sound the slightest bit sleepy. But then she'd once been not only a guardian, but one of their best. I guess old habits, like sleeping light, die hard.
The Adea hunt us.
Azriel's voice was tight. He didn't like doing this any more than I did, though I suspected our reasons were very different.
I need you to keep Risa's body safe while she's on the grey fields.
And with that, he kissed me, fiercely but all too briefly, then disappeared, leaving me reeling, battling for breath, and more frightened than I'd ever been, because I was about to face the wrath of the Razik alone, even if only for a few minutes.
Not alone, Amaya grumbled. Here am.
Yes, she was. But even a demon's sword with a thirst for bloodshed might not be enough to counter the fury I could feel in the Razik. And why the hell could I even feel that? Had it something to do with whatever Malin, the woman in charge of the Razik and my father's pissed-off ex, had done to me that time she'd tortured me? I didn't know, because Malin had also erased my knowledge of the procedure to prevent my father from figuring out what she'd done. But with him dead, maybe it was time to find out.
Risa.
This time it was Riley's mate, Quinn, who spoke. He was the reason Azriel had brought me here. While Riley may once have been a guardian, Quinn was a whole lot more. He was a vampire who'd once been a cazador, who were basically the High Vampire Council's elite hit squad, and was also what I was, a half-breed Adea, one who'd undergone priest's training. If there was anyone here on Earth who could stand against the wrath of the Razik for more than a second, it would be him. I swallowed heavily, but it didn't do a whole lot to ease the dryness in my throat. What I was about to do was the very last thing I'd ever wanted to do, but the reality was I'd been left with little other choice.
There's no time to explain, I said. I have to get onto the fields immediately. People will die if I don't. Then do it.
Quinn climbed out of bed and walked to the wardrobes that lined one wall of their bedroom.
No one will get past us.
I hoped he was right, but it wasn't like I was going to be around to find out. I sat cross-legged on the thick, cushiony carpet and saw Quinn open a door and reach for the weapons within, then closed my eyes and took a deep breath. As I released it, I released awareness of everything around me, concentrating on nothing more than slowing the frantic beat of my heart so I could free my psyche, my soul, or whatever else people like to call it, from the constraints of my flesh. That was what the Razik were following. Not my flesh, but my spirit. I hoped they would follow me onto the grey fields and not wreak hell on the two people I cared about most in this world. As the awareness of everything around me began to fade, warmth throbbed at my neck, a sign that the charm Ileana had given me when we'd both still been teenagers was at work, protecting me as my psyche pulled free and stepped onto the grey fields. Here the real world was little more than a shadow, a place where those things that could not be seen on the living plane became visible. It was also the land between life and death, a place through which souls journeyed to whatever gateway was their next destination, be it heaven or hell. But it was far from uninhabited. The Reapers lived here, and so did the Razik who remained. And right now it was a dangerous place for me to be. The Razik could move far faster here than I could. My only hope was reaching the Adea temples that surrounded and protected the gates. I turned and ran. The Dusan immediately exploded from my arm, her energy flowing through me as her serpentine form gained flesh and shape, became real and solid. She swirled around me, the wind of her body buffeting mine as her sharp, ebony gaze scanned the fields around us, looking for trouble, looking to fight. I had to wonder whether even she would have any hope against the Razik, because they were coming. The thunder of their approach shook the very air around us. Fear surged, and it lent me the strength to go faster. But running seemed a hideously slow method of movement, even if everything around me was little more than a blur. I wished I could transport myself to the temples instantaneously, as Azrael had in the past. But I wasn't yet of this world, even if I was destined to become a Magi upon death. The Dusan's movements were becoming more and more frantic. I swore and reached for every ounce of energy I had left, until it felt as if I were flying through the fields of grey. But even when I reached the temples, I felt no safer. This place was as ghostly and surreal as the rest of the fields, but it was also a place filled with impossible shapes, high, soaring arches and honeycombed domes sitting atop floating towers. Yet it no longer felt as empty as it had the first time I'd come here. There was an awareness, an anger here now, and it filled the temple grounds with a watchful energy that stung my skin and sent chills through my being. I stopped in the expanse of emptiness that divided the temple buildings from the simply adorned gates to heaven and hell. The Dusan surged around me, her movements sharp, agitated. I tightened my grip on Amaya as I turned to face the oncoming Razik. Amaya began to hiss in expectation, the noise jarring against the watchful silence. But none of the priestly remnants appeared or spoke. I had no doubt they were aware of my presence, but it seemed that, for now, they were content to watch, leaving me hoping like hell that I hadn't been wrong, that they would interfere if the Razik got too violent. But it wasn't like I had any other choice now, anyway. They were here. Electricity surged, dark and violent. Without warning, both the Dusan and I were flung backward. I hit vaporous ground that felt as hard as anything on earth, and tumbled into the wall of a building that stood impossibly on a point. Amaya was screaming, the Dusan was screaming, and their joint fury echoed both through my brain and across the fields. The Dusan surged upward, briefly disappearing into greyness before she dove into the midst of the Razik, snapping and tearing at the beings I couldn't see, only feel. A second later she was sent tumbling again. If they could do that to a Dusan, what hope did I have? Amaya screamed again. She wanted to rend, to tear, to consume, but there were far too many of them. We didn't stand a chance. And yet I couldn't give up. Not without a fight. Not this time. I pushed to my feet, raised Amaya, and spit, "Do your worst, Malin,
But you might want to remember you still need me to find that last key. And if you kill me, I become Magi and beyond even your reach. Not something you'd want, I'd guess. For a moment there was no response. Then that dark energy surged again. I swore and dove out of the way, and the dark energy hit the building that loomed above me. Its ghostly, gleaming sides rippled, the waves small at first, but gaining in depth as they rolled upward, until the whole building quivered and shook and the thick, heavy top began to crumble and fall. I scrambled out of the way, only to feel another bolt arrowing toward me. I swore and went left, but this time I wasn't quite fast enough. The energy sizzled past my legs, wrapping them in heat, until it felt as if my flesh were melting from my bones. A scream tore up my throat, but I clamped down on it hard, and it came out little more than a hiss. I wasn't flesh. I was energy. This was nothing more than mind games. Mind games that felt painfully real. Damn it, no. If I was going to go down, then I sure as hell was going to take some of these bastards with me. Amaya, do your worst, I thought. And with that I flung her as hard as I could into the seething mass of energy that was the Razik. They scattered as I knew they would, but Amaya arced around, her sides spitting lilac flames that splayed out like burning bullets. Whether they hit any targets I have no idea, because I wasn't about to hang around waiting for another bolt to hit me. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the right of the Razik. Amaya surged through their midst, still spitting her bullets as she returned to me. The minute she thumped into my hand, I swung her with every ounce of strength and anger within me. Steel connected with energy, and the resulting explosion was brief but fierce, and would have knocked me off my feet had it not been for my grip on my sword. Amaya wasn't going anywhere. She had a soul to devour, and devour she did. It took barely a heartbeat, but that was enough time for the rest of the Razik to rally. Again that dark energy swept across the silent watchfulness of the temple's fields. But this time the invisible blow was broader, cutting the possibility of diving out of its path. Amaya, shield! I dropped to one knee and held Amaya in front of me. Lilac fire instantly flared out from the tip of her blade and formed a circle that encased me completely. And just in time. The dark energy hit the barrier, and with enough force that it pushed me backward several feet. Amaya screamed in fury, her shield burning and bubbling where the Razik's energy flayed her. She held firm, but I had to wonder for how long. Not very, I suspected. Damn it, where were the remnants? The Razik were the reason we were all in this mess. They were the reason the priests were dead. Did they not realize that? Did they not want to avenge that? I knew Adea were supposedly emotionless beings, but they were not above pride, and they certainly weren't above anger. Surely the priests had to feel something about their demise. But what if they didn't know or care? Maybe it was time to remind them of their duty to protect the gates. Killing me won't solve your current problem, Malin. I had to shout to be heard above both Amaya's screeching and the thunderous impact of the dark energy against her shield. I had no idea where the Dusan was, but she was still very much active if her bellows were anything to go by. As long as there's one key left, you, as an Adea priest, cannot be free from the responsibility of caring for the gates. If you so desperately want to close the gates permanently, and therefore end your servitude to them, then you're better off trying to sweet-talk me. Sweet-talk. The voice was feminine and decidedly pleasant. There was none of the malevolence I could feel in the dark energy, yet it nevertheless sent chills down my spine. Malin could charm the pants off a spider, even as she dissected it piece by tiny piece. She dissected me once. That time, at least, she'd put me back whole, though not entirely the same.
And while Asriel certainly knew what she'd done to me, he wasn't saying anything. This time, however, I suspected she would not be so generous. "You defy us at every turn. You do not take our threats seriously, and you expect us to simply accept your games of misdirection? Since when did insanity become a thread in your being?" "I'm guessing it happened the day you lot entered my life." It probably wasn't the wisest thing to say, but hey, what the hell? It wasn't like she could get any angrier. Although the fresh burst of energy that hit Amaya's shield very much suggested I was wrong, and the fact that she was no longer screaming was an ominous sign her strength was weakening. She muttered. If there was one thing my sword hated, it was admitting she wasn't all-powerful. "Yours must draw soon." Her drawing on my strength was the very last thing I wanted right now. But again, until Malin and the rest of the Razik calmed down a tad, it wasn't like we had another choice. Presuming, of course, they would calm down. "And insanity aside," I continued, "it doesn't alter the fact you still need me to find the final key." "Not if we've now decided it would be better to destroy both the gates that are opened and the one that is not." My body went cold. If they did that, then heaven help us all. Hell would be unleashed both on the fields and on Earth, and I very much suspected neither world would survive. But would the Fates and the priestly remnants allow that? Their continuing silence, at least when it came to the Razik, very much suggested they might. "The mere fact you make such a threat shows just how far the Razik have fallen." Asriel's voice cut across the noise and the anger that filled the temple grounds as cleanly as sunshine through rain. Relief made my arms shake and tears stung my eyes. I blinked them away furiously. It wasn't over yet. Not by a long shot. It was still him and me against all of them. "You no longer deserve the name of priests," he continued, voice ominously flat. "And you certainly no longer have the umbrella of protection such a title endows. Do not make idle threats, Magi." Any pretense of civility had finally been stripped from Malin's voice. It was evil personified, nothing more, nothing less. "We both know you would not dare to violate the sanctity of this place." "Not without the permission of the Fates," he agreed. "And that we now have." With those words lingering ominously in the air, he appeared. And he wasn't alone. Chapter 2. Asriel stood on the far side of the masked Razik, his casual stance belying the fury in his eyes and the fierceness of his grip on Valdez. In this ghostly, grey-clad world, he shone with a light that was intense and golden, and it cut through the shadows as brightly as the sun. Behind him stood another 8 Magi. All of them were battle-scarred, some more than even Asriel, and all of them radiated a savage desire to fight. But then the Razik were the reason so many of them had those scars. The sorceress may have opened Hell's gates, thereby allowing so many demons to breach the remaining barrier, but it was the Razik who'd made the keys that had enabled her to do it. If what Asriel had said was true, and he wasn't given to lies or exaggeration, then for the first time in a very long time, the powers that be had given the Magi permission to do something more than merely hunt down the escapees from Hell. They'd given them the power to deal with the very people who'd caused this mess in the first place, which, considering they hadn't stopped what had basically amounted to the genocide of the Adea, was one big damn step, and one that showed just how tenuous the current situation was to both the grey fields and earth. But there was another, more personal benefit to Asriel's sudden appearance. It had drawn Malin's attention away from me, and that meant the thick beam of energy no longer assaulted Amaya's shield.
"Drop, can?"
Amaya asked. I hesitated, my gaze flickering to the turgid mass of energy that was the rest of the Razik. They seemed to have gathered behind Malin, and none of them appeared to be paying any particular attention to me, although it was a little hard to be certain, given that they were all concealed from my sight. Still, with the shield sucking strength from both Amaya and me, it was better to err on the side of caution and use it only when absolutely necessary. Besides, while I didn't doubt either the fighting skills or the determination of the Reapers, they were still outnumbered 2 to 1. I needed to keep as much strength on hand as I could, because once the attention of the Razik was no longer held by the Reapers, some of those spare Razik would undoubtedly come after me. I took a deep breath that really did little to bolster my courage, then thought, "Yeah, do it." The lilac flames retreated instantly. I waited, tension rippling through every particle, ready to flee the instant anything remotely resembling an attack headed my way. Nothing happened. I didn't relax, however. Just because they weren't attacking didn't mean they soon wouldn't.
"We both know the fates would never sanctify such an action."
Contempt filled Malin's tone.
"This place is sacred. They hold no jurisdiction here."
"They have always held jurisdiction here."
Asriel's voice was flat, unemotional, but his need to kill, to avenge not so much what Malin and her crew had done in relation to the keys as what they'd done to me, was so strong I could almost taste it. Yet he held it in check, and I had no idea why if he had the Fate's permission to deal with the Razik.
"Because," he thought, "the Fates would prefer not to shed blood in this place. She is right in that it is sacred. Therefore the Razik have one chance to walk away. As much as I hope, pray they do not. I will not gainsay the will of the Fates, not when I now have so much more at risk."
Meaning me? God, why the hell had it taken me so damn long to realize what I'd been searching so long for had been right in front of me the whole time? Why had I wasted so much time being afraid and not trusting instinct and emotion when it came to him?
"That is a question I have often asked myself."
Though his mental tones were touched by wry amusement, there was no evidence of it in his voice as he added,
"The Fates have not seen the necessity of interfering until now, Malin. But your actions endanger us all."
"My actions will free us. And that is all that matters."
"As ever, you do not see the bigger picture. You are too bound by your own dreams and desires."
He made a slight motion with his hand, and the dark energy covering the Razik trembled and quivered, as if assaulted by a very great force. Then, with little fanfare, it faded, and the Razik were finally revealed. It was the first time I'd actually seen them, and they were, like most Adea, almost terrifyingly beautiful to behold. The 10 men were uniformly tall, with broad shoulders, muscular physiques, and faces that were as close to perfection as creation ever got. The 9 women had the bodies of Amazons and the faces of angels, and they all had golden hair that glowed as fiercely as the wings on their backs in the diffused light of the fields. Their eyes, which varied from lilac like mine to vibrant blues or the richest of greens, were so filled with power it was almost impossible to meet their gaze for any great length of time. But there was little in the way of life or warmth in their expressions. All that could be seen was either remote condescension or utter contempt, or, in Malin's case, outright animosity and hate. For an unemotional being, she sure did seem to be displaying a whole lot of emotion. Merlin laughed. The bitter sound echoed uneasily across the temple's grounds. And I suppose that little demonstration is meant to cower us. Azriel's answering smile was cold, ferocious. It was meant as nothing more than it was, an unveiling of evil. Reaper, I grow bored of you. And with that, she attacked. Not Azriel, me. I swore and dove out of the way, but the bolt was too fast. My reaction and Amaya's too slow. The energy hit with all the force of a hammer. It pinned me, flayed me, ate at me, until it felt as if there were thousands upon thousands of tiny maggots boring into my skin. I screamed, but the sound was lost to Amaya's screech of fury, a sound that was accompanied by a more masculine roar. The energy flaying me abruptly cut off, even as energy flared from Amaya's sides and encased me in a protective shield of lilac. I didn't immediately move. It was all I could do to drag in air, to not scream in pain as Merlin's energy continued its munching, even as it dissipated. Up! Amaya's screech was as painful as those fading remnants. Move, must! I forced my eyes open, saw 5 Razik barreling toward me and swore, though the words came out little more than a harsh scrape of sound. Beyond the 5, in an incandescent cloud that sizzled and cracked with such force that it shook the surreal buildings and burned the air, Azriel and his reapers fought the other 13 Razik. Merlin was nowhere to be seen. Runs! Amaya's mental tones were scathing. Coward much. Merlin didn't strike me as a coward. If she was running, then she was running to something rather than from us. I had a bad feeling I needed to stop her from reaching whatever it was she was running for. But before I could do that, I had to deal with the Razik coming at me. I pushed to my feet, my breathing harsh and sweat trickling down my spine. I might not be flesh in this world, but my energy form seemed to react in the exact same way. Maybe it was simply a form of muscle memory, my being reacting in the only way it knew how. Drop the shield, I thought. We can't risk the constant pull at our strength. Stronger we should be, she muttered, as the purple haze of energy retreated. Yes, we should, but to get stronger I needed time to relax and regroup, and that wasn't going to happen any time soon, not until I dealt with the Razik and the keys. Even then there was no guarantee of a long and happy life, simply because I still had to find the sorceress, and I was still left with Madeline Hunter. And she, in many ways, was the worst of the lot. She wasn't only one of the leaders of the High Vampire Council and the head honcho of the Directorate, but also, quite literally, a monster wearing human flesh, who apparently had a direct line of communication to the god she worshipped. She was also, unfortunately, a monster I worked for. But Hunter was a problem for another day. I had to survive this one before I started worrying about anything, or anyone else. Count to 3, then move sharply left, I thought, then raised Amaya and flung her hard. The approaching Razik scattered left and right, as I figured they might. Amaya jagged left and flame shot from her sides. They swiftly ensnared one of the Razik, bringing him down even as they cocooned him. He writhed, screamed, fought, all to little effect. Amaya chuckled, the sound triumphant as she consumed her prey. Bolts of energy shot toward me. I ran, swerving around to the right, the bolts nipping at my heels. Sparks spun around me, fierce and bright in the grey. Amaya arrowed around and slapped back into my palm. I raised her above my head and leapt high, twisting in mid-air and slashing wildly at the nearest Dea as I flew over him. I hit the ethereal ground, rolled to my feet, and spun around, my sword held at the ready. The Adair I'd struck had stopped. Completely stopped. He wasn't moving, wasn't reacting, wasn't doing anything. Then light began to gleam from the top of his head, a sliver of brightness that gradually lengthened, growing even wider as it crept down his neck and then his spine, until he was no longer whole, but two separate halves. We'd split him asunder.
"Deserved more," Amaya commented, her mental tones indignant as the two halves of the Adair began to disintegrate. "Consume should have."
"Even you can't eat them all."
"Bet can."
I snorted, then jumped sideways as several more bolts of energy came at me. I threw Amaya to scatter them again, then ran like hell, my gaze sweeping across the temple's grounds. I spotted Asriel, and relief filled me. He was still standing, still fighting, though his torso bore several wounds that gleamed with ruddy fire. Others had obviously not been so lucky. The Reaper numbers were down to 6, but the Razik had suffered greater losses. Only 8 now stood. Though that meant the odds were more even, it certainly didn't ease the tension curling through me. It wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. As long as even one of them lived, neither of our worlds would be safe. Amaya thudded back into my grip, heavier than before. She'd obviously consumed another Adair. The back of my neck crawled with awareness. I swung around, Amaya raised high. Bright steel met energy, and the resulting explosion sent me tumbling backward. I was still rolling when a rope of energy hit me, winding itself around me, then pinning me in place. I couldn't move, couldn't raise Amaya. She hissed and shot flames out from her sides. They crawled across the line of energy holding me captive, spitting and sizzling as she battled to free us both. It wasn't going to be soon enough. The remaining 2 Razik of the original 5 who'd been sent after me were coming. Not only could I see them, but I could feel their determination to make me pay, suffer, before they bent me to their will. And I knew that once again they intended to unravel the threads of my being. Only this time, when they put me back together, they would ensure I could do nothing other than obey them. Fear bloomed thick and fast, its taste so bitter that bile rose in my throat and threatened to choke me. I swore and struggled against the bonds holding me captive, desperate to get free. 2 serpentine forms, one winged, one not, shot out of the ether. Asriel's headed for the 2 Razik, while mine swept me up, rope and all, and carried me away from the battlefield and out of immediate danger.
"The Dusan will take you to Malin," Asriel thought. "She is up to no good."
"Malin is more than I can handle alone, Asriel."
"Perhaps," he agreed. "But rest assured she will not find you so easy to kill now, not after inserting her own DNA within you."
"When the hell did she do that?"
"When she tore you."
The rest of the sentence was ended by a grunt. Pain flickered down the mental lines, and I knew he'd been wounded again.
"Damn it, Asriel, you need—" "To finish what I started here," he cut in, tone fierce. "As much as I might wish otherwise, I have been tasked with ending the Razik. I cannot, dare not do otherwise."
I glanced down. My Dusan wasn't taking me to the gates, which was where I'd half expected Malin to be, but rather over the external temple buildings and into the inner sanctum. It was a place that would have rejected my presence, and probably killed me outright, if not for the bracelet I now wore. It was a black string twined with a silverish thread, and it had an almost ghostly glow. My father had given it to me to chase the sorceress, and its presence on my wrist was the only reason I had access to both his private quarters and the more sacred areas of this place. I guess that was 2 good things he'd done for me.
Malin's a Razik, I thought, and you have permission to deal with them. But she is not mine to end. The fates were clear on that, if nothing else.
The fates, as usual, were being damned unhelpful. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the fear that sat like a stone in the middle of my being. Damn it. I didn't want our child to grow up without his father.
He won't. I am injured, but nowhere near expiry, he thought.
Well, make sure you stay that way. The bright structures below were less impossibly shaped than before, yet even more ethereal. There was no sign of Malin, however. But what has Malin inserting her DNA in me got to do with it being less likely that she can kill me? I thought.
You are now a creation of 3 races, werewolf, Adea, and Reaper. It gives you strength and power not only in your world and mine, but here in the one place Malin thinks she has no equal.
I frowned. But I can't do what she...
You can,
he cut in again.
If you apply yourself and believe. She may have had eons to understand and use the power of this place, but she is no longer the more powerful.
And what of the remnants? Will they help me if you happen to be wrong and it all goes to hell in a handbasket?
The remnants have not yet intervened because they have had no need to, but they assisted you the last time you were here, and they will do so again, if you actually call. They can no more ignore you than I can.
I snorted. That remark can be taken 2 ways, Reaper.
And both would be true.
There was a brief edge of amusement in his mental tones.
Now go. I must concentrate.
The mental line shut down, but I could nevertheless feel his presence. It was a soft buzz of electricity that would flare to life the minute either of us wished it. The Dusan began spiraling down. Soon we were gliding through canyons that were deep but not shadowed, thanks to the incandescence of the sturdy buildings that soared high above us. Eventually the Dusan slithered to a halt at the base of a building that was egg-shaped and had a lustrous pearl-like sheen. The sheer force of energy radiating off it made my soul shiver in fear. This place, whatever the fuck it was both ancient and powerful. More powerful than anything or anyone I'd ever come across, even the gates to heaven and hell themselves. The Dusan raked a claw through my body, cutting the cords that bound me without hurting me. I scrambled to my feet as the bindings fell away, then raised Amaya. She was hissing like a banshee, and the sound echoed uneasily across the silence.
"Have said before, calling banshee an insult," she muttered. "Am better."
"Yeah, you are," I agreed. "Sorry." She preened at that, and her noise died down to a background scratch. I scanned the building from left to right, but the surface appeared unbroken by either windows or doors. There had to be some way of getting in, though. After all, the Dusan had been following Malin's trail, and this was where we'd stopped. With little in the way of options, I stepped forward and pressed a hand against the building's luminous side. Warmth pulsed under my fingertips. It felt like a heartbeat, and instinct suggested this place was oddly alive and aware. I shivered and hoped like hell this was one of those occasions when instinct was wrong. As the pulsing got stronger, light began to flare softly across the building's warm surface. Ripples of energy rolled away from my touch, growing ever stronger until the whole building seemed to shimmer. Then a black crack appeared to the right of my fingertips. It bloomed rapidly across the surface until it had formed an inky stain the size of a basketball.
"In,"
Amaya thought.
"Hunt we must."
"I'm not going to fit." Will, she cut in. Believe.
Asriel had urged the same thing, but it was kinda hard to do when the world kept sending you into a tailspin. But again, it wasn't like I had a lot of other choices. Not if I wanted to stop Malin from doing whatever she intended to do inside this place. I gripped Amaya tighter, closed my eyes, and imagined myself arrowing through that circle. Energy tingled through me. Then there was a brief sense of movement. I opened my eyes and saw darkness. Complete and utter darkness. Not even Amaya's flames were able to break the depressing weight of it. But I could feel her warmth in my hand, and that was at least some comfort. I glanced over my shoulder and noticed that the Dusan was still outside, her serpentine form flowing back and forth across the entrance hole I'd created, her agitation evident in every lilac inch.
No, come, Amaya thought. Outside must stay.
Well, that's damned inconvenient, I muttered, although it wasn't entirely surprising. The Dusan hadn't been able to enter my father's quarters either. Any idea where the hell we're supposed to go in this ink?
Something, Amaya thought. Hides.
My grip on her tightened. Is it Malin?
Tell not, she thought. Black heavy. Where? Left. Find Will.
Yeah, I thought grimly. But will it be us finding her or her finding us? And how the hell was I supposed to fight in this goddamn ink? You will tell me if I'm about to crash into something, won't you? I thought, and flowed forward cautiously. Something suspiciously like a chuckle ran across the rear of my thoughts, although she didn't actually answer. I held her out in front of me so that if I did run into something, she'd at least hit it first. We moved through the ink for what seemed like hours, but maybe that was a side effect of having absolutely no sensory input, and no clue as to what might lie underneath Night's cloak.
Here,
Amaya thought eventually.
Stop.
I did so and once again scanned the blackness around us. I still had no sense of anything or anyone, and yet there was an oddly different feel to the air here. It felt anticipatory.
Damn it, I need to see. Then lift, Amaya thought.
Lift what? I took a step forward. Movement stirred the ink, and it wasn't mine.
The dark.
I took several more steps forward. Again there was an answering echo of movement, and a deep, oddly unclean energy began to stir around us. It stung my being, the sensation unpleasant.
I can't lift this, Amaya. Try can, she muttered, displeasure heavy in her mental tones.
I took a deep breath and released it slowly. Asriel might have implied that I could use the power of this place if I applied myself and believed, but the whole trouble with that was the fact that I had no idea where to begin.
In mind, Amaya thought. Will do.
Meaning all I had to do was imagine. That sounded entirely too easy, especially considering absolutely nothing else on this goddamn quest had been. But I resolutely closed my eyes and imagined the ink was nothing more than a suffocating fog. Then I pictured a breeze coming through and scattering that fog, revealing what lay underneath. I fixed the image firmly in mind, put as much belief into it as I possibly could, and literally willed it to happen. For several heartbeats, nothing did. Then a strong breeze began to play through my particles, and there was an odd sort of shift, as if the whole place had somehow moved. I opened my eyes and saw darkness. But it wasn't the ink of before. There were shadows out there now,
Some humanoid, some reptilian or animal, and some that bore striking similarities to the Adea. And there were all sorts of flora, round spheres that resembled planets in miniature, and many other things that had absolutely no resemblance to anything I'd ever seen before. It was almost as if this place was some sort of monument to all the things that lived and breathed, as well as all those that didn't. Creation's reference library, perhaps. But why in the hell would M'lyn come here? To destroy creation, of course, came the amused reply. Or at least the part of it that references the temples and the gates. I swung around, my fingers automatically tightening against Amaya's hilt. M'lyn strolled out from behind some kind of stone crustacean, her golden wings a little more than gossamer wisps in this place, and her body even less defined. But the malevolence that oozed from her being played across the shadows and made it hard to breathe. You don't need to breathe here, I reminded myself fiercely. You are energy, and of this place now. M'lyn laughed, the sound cutting. You can never be of this place, little Risa. Do not believe the Reaper's lies, because they will get you killed. She paused, and I had an odd sense that she was smiling, a cool, cold, cruel smile, even if I couldn't see it. Of course, it is not likely you are going to survive this encounter anyway. One of us certainly won't, I replied evenly. But then it's not actually me you have to fear, M'lyn. It's the remnants. She was still moving toward me, her pace even, measured, as if she had all the time in the world and absolutely nothing to fear. I frowned. Something wasn't right. I swung around and raised Amaya. She connected with something solid and sparks flew, briefly highlighting the long length of blade that had almost chopped me in two. Amaya's flames crawled down its length, but there was nothing and no one holding the other end. Nothing but darkness itself. Amaya hissed, the sound of displeasure. Cannot eat, she muttered. Of this place. Of this place? The thought died as awareness surged. I shifted sideways sharply, felt the air recoil as a fist the size of a car smashed down on the spot I'd been standing in a second before. A fist? Fucking hell. She was bringing the things that were held in this place to life. The remnants cannot hurt me, she said. This time her voice was coming from the left, even though her shadowy form still approached from directly ahead. They dare not. Not in this place. I flung Amaya at the M'lyn I could see, then closed my eyes and imagined myself standing behind the one I couldn't. There was a brief snap of movement, then malevolence hit me like a punch to the gut, and it was all I could do not to exhale in pain. I clenched my fist and swung as hard as I could. Felt the burn of electricity across particle fingertips as I connected with something, or someone. Heard her grunt before the sense of malice was abruptly ripped away. I'd hit her. I'd actually hit her. And if I could do that, then I sure as hell could do more. I opened my hand, felt Amaya thud into it, then imagined myself standing behind M'lyn again. This time, however, she was ready for me. Shadowed lightning arced toward me, the heat of it so fierce every particle burned. I flung out a hand, imagined a shield, and there was one. The lightning hit it and bounced back to its source. M'lyn swore and disappeared into the shadows again. Behind! Fear surged. I jumped high, flipped around, and swung Amaya as hard as I could. Black steel connected with bloody red, and sparks flew, bright fireflies in which I briefly glimpsed M'lyn's eyes. and saw only madness. She would destroy this place, destroy 2 worlds, and even all creation itself, if that was what it took to achieve her goal of freedom. I couldn't fight that. No one could. No one but the remnants, perhaps. But given that they were conspicuously absent, I had to at least try. Malin disappeared again. I imagined myself standing to her right and swung Amaya. Once again, red steel connected with black. Malin's cool smile briefly flashed, and her sword became 2, then 3, then 4, and more, each one linking to the next via a fiery thread. I swore and ran backward, attempting to get away from the rapidly multiplying web of metal. Felt the sharp caress of air behind me. I dove away, but not quickly enough. Energy smashed into my particles and knocked me aside, where it pinned me, bored into me, ate at me. A scream tore up my throat, but I bit down on it hard. If she could multiply her weapons, then I damn well could too. But nothing happened. Can't, Amaya thought. Am unique. Well, fuck, I muttered, and imagined instead a fist smashing down on the source of the energy. There was a sharp whoosh of air, then the dark surface underneath me shook as something heavy hit not too far away. The energy gnawing at my particles abruptly ceased, but not the swords. They came at me, a thick rush of red that reminded me of a bloody river. I hoped like hell it wasn't an omen, that it wasn't my blood that would soon be running like a river in this place. I imagined myself away from them, but the net of swords flung themselves at me, cutting off any avenue of escape and surrounding me in a web of needle-sharp steel. Again I tried to transport myself elsewhere, but when I opened my eyes, all I saw was the gleam of swords as their points began to slowly inch toward me. Amaya, shield! Flames flared from her steel, hissing and spitting against the duller red of the other swords, but they had little effect. I swore again and slashed at them. Shards of steel went flying, but for every one we shattered, 2 took its place. Laughter rolled around me, a bitter, contemptuous sound. You will die, dear Risa, as your father deserved to die, slowly and in great pain. She briefly appeared out of the gloom. The swords will suck you dry, then spit your remnants into the endless ether. There will be no rebirth, no becoming a reaper, nothing but darkness and the knowledge that you failed. With that, she disappeared again. Steel slid into my foot. I swore, jerked away from its touch and slashed down on the other weapon. Steel went flying, but once again, 2 more weapons took its place. More steel slid into my particles, their touch heated, foul. Desperation surged. Damn it, there had to be a way out of this. But the swords had me pinned on all sides. All sides but one, I realized suddenly. I imagined a hole opening up underneath me, and a heartbeat later I was dropping down, fast. High above, steel glimmered, but they weren't following. They simply continued their slow press inward. Relief shuddered through me, but I wasn't entirely sure why, given I still had a psycho bitch to stop. I imagined running after her, closing in on her, and suddenly I was. I raised Amaya and flung her. She made no sound as she cut through the shadows, but Malin nevertheless sensed her. She made a motion with her hand, and a net of silver wrapped itself around my sword and stopped her dead. Amaya screamed, the sound echoing both in my head and through the shadows. "Hurts," she wailed. "Burns." I swore and grabbed her as I ran past, imagining her net free didn't work. so I picked it away as best I could as she alternated between cursing and screaming, both in pain and for blood. Malin was still running ahead of us. I frowned, suddenly wondering why she was actually doing that. I mean, why not simply imagine herself where it was that she wanted to be? Had Azrael somehow restricted her movements when he'd torn her concealing net away? Movement to my left. Before I could react, I was sent flying. I sailed through the air and splattered against something cold and solid, then slid in a heap to its base. For several seconds I couldn't do anything, couldn't hear anything. My head was ringing, there were stars doing a merry dance all around me, and the darkness seemed to be moving. I blinked. The darkness was moving. I cursed and flung myself out of the way, but that shadowed obelisk form somehow grabbed me, and once again I was sailing through the air. This time I crashed into metal, and the resulting clang was a clarion sound that cut through the darkness and stirred to life something out there in the shadows. "Up! Up!" Amaya screamed. "Move, must!" I tried. I couldn't. My particles were burning and I just didn't have the energy. I closed my eyes and imagined myself away from the obelisk, felt an answering sense of movement, but it was neither fast nor far. I twisted around, saw the giant obelisk with arms thundering towards me, and forced myself forward as fast as I could. It still wasn't enough. Not only was the thing behind me catching me, but Malin had come out of the canyons and was heading toward a single column on which stood a series of miniature buildings and two barely adorned gateways. The temples, and the gates to heaven and hell, I knew without a doubt. In desperation, I put as much energy as I could into the need to get in front of her, to stop her. There was a sputter of movement, but before I even knew whether I'd succeeded, two bolts of lightning hit my middle and sent me flying backward, straight into the arms of the obelisk. Malin laughed. "And so, dear Risa," she said, as she pressed a hand against the stark white stone of the column, "you have the pleasure of watching this place die, and a moment to reflect on your failure before the creature that holds you tears you into infinite pieces. Go fuck yourself, Malin." In a last, desperate effort to be free, I thrust Amaya into the middle of the obelisk creature. He exploded. The force of it ripped Amaya from my grip and flung me forward. I hit the ground hard and pain bloomed, but I ignored it and rolled forward and up, and ran, with every ounce of strength I had left, straight at Malin. She pressed her other hand against the column and pushed it. It began to rock, gently at first, then with greater speed. No! She wasn't going to win. No way in hell was I going to let her win. I launched myself into the air and desperately arrowed forward, not at Malin, but at the miniature itself. I grabbed it from its precarious perch, twisted around in the air and flung it to the side. "Amaya, shield and protect, no matter what happens," I thought. I couldn't see whether she obeyed. I hoped she did. Hoped I hadn't completed what Malin had started. I hit the ground, heard the groan as the column reached full tipping point, and looked up to see it hurtling toward me. I imagined myself out of the way, but there was no sense of movement and nothing but the column filling my vision. I rolled. It was all I could do. The column crashed to the ground inches from where I lay, and the impact shuddered through every part of my being. Malin screamed, and once again I looked up. This time it was she who was coming at me, a bloody sword held high above her head, and vengeance oozing from every pore. I had nothing left, nothing but one desperate hope. "Priests of Adea, if you're out there, if you're watching and listening,
You need to get your asses in here and give me a little help, I thought. The bloody sword came at me. I flung my hands up, imagined a shield, and prayed like hell. Metal hit metal, and again the sound rang out like a clarion bell. She raised the sword and hit the shield again. This time it cracked. As she raised her sword for a final blow, I twisted and kicked with all my might at Malin's gossamer legs. I didn't have much strength left, but it was enough to unbalance her. What would have been the death blow skittered off the shield and hit the darkness just to my right. I scrambled up, clenched my fists, and hit her full in the face. It might not have been a strong blow, let alone a killing one, but damn, it felt good. She raised a hand as she staggered away, and suddenly there were vines twining up my legs and pinning my arms to my body. "Now," she said as she stalked toward me, her face twisted and ugly with malice. "We end this."
Enough.
The voice was male, and it came from everywhere and yet nowhere. It echoed through the shadows and reverberated through my mind. It held no threat, yet I sensed it could kill without a moment's hesitation or thought. And it was a voice I'd heard before. It was the remnant I'd spoken to the last time I'd been here in the temple.
"You have no power over me," Malin snarled. "Be gone."
Her eyes went wide and she froze. The vines that bound me withered away, but without their support I ended up on my arse.
"You have caused enough damage to this place, Malin. For that alone, we could end you."
His tone was calm, collected, but filled with a sense of regret.
"We had hoped, until the very end, that you would come to your senses, that the last of the Adea priests could not possibly want the destruction of all that we hold sacred,"
he thought. Malin made a muffled retort. Energy radiated off her, but whatever she was trying to do, it had little effect.
"But in attempting to destroy the archive of both the temple and the portals, you have shown a malignancy that cannot be tolerated."
There was a soft sound, like a sigh of wind.
"It is with great regret that we are therefore forced to end you."
And just like that, she was gone. I blinked. So she's dead?
"No, because with death comes eventual rebirth. She is scattered, never to reform, never to know the kiss of the stars or the bliss of being in the presence of the fates,"
he thought. Wow. Although it wasn't like the bitch didn't deserve it. And the others?
"Even now, the Reapers finish the last of them."
He paused.
"Your Reaper heads this way, but he has no need to fear. We owe you and him a great debt."
I was just trying to save my world.
"Yet the fate of your world still hangs in the balance."
"Yeah, I know." I sighed and rose. "Is it safe to recall my sword?"
"Yes."
I held out my hand and Amaya thudded back into it. I sheathed her, then said, "What happens now?"
"And now we will ask something else of you."
I blinked again. "What?"
"That you take a message to she who bears the Adea's child."
I frowned. He could only be talking about one Adea, Lucian, whom I'd once thought of as a friend, and who turned out to be one of the major players in the whole key theft saga. He was also the man who'd kidnapped and impregnated my best friend, and had tried to do the same to me. Thankfully, I was already carrying Asriel's child by that time. What has Ileana got to do with any of this?
The child she carries is the future of this place. Her daughter must undergo priest training. The fate of those she holds dear will depend on it. And when she dies, she will come here and guard this place, he thought.
One person cannot possibly...
She will not be alone. We will train the Reapers as well. You will, a familiar voice thought, as the warmth of his particles wrapped around mine and gave me strength. Yes. For too long we have watched while you fought. It is time we helped. It would be greatly appreciated, Asriel thought, his voice formal. We cannot, however, intervene in the search for the remaining key. That task still falls to you.
What if Hell doesn't hold the sorceress? What if she appears in the temple grounds again, or attempts to open the final gate? I asked.
If we sense her, we will stop her. But if she uses Adea magic to conceal herself, as she did previously, we may not know of her until it is too late.
And you can't undo what she's done, and close the 2 gates that are already opened?
No. For that we would need the blood of their creator.
I closed my eyes and cursed. Maybe it hadn't been such a great idea to kill my fucking father.
What he tried to do to Miri, he would have done to all of those you cared for,
Asriel thought.
To protect them, you had no choice but to kill him.
Yeah, but now we're stuck with no way to close the gates, and one gate standing between us and Hell.
One portal is enough, the voice thought, and more can be built once we again have fully trained priests in the temples.
It was a hope. Not much of a hope given all the shit that was still out there, ready to fling itself our way. But at least it was something.
Thank you, the voice intoned again.
And with that, he left. I blew out a mental breath, then turned and wrapped myself around Asriel. And now, James, you may take me home.
I would love to, he thought. But that, unfortunately, is not something I can do. You must return to your flesh by yourself. I cannot help you with that.
Then I'll see you at Riley's, I thought.
You will.
The energy of his being briefly ran through mine, a sensation that was the Reaper equivalent of a hug, and one that left me feeling both safe and loved. Then he left. I closed my eyes and did the same. Chapter 3. The minute I opened my eyes, the pain hit. I gasped, bent over double and wrapped my arms around my body. Every muscle I possessed seemed to be on fire. God, it even hurt to breathe. Arms scooped me up and held me close to a chest that was warm and muscular and smelled of blood and sweat. Asriel. As I wrapped my arms around his neck, his heat and strength infused me. Although it didn't chase away all the hurt, it went damnably close. "Fucking hell," Riley said, her voice a mix of concern and anger. "You both look like shit. What happened?" "We don't just look like it," I muttered without opening my eyes. Doing so would have been too much of an effort. "We feel like it too."
"Speak for yourself,"
Asriel said, amusement touching his rich tones.
What do you need?
Quinn said, ever the practical one.
And is there any immediate danger to either of you, or to us?
No, Asriel said.
But Risa is in need of a shower, clothes, and food.
Risa knows where the shower is, and I'll grab some clothes. Quinn can cook something up for Risa and me to eat, Riley said. But when all that is done, I want a full and concise summary of what the fuck just happened.
Agreed,
Asriel said. His energy burned around me briefly, and I opened my eyes to discover we were in Riley's huge bathroom.
Christ,
I muttered, wobbling a little as he placed me back on my feet. Despite your energy boost, I'm as weak as a damn kitten.
That is natural after everything we just went through.
He was still gripping my arm, which was just as well. My legs were jelly, and I had a bad feeling I'd topple if he let go. Then how come you're standing there as rock-like as ever?
He half smiled. Because whatever else you can and will be, you are still flesh, and flesh does not recover as quickly as energy.
I thought that would have changed when you shared your life force.
It did, in that you will now recover faster, and I will recover a little slower. But it has not altered the basic fact that you are still flesh rather than Magi.
I grunted. So is it really over? Malin and the Razik really are no more? His gaze met mine, and his blue eyes, one as dark as the storm-held seas, the other sapphire bright, showed an odd mix of sadness and satisfaction.
Yes. As the remnants said, they are little more than particles adrift in the endless night of space.
I raised a hand and thumbed away the bead of blood tracking down the side of his face. And you regret that?
I regret that it came to that, yes. Killing is not something any Magi rejoices in, despite the fact that it is the reason we exist.
He hesitated and grimaced.
Although I cannot deny there is a degree of pleasure in the knowledge she and her kin can never harm you, or anyone else, ever again.
And thank the fates for that. I swept a hand through my sweat-matted hair. Now, if we could only get them to deal with the bitch who stole the keys, and then Hunter, I'd be one happy woman.
The fates have never been that generous, as you yourself have often noted.
Yeah, but I keep hoping for a miracle.
I believe we just got one.
He paused, and his gaze swept me almost critically.
But before we worry about the keys or Hunter, you need to shower.
I raised an eyebrow. Are you saying I stink, Reaper?
Certainly not.
It was solemnly said, but the twinkle in his eyes and the smile that teased the corners of his lips somewhat spoiled the effect.
Although I cannot deny the air around you is somewhat odorous at the current time.
I lightly whacked his arm. You don't exactly smell like a rose yourself, Reaper. The lurking amusement grew stronger.
Why would I, when a rose is a plant and I am energy?
I snorted softly, then stood on my tiptoes and dropped a quick kiss on his lips. It was tempting to do more, but that could come a little later, when we were both smelling better. You, Reaper, are an idiot. That is a claim that could be laid at the feet of both of you, Riley commented, as she came into the room with an armful of clothes and towels. You have 3 people who are not only well-trained and fight-ready, but willing to help you in your quest, and you keep damn well refusing their help. For good reason. Good reason, my arse. She dumped the pile of clothes on the ornate chair sitting in the corner of the bathroom, then thrust a hand on her hip and added, her voice full of censure, It has to stop, Reese. I promised your mum I'd look after you if anything ever happened to her, and I intend to keep that promise, one way or another." I held up my hands. "I know, and I'm sorry I'm making things difficult for you, but I have my reasons." "Hunter, I'm gathering," she cut in grimly. My stomach dropped. How the hell did she find out about Hunter? I doubted Rowan would have said anything, and she couldn't have plucked it from his thoughts. He might be her twin, but he was also a telepathic dead zone. It's one of the things that made him such a good guardian. Vampires could neither read his mind nor influence his actions in any way. So who would have spilled the beans? Not Quinn, surely. He undoubtedly knew far more about what was going on thanks to his position in the Vampire High Council, even if he hadn't said all that much to me. But would he have said anything to Riley? I very much doubted it, given that he also had to know just what Hunter was capable of. "What makes you think—" "Don't play possum with me, Reese. Not now." I didn't reply. There was obviously no point in attempting to lie about Hunter's involvement in my life, but by the same token I wasn't about to say or do anything to confirm it. Not until I knew exactly how much she did know. "You can't keep secrets from a strong telepath for very long," she continued. "So get your ass into the shower, then come out and tell me everything." "Yes, ma'am." It was meekly said, and she smiled grimly. "I know that tone, but enough is enough, Reese. I've been patient, I've stood back, but you obviously can't. What I can and can't do," I interrupted quietly, "is no business of yours. I love you both to death, you know that, but this situation is mine and Azriel's to handle, not yours." Her gaze met mine, her expression giving little away. "Perhaps," she said eventually, "and perhaps not. Breakfast will be in 10 minutes. With that, she turned and walked out of the bathroom, closing the door behind her. "She is an extraordinary woman," Azriel commented, then added silently, "but she cannot get involved in our dealings with Hunter. As powerful as she is, she would be destroyed." "Which is why I don't want either of them involved," I thought. Although we might yet need Quinn's advice, especially when it came to dealing with Hunter. "Can either of them hear us when we speak like this?" "No. This is not telepathy as such, but more a melding of spirit and mind that allows communication." He hesitated. "Have you ever wondered just why the fates chose me over all the other Magi?" I raised an eyebrow, amusement lurking on my lips. "Because you were the only one with enough patience to put up with my stupid tendency to ignore what is obvious to everyone else?" His smile creased the corners of his eyes and made my heart do a happy little dance. "Aside from that?" "Not really." I shrugged. "I just thought it was the luck of the draw." "There is no such thing as luck when it comes to the fates. I was chosen because you were my Kiev." Which meant life mate, and a whole lot more, in Reaper terms. "And you knew that from the very beginning?" "Fuck, Azriel, why didn't you say—" "What could I have said to convince you, given your determination to keep me at arm's length? Besides, the fates order, not explain, and while I wondered why they were able to link me to your chi so easily, I did not suspect the reason. Not initially." "But once you knew what was going on—" "I still could not say anything. We are, as you noted many times, from two very different worlds, and the fates don't always believe in happy endings." "After all the shit they've put us through, they better give us one," I growled. "Because believe me, if they don't, there will be trouble." "I suspect even the fates would be wary of your kind of trouble." I grinned, but it faded quickly as my thoughts returned to the problem at hand. So why can't Quinn hear us? He's part Adea after all. And although reading the minds of those in the immediate vicinity was one Adea talent I didn't get, Quinn was an extremely strong telepath. For the first time I wondered just how much of that was due to his Adea heritage.
He can and does read your surface thoughts, but our connection is at soul level, and not something he can access,
Asriel thought. Then I'd better watch my thoughts. The last thing I want is to endanger either of them. I pulled my sweater off and dumped it on the floor. Although it has to be said, the two of them together are a force to be reckoned with.
Against Hunter, who has the force of a god behind her, they are still nothing.
I doubt Quinn would be so easy to beat. Hell, if Hunter had any inkling she could defeat him, she would have done so by now, surely.
She has not done so because she is not ready. And while he may be one of the few here on Earth capable of defeating her, he is now vulnerable because he has a family. Hunter is not above using such a weakness, as you well know.
I did know. The bitch wasn't above using anyone and anything she could to get what she wanted. She'd certainly used my grief and my bitter need to avenge my mother's death to hook me into working for her. And when common sense finally did hit me, she'd reverted to threatening my friends and family. It was the reason Jack, a former lover, and a reporter who'd been helping us in our search, was now dead. She'd had him gutted as a warning of what might happen to others if I didn't start towing her line. Even if I can convince Riley and Quinn to play it safe, I know for sure Tao and Ileana won't go anywhere. I kicked off my shoes, then peeled off my jeans. Hunter still has their lives to hold over me, no matter what I do.
I could force them to leave.
It was so casually said that I blinked, not entirely sure I'd heard him right. What do you mean? He half smiled.
What I said. I am Reaper, remember? And able to touch the minds of humanity.
Even someone as strong as Riley?
Yes.
He hesitated.
Although not Quinn, he is a former priest and as such immune to my influence.
It was tempting, very tempting. If we could force everyone but Quinn out of the way, it would minimize the risk and make dealing with Hunter so much easier. Because as much as I was trying to avoid a confrontation with Hunter, I knew it was coming. But as easy as it might be to take that route, it was also an action that should be used only as a last resort. Taking away free will was never a good thing. Lucian had basically done that when he'd used magic to ensure that I was unable to resist him sexually. My intentions might be a whole lot more honorable than his, but it didn't alter the fact that by taking away their freedom to choose, I would be forever altering my relationship with all of them. It might even destroy it. And I'd already lost far too much.
You might have no other choice.
Asriel's mental tones were grave.
I fear she will not accede to your desire to fight Hunter alone without some sort of intervention.
And I feared he was right. I sighed. I better go shower before Riley gets antsy.
Do you wish company, or would you prefer to be alone?
That is the stupidest question I have ever heard. I glanced down at his blood-stained torso. And a good start to proceedings would be removing those genes.
Given the genes are little more than an illusion of energy, that is no problem.
Even as he spoke, the genes disappeared, and he was standing there in all his muscular glory. I had no idea whether Asriel's energy form was considered handsome by other Reapers, but when he wore human form he certainly was. His face had a chiseled, almost classical look, but its beauty was tempered by a hard edge that spoke of a man who'd survived many battles. His well-defined body held a similar hardness, though he now bore scars from his more recent battles. One of them, a jagged tear that ran from the left edge of his belly button and up under his arm, slashed through the middle of the stylized black tattoo that was his Dusan, which all but dominated the left side of his torso. "Better," I murmured, then caught his hand and tugged him toward the vast shower. The water came on the minute we stepped into it, and at just the right temperature. The needle-sharp jets that hit my skin both soothed and exhilarated. I closed my eyes, enjoying the sensation for several heartbeats before I turned around and stepped into Asriel's waiting arms. His lips met mine, warm, familiar, and oh so wonderful. We kissed, touched, explored, until there wasn't an inch of me that didn't burn with need. Then he turned me so that my back was against the hard heat of his body, and his erection nudged my butt. He kissed my neck, my shoulders, then reached for the soap and began washing me. The sweet scent of orange touched the air as he gently, lovingly soaped every inch of me, and oh, it felt good. But being caught between the heat of his body, the drum of the water, and the caress of his hands was nothing short of torturous. When I could stand it no more, I grabbed the soap from him and turned around. The water seemed to reverently caress every muscle, every scar, as it rolled down his beautiful body, and I followed its lead, soaping every marvelous inch until he was quivering as badly as I was. He reclaimed the soap and put it back in the holder, then twined his hands in mine, raising them above my head as he pressed me back against the wall. The heat of him flowed around me, through me, a sharp and delicious contrast to the coolness of the tiles pressed against my spine. His gaze met mine. The blue depths gleamed with desire, and something else, something that was raw and very human. I was his Kiev, and as vital to him as life itself. But the intensity of emotion so evident in his gaze had my breath catching in my throat and my heart dancing. "I cannot wait," he said softly, as he nudged my legs wider with one knee. "For the time when there is just you and me, and the family we will create together." "Neither can—" The rest of my words were lost to a moan of pleasure as he slid into me. He began to move, slowly at first, then with more urgency, and God, it was glorious. Energy flickered across our skin, gentle sparks that grew ever stronger as the music of his being began to play through me, and mine through him. It was a dance, a caress, a tease. It was movement, heat, and desire. It was an electric firestorm that grew and grew until we were both more energy than flesh, and it both fueled the urgency and heightened desire. It was a maelstrom of sensations that assaulted every part of me until pleasure was so fierce it was almost agony, and I couldn't think, could hardly even breathe. Then my orgasm hit and I gasped, grabbing his shoulders, clambering up his body to wrap my legs around his waist and push him deeper still. Rapture exploded between us and shuddered through my soul. He cried out, his body stiffening against mine as he came. For several minutes, neither of us moved. He leaned his forehead against mine, his breath harsh against my lips as the shower continued to rain hot water down on us, though its touch was cool compared to the heat still burning between us. "That," he said after several minutes, "was very invigorating." It certainly was. I felt a whole lot better, and a whole lot stronger than I had only minutes ago, and that wasn't merely a result of great sex. I wasn't only his Kiev, but his recharge partner. Reapers didn't keep themselves alive by eating or sleeping or any of the other things humanity did. Instead, they mingled energies, which was the Reaper version of sex, with those who possessed a harmonious frequency. Up until very recently, that recharge had gone one way, his, although he'd always been able to heal me. But this time it had been different. I was now a Reaper in waiting, and in reality, thanks to his sharing part of what he was to save my life, more energy than flesh these days.
"Your aunt grows restless," he murmured. "We should move."
My aunt knew exactly what was going to happen in this shower, and would be shocked if we rushed. I dropped a quick kiss on his lips, then unwrapped my leg from his waist and stood. But given her mood, she's just as likely to march in here and tell us to get a move on, so I think we'd better dress. We did so, although it didn't take Asriel long. All he had to do was imagine his jeans back on. My borrowed clothes smelled faintly of vanilla and musk, which meant the jeans and the beautiful lilac sweater were once again Darcy's. She was Riley and Leander's middle daughter, and the only non-twin in their brood of 5. I'd grown up with them all, and no more wanted to endanger them than I did their parents. And I sure as hell wasn't above using them as leverage in the upcoming battle with my aunt. Riley might be fierce in her desire to protect me, but when it came down to it, I was neither pack nor blood. She'd fought long and hard to get her brood. Given the choice between me and them, she would naturally always choose them. And that gave me an angle of attack. I dumped my towel down the laundry chute, my clothes in the bin, then, after a deep, steadying breath that did nothing to ease my nerves or shore up my courage, headed out. "So," Riley said once we'd demolished the toasted egg and bacon sandwiches Quinn had made for the two of us. "Explain." I hesitated. "Before I do, there's one thing you should be aware of. Hunter has cazadors following me about astrally. She'll now know—" "Nothing," Quinn interrupted. "At least nothing when it comes to what is said in this house. I'm well aware of Hunter's predilection to use the cazadors as her own private army, and I've taken steps to ensure that they have no access to any of my houses or workplaces, physically or astrally." Meaning, no doubt, magic had been employed. There was little else that could stop astral travelers. It surprised me, but I'm not sure why. After all, he'd been around almost as long as Hunter, and while I'd never seen or heard anything that suggested he could perform spells, there was also no evidence saying he couldn't, especially given that he was not only part Adea, but had undergone priest training. But even if he couldn't perform magic himself, I was betting he knew some very powerful individuals who could. Either way, it was good to know that Hunter would have no idea what was said here. It gave us time, if nothing else. So I filled them in on the loss of the second key, the opening of the second gate, the death of my father, and the intervention of the remnants, as well as their subsequent destruction of the Razik.
"I'm surprised the remnants intervened," Quinn commented, once I'd finished. "It is very rare."
"Not that rare," Riley commented. "Your father contacted you once, remember?" I raised my eyebrows. "Your father is a remnant?" Quinn nodded.
"He is one of 6 who remain to protect the temples from outside forces."
"Outside?" I said. "Not inside. Not the Razik."
"No."
Quinn's brief smile held a grim edge.
"Their reluctance to act against the Razik is the reason they are remnants in the first place. Hence my surprise at their actions now." "They were left with little choice," Asriel commented. "As it was, Malin very nearly destroyed both the temples and the gates."
"So both Malin and the Razik really are dead?" Riley asked. "No chance of resurrection?"
"No chance," Asriel replied. "They are little more than scattered particles in distant skies." The priests may be slow in acting, Quinn noted, voice dry. But they are very thorough when they do.
Well, good, Riley said. There was something in her tone that had me picturing her mentally rolling up her sleeves. I tensed, not sure I was entirely ready for the fight ahead. She added, "Now, about Hunter."
No.
I said it quietly but firmly. Riley raised an eyebrow.
What do you mean, no?
Just that. I don't want you involved. Not in any damn way. Hunter is my problem, not yours.
You cannot.
What I cannot do, I cut in again, is allow you, Quinn, and Rowan to step into the middle of a situation that will endanger not only your lives, but those of your children. I won't risk your future, or theirs, as I risked my mother's. I couldn't live with any more guilt like that. I won't. She reached across the table and caught my hand. Her fingers were warm against mine, but her palms were calloused. It was a reminder that whatever else she was first and foremost a fighter. She'd been through the mill and survived, but that knowledge served only to strengthen my resolve.
Your mother's death was not your fault, Riz.
I pulled my hand from hers. But it was, even if indirectly. She was targeted to create a void in my life. Your death, or Quinn's, or Rowan's, would create the same sort of void, and Hunter is more than aware of that fact.
Hunter may threaten such an action,
Quinn said quietly,
but she would not take such a step, not until she is truly secure in her position and her power. She is close to that, but there are still those who oppose her.
My gaze met his. Harry Stanford.
He is her main adversary, yes.
And Stanford himself
cannot and will not defeat her alone.
His gaze held mine for several seconds, as if to add weight to his words.
Do not get involved with vampire politics, Risa. It will only end badly.
It probably would, but it wasn't like I had much of a choice. Like it or not, I was already involved.
Meaning you know what she is? Yes, but few others do.
Well, I'm obviously one of the ones who missed that particular bulletin, Riley cut in. Here I was thinking she was just Queen Bee of the Directorate and one of the head honchos of the Vampire Council. Obviously, there's a whole lot more to her story than that.
She's a Maenad, a worshipper of the Greek god Dionysus, and imbued with his magic and power,
Quinn said, keeping his gaze on mine.
And it is part of the reason I have never challenged her.
The other reason being you now have too much to lose. A smile ghosted his lips, but it failed to lift the concern in his dark eyes.
Yes.
Then you understand my reasons.
Understanding them does not mean I agree with them.
No. I took another of those non-calming deep breaths. I appreciate your concern and your desire to help. I really do. But this is my fight.
No one in this family fights alone, Risa.
Riley's voice was as steely as her gaze. No one. But this time we have no choice. I'm sorry, Aunt Riley, but as amazing as you are, as skilled as you are, in the end, only mortal. Unfortunately, Hunter is not. I hesitated. And neither am I. She raised an eyebrow, her expression unconvinced.
Last I heard, you were only half a Dea. That makes you as mortal as everyone else in this pack.
Perhaps when this quest first began, that was true, Azriel said quietly. But no longer. Riley's gaze flicked to him.
And how exactly did you manage that little...
She hesitated.
It has something to do with you pulling her back to life, hasn't it? Yes. I imbued her with my life force. That does not make her immortal, Quinn said. She can still die, just as you can. Yes, but because we can draw on each other's energy, we have a greater chance of survival.
He paused, his expression giving no hint to the fierceness I could suddenly feel within him.
Trust me when I say that Hunter, or anyone else in either this world or the next, will not take her away from me. Sentiments I totally understand, Quinn said. But the fact still remains, the sharing does not make her immortal. No one is truly immortal, Azriel agreed. Even the fates can be destroyed given the right knowledge. But she will become Magi on death, and we are far harder to destroy.
Harder, but not impossible, I thought grimly. The reason he became a Magi in the first place was because he'd sought revenge for the murder of a Reaper friend. But I didn't say anything. There was no point in giving my aunt any further ammunition, and although Quinn was undoubtedly aware of both the strengths and the weaknesses of the Reapers, I had to wonder how much of that knowledge he'd passed on to Riley. He wanted to keep her as safe as we did, after all.
All of which sounds very convincing, Riley commented. But it doesn't alter the fact.
Riley, I said softly. You know how much I love you, so please don't take this the wrong way. She raised her eyebrows, a faint smile touching her lips despite the seriousness in both her expression and her eyes.
But I'm not your mother, so kindly butt out. Or words to that effect, right? You do know how impossible that is for me, don't you?
Yes, and yes, I said. The thing is, you have a family now. A family you fought long and hard to have.
Which is why I won't.
But I'm not one of them, I continued over her voice. And if it comes to a battle with Hunter, then the task is mine and Azriel's. Not yours, not Quinn's, not Rowan's. You all have too much to lose if you go up against her.
And you haven't, she snorted. You're pregnant, are you not?
I blinked, but I guess it shouldn't have come as a surprise that she knew, given that she'd spent so much time by my bedside after Azriel had pulled me back from death. She might not be able to hear the deeper lines of communication between Azriel and me, but if Quinn could read my surface thoughts, then she undoubtedly could. Azriel, and the child we'd created, would have been uppermost on my mind, even when I'd been unconscious.
Yes, I am, I said.
And that is why I cannot understand your willingness to risk the lives of your own children for someone who is not, in the end, of your bloodline. Silence filled the room, a silence heavy with emotion, surprise and anger being the strongest. But there was a torrent of other emotions swirling underneath, each one moving too quickly to define. Eventually she said,
Hunter would not.
Hunter would and will. My gaze flicked to Quinn. You know that, don't you?
Yes,
he agreed.
But as I've already said, she would not do so until she was completely sure of her position and her ability to beat me. She is neither of those things right now.
And hopefully will never be. I felt like crossing my fingers and praying to the fates even as I said it, except that the fates were just as likely to do the opposite of what I wanted. They were contrary like that, at least when it comes to my desires. But the fact remains, Hunter is using the Jensen Pact to control my actions. I need you out of the equation, not stepping further into it.
You want me to run?
Disbelief edged Riley's tone, I have never. Aunt Hunter is as aware of that as I am. And as long as she has the threat of your deaths, she has me on a leash. I hesitated, then added softly, If you do not go willingly, then you will do so unwillingly. She stared at me for several seconds, then leaned back in her chair. And that is a threat you would not make if you could not back it up. She sighed in frustration and thrust a hand through her red hair. Damn it, Rhys. I'm not happy about this. And you think I am? I cut in. Trust me, I'd like nothing better than to have you and Rowan and Quinn back us up if we're forced to confront Hunter. But it's better this way. If Hunter can't find you, then she can't use you against me. And how long are we expected to disappear? We all have lives. We can't put everything on hold indefinitely. It would be no longer than a week, Asriel said. I glanced at him sharply. What? He shrugged. So the Fates said. I wondered what else the Fates had said that he wasn't telling me. Heaps, I suspected. It seemed the more some things changed, the more some stayed the same. Riley studied the two of us for what seemed like an eternity, though I very much suspected she was conversing with Quinn. Finally, she grunted. A week we could do. It felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Against all the odds, against pack instinct and her natural desire to fight and protect, she was going to leave. But then she was a mum, and as I'd already said, I wasn't blood-related. As much as she might want to protect me, her own family had to come first. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, she interrupted. Not until you've heard my conditions. My heart sank again. And what might they be? 1, that you keep in contact, and by that I mean every damn day. Given Hunter could very easily track us by phone, we won't be taking them with us. But you find a way. You could send a message via a damn carrier pigeon for all I care. I just want to know you're alive and well. Otherwise, I will come running. That is easily achievable, Asriel said, even if inconvenient. Riley snorted and glared at him. Don't give me that inconvenient crap, Reaper, especially when you can pop in and out of existence at will. It'd take less than a few seconds of your life to update us, and we both know it. And the second condition, I replied, cutting off any reply Asriel might have made. That you do not go up against Hunter without contacting me first, Quinn said. Didn't we just finish arguing? We did. And I must, somewhat reluctantly, agree that for the time being, we are better out of the picture. But you cannot go up against Hunter without help, or at the very least, advice. My smile was grim. Advice I'd appreciate. Help, not so much. We can argue about that closer to the time, Riley commented. But for now, you be careful. Oh, I will, I smiled. After all, I do have a couple of reasons to live. And I have always had a desire to be a grandmother, Riley said. So make damn sure you're around to make me one. Tears stung my eyes. I will. She pushed upright. Then we had better get moving. I rose, moved around the table and hugged her. Thank you. She grunted and wrapped her arms around me fiercely, but briefly. Just keep safe, and keep in contact. I will. Then go, so I can call the tribe and get everyone moving. She hesitated, frowning. Rowan won't go. You know that, don't you? I did, but I had to at least try. "I'll talk to him." She half smiled. "Good luck with that." "Thanks. And be safe, all of you." With that, I stepped back and placed my hand in Asriel's. A heartbeat later, we were standing in the middle of a rather luxurious bedroom. It wasn't one I recognized. I frowned and looked around. Where are we? But recognition stirred even as I asked the question. He'd brought me to my favorite hotel. "We're at the Langham," he confirmed. "You need to rest. And you enjoy this place, do you not?" "Yes, but you can't just pop in and take over a room like this. They're a business. Hell, they might have already rented the room out to someone." "I will go down to reception and ensure that cannot happen," he said. "In the meantime, you should sleep. You cannot continue to go on as you are." "But the sorceress may yet be locked in hell for all that we know." He placed his hands on my shoulders and gently but firmly pushed me toward the bed. "If you care nothing for your own health, then at least think about the health of our child. Please get some rest." "That's not playing fair, Reaper," I muttered as my butt hit the bed. "Besides, we did that whole energized through sex thing not too long ago. If you can go on without any other rest and sustenance, I should be able to." "When you are full energy, yes, you will be able to." There was little inflection in his voice, but more than a little impatience in his thoughts. "But you are not that yet. Rest." Tiredness washed through me at his words, and I had to wonder if perhaps he was subtly forcing me to obey. "No," he said, the impatience evident in his voice this time. "I cannot. It was one of the more unfortunate effects of sharing my life force." I raised an eyebrow. "I'd hardly call it unfortunate." "It is when you are being unreasonably stubborn." I touched his arm lightly, my fingers cool against his more heated skin. "Asriel, I'm not being stubborn. It's just that we've been 3 steps behind the sorceress up until now. We have a chance, and possibly only a brief chance, to get ahead of her and find the key, and we need to grab it." "A few hours will not make a great deal of difference to our chances of finding the key," he said grimly. "But it might well make a vast difference to our chances of surviving whatever the fates have in store for us." "Fair enough," I muttered. "But if you're going to nag me like this for the rest of eternity, I won't be a happy woman." "If we survive the next few days, then I promise I will do all in my power to ensure your happiness." He was half smiling as he said it, but there was a seriousness, a darkness in his eyes that had my stomach churning. "What aren't you telling me?" "Nothing." "Damn it, Asriel, you agreed to stop that. You said you'd be honest." "And I am." He took a deep breath and released it slowly. "We are both in a precarious situation. The fates have given no certainty of life for either of us, but that has been our situation since this quest first began." "But the fates have said something since this quest began, haven't they? I can feel it, Asriel. It hangs like a weight in your eyes and your soul." "They have done nothing more than emphasize the precariousness of the situation, but that is something we have long been aware of." He shrugged. "Now please, rest." He was lying. I knew it. He knew it. The fates had said something else, something he feared to tell me. I swore softly, but knew my Reaper well enough by now to know he was never going to tell me what it was. I tugged off my clothes and climbed into bed. As I pulled the blankets over my shoulders, I met his gaze, a smile teasing my lips. "Seeing you're forcing me into bed, the least you could do is give me a kiss goodnight." He raised an eyebrow.
"Is this a required custom here on Earth?"
"Totally," I said. "And if you don't kiss me goodnight, I'll only get moodier."
"Heaven forbid that happen,"
he murmured, then bent down, his lips brushing mine briefly, before the kiss deepened, becoming a long, slow exploration that had desire curling through me again, and heat sparking the air between us.
"That," he murmured eventually, "is a very dangerous custom. And if you did not need sleep so badly, I might be tempted to join you under those sheets."
"You still can." I traced a line down his chest with a fingertip and lightly played with the button of his jeans. 20 or so minutes isn't going to matter one way or another to my strength.
20 minutes hardly does justice to the fire that plays between us,
he said, and pulled away from my teasing touch.
"Sleep, Risa. It is for the best. Trust me."
You, Reaper, obviously have a core of steel somewhere inside that rather enticing exterior of yours.
"Believe me, I have not."
He caught my hand and kissed it.
"I merely wish us both to survive the next couple of days."
With that, he released my hand and disappeared. I sighed, then snuggled deeper into the blankets, and despite the desire that still spun through my body, fell to sleep almost instantly. A few hours later, feeling refreshed but still somewhat unsatisfied sexually, I leaned back in the office chair and rubbed my forehead. We were now back in the office above the cafe I owned with Tao and Ileana, and the sounds of a world going about its business as usual drifted upward. Sounds like the murmur of conversation, the clink of cutlery being polished, or the happy whistle of our sous chef as he prepared for the next influx of customers. Normal, everyday sounds in a life that had become far from normal, at least for me. But they were also sounds that would no longer exist if we didn't find the remaining key damn soon. Unfortunately, the search was going nowhere fast. My father might have said that the key could be found in a palace whose coat of arms lay the wrong way around, but there were no actual palaces in the state of Victoria, and Google had thrown up hundreds, if not thousands, of places that used palace in their names. It was going to take forever to check and eliminate every one, even with Azrael's ability to zip from one place to another in seconds flat.
"Perhaps it is time to call on Stain's skills again," Azrael commented.
He was sitting on the sofa at the other end of the room, outwardly relaxed, but not so inwardly. His frustration swirled through me, as sharp as anything I was feeling.
"Cannot a computer work faster than either of us?"
Stain was Tao's cousin, and a black marketeer who just happened to be able to hack into any computer system ever created. It was an ability I'd made full use of when it came to Hunter's cases, as well as the search for the keys. Yes, but while a computer can check location, it can't visually visit every place and check whether it bears a coat of arms that lies the wrong way around.
But could he not write a program that would at least list those buildings that bear a coat of arms? Surely not every building would do so. It would at least shorten the list.
I frowned. I guess. The phone rang, cutting off the rest of my words. I glanced at the caller ID and groaned. It was Hunter. I guess I should have known the bitch would catch up with me sooner rather than later.
"You do not have to answer it,"
Azrael commented.
"Although doing so might cause the very problem we are trying to avoid with her."
"I know. Trust me, I know." I reached for my Coke, taking a sip to ease the sudden dryness in my throat, then reluctantly hit the vidphone's answer button. A brief psychedelic pattern ran across the screen, Then Hunter's countenance, which seemed oddly sharper, glared back at me. Her shadowed green eyes were filled with the promise of death, and a tremor that was part fear, part foreboding, ran through me. "Good morning, Risa Jones." Her voice was soft, pleasant even, but there was something in the way she said my name that increased my fear. Or maybe it was the fact that she'd used my full name, something she hadn't done in a very long time. "I appear to be missing a cazador. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?" "And why would I know anything about the disappearance of a cazador?" I replied, feigning a calm I certainly didn't feel, and damn thankful she was at the other end of the vidphone rather than standing in front of me. Hunter always seemed to catch my thoughts at the worst possible moment, despite the fact that I had super-strong nano-microcells inserted into my body. With them in place, no one should have been able to get inside my head, but she had a habit of doing things she shouldn't be able to. "Because this particular cazador was one of the 3 who was astrally following you." I knew that, just as I knew his name. Nick Krogan. Just as I knew he wasn't missing, but rather dead. Not Markel, I hope. Markel was the only one of the 3 I'd had any sort of contact with, outside of killing Krogan, that was. He also happened to be a supporter of the Get Rid of Hunter portion of the High Council. Whether Hunter was aware of this was anyone's guess, but given that he was still alive, I'd have to guess she wasn't. Another of Hunter's habits was getting rid of the opposition. Hell, she had a habit of getting rid of people just to teach someone a lesson. Like Jack. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them away and hoped like hell she hadn't noticed. "No, not Markel." She paused. "But it is interesting you know his name." Oops. Trouble headed Markel's way if I wasn't very careful. "Hardly," I replied, my voice coming out surprisingly even, given the butterflies going nuts in my stomach. But then I'd seen what this woman could do. I wouldn't wish that sort of death on anyone, not even my worst enemy, which Markel most certainly was not. In fact, he was something of an ally, even if he, like just about everyone else who'd come into my life over the last few months, wanted something from me. He was on duty when I astral traveled to talk to that ghost, as you undoubtedly know. "Indeed." She contemplated me for several seconds, and my heart began to beat so fast it felt like it was going to tear out of my chest. Because I knew what was coming, feared it, or rather feared her reaction to my answer. "That's presuming you tell her the truth," Azrael thought. "I would advise against doing so." Not telling her the truth could be a whole lot more dangerous, I thought. I took another sip of Coke. It wasn't doing a whole lot to ease the butterflies in my stomach, but then I doubted if even several bottles of the strongest alcohol ever made would do that. Hunter had that sort of effect on me, which I guess is why I tended to bite back at the bitch more than was wise. An illusion of bravado was better than none. "Perhaps. But it gives us time," Azrael replied. "Right now, that's what we need, more than anything." No, what we needed right now was for the whole fucking lot to get lost and just leave us alone. But that wasn't likely to happen, not when the fates seemed to be using me as their own personal punching bag. I returned my attention to Hunter and, trying to delay the inevitable, said, "Have you asked Markel about the missing cazador? I mean, surely he'd know, given he had to change shifts with them." "That's what is strange," she drawled, not believing me, not for an instant. "Markel claims when he came on duty,
Krogan had already gone. Meaning Markel had removed Krogan's body from wherever it was they set themselves up to astral travel, and in the process saved me from a whole lot of Hunter-type grief. Because while the life of a cazador was usually a short and violent one, exceptions like my Uncle Quinn and Markel himself aside, Hunter would have taken one look at Krogan's body and known who and what had placed the killing blow. While you couldn't technically die on the astral plane, what happened to you on the plane could become reality here if the illusion was powerful enough. When I'd stabbed Amaya through Krogan's heart, it was a combination of his belief and her power that had killed him, both on the field and here on Earth. That I'd done it out of necessity to save Uncle Rowan wouldn't have mattered to Hunter, especially given the fact I'd done it to save Rowan from her. And I had no doubt she would go after him because of it. I raised my eyebrows, somehow managing nonchalance as I said, "And you don't believe him?" "Oh, I believe he was gone. I'm just not entirely sure Markel had nothing to do with it." Because he more than likely did. If the third cazador following me had discovered the body, she would have reported it. I shrugged. "Well, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to help you, given I have as little to do with them as possible. But hey, if you think it's too dangerous for them to be following me around, feel free to remove them from the task." She smiled. It was not a nice smile. "Oh, they're staying, whatever the danger. I want those keys, and you will give them to me, won't you?" Keys, not key. She had no idea the second gate was already open. Relief swept through me, its force strong enough to leave me shaking. Coke splashed over my hand, and I put the can down, hoping like hell she hadn't noticed. I had about as much chance of that happening as I did the full moon failing to rise tonight. "Why, Risa, anyone would think you were nervous." Her expression was that of a cat who'd just eaten the cream. "You weren't planning on double-crossing me, were you? Because you know the consequences of such an action, don't you?" I had to clench my fingers against the sudden urge to grab the vidphone from the desk and heave it across the room. As much as seeing her smug face smashing against the wall might give me a moment of pleasure, it wouldn't really achieve anything more than a smashed phone. "Yes," I bit back, voice tight. "Good," she all but purred. "So tell me, how goes the hunt for the sorceress?" "It doesn't." She arched one dark eyebrow. "And why not?" Because the bitch had been dragged into the pits of hell, and hopefully that was exactly where she'd remain. Not that I could tell Hunter that, because I wanted to keep the truth about the second key from her for as long as possible. Because we're having trouble finding Lauren McIntyre, the sorceress behind the theft. It appears she's not only a face shifter, but a hermaphrodite capable of full-body transformation. Hunter raised her eyebrows. "That is an ability I've only ever seen once in the thousands of years I've been alive. Are you sure she's not just using magic to transform herself?" "We're sure." After all, Lauren had even used my face at one point. The thought stalled, and I swore. If she had somehow managed to break free from hell, what was stopping her from taking on my appearance and questioning, or even killing, someone I loved? If she could do it once, she could do it again. I scrubbed a hand across my eyes. This whole fucking thing was getting more and more complicated. The sooner we found Lauren, the better, for both the quest and everyone I'd dragged into it. "I don't suppose you know of any way to track someone like that down?" "As a face shifter yourself, surely you should sense when you're in the vicinity of another." I grimaced.
If she were a werewolf or vampire or another kind of shifter, I'd sense that. But face shifting requires a different type of internal magic, and it's not one that can be picked up by normal sensory means.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I agreed. We're trying to track down a couple of aliases we think she might be using, but it's taking time.
Time you haven't got, she drawled. I really do need the remaining keys in my possession by the end of the week.
The fear churning in my gut rose in my throat, and it was all I could do not to puke all over my damn desk.
It's impossible to give you that sort of guarantee. I have no power over the speed of computers, for starters. Then use other methods, my dear, she continued evenly.
I might not have spoken for all the impact my words seemed to have made.
You seem to be very chummy with the Brindle Witches at the moment, so why not ask one of them to do a scrying for you? Or perhaps use some item of the sorceress's to uncover a location.
Great idea, except we've tried the first and can't do the second until we actually have something of the sorceress's. That we actually did have something was a point I wasn't about to mention. We'd already tried to use it to find the sorceress, and we'd come damn close to snaring her too. But events since then had left us with little time to make a second attempt. Besides, if the sorceress was still in hell, how would that affect any attempt at scrying, or even the use of psychometry? Would it actually work? Or would it be dangerous for the practitioner to even try to locate our sorceress? Hell wasn't a place you messed with, in any way, shape, or form. Unless, of course, you were a dark practitioner, and our sorceress had certainly shown very little fear or concern about playing in the underworld's gardens.
I do not care about your problems, Hunter said. I merely care about the end results.
I closed my eyes and resisted the urge to scream. We had a week. The Fates had also warned that this would all end in a week. Did Hunter have a direct line to those in charge? She drew her power from an old god after all, so it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility.
You have nothing to lose by agreeing to her demands, Asriel thought. And time, as well as the space to move, to gain.
But only if she doesn't throw another wrench in the works, I thought. I opened my eyes and stared at Hunter for several seconds. I don't think I'd ever hated anyone as much as I hated her right then, and it was galling to think that I hadn't seen what she was, or what she was capable of, from the very first moment our paths had crossed, and I'd agreed to work for her. And sure, she hadn't exactly made it easy for me to refuse, but the truth was, it was my desperate need to avenge my mother's death that had gotten me into this pickle. Nothing else.
Why?
I asked eventually, keeping my voice as even as I could.
Is it necessary for you to have the keys within a week? It's not like hell's going anywhere.
Although it would bleed all over Earth, create a new playground for all hell's nightmares, if we didn't stop the sorceress from opening the final gate.
Because I find it necessary to bring forward my own plans, she answered blithely. There are certain, shall we say, elements within the council that are gathering momentum. I find myself in need of a little something extra to contain the groundswell before it gains too much force.
Meaning, in other words, that Harry Stanford, Mark Hell, and everyone else involved with the Get Rid of Hunter movement had better start watching their backs very carefully.
I really don't think it's wise to be using hell as some sort of, and I really don't care what you think,
Hunter snapped, green eyes glittering with both anger and darkness. And perhaps, if I looked closely enough, madness.
You will do as I desire or pay the price.
Fine, I growled, clenching my fists under the desk in an effort not to smash one through her image on the vidphone screen. "You'll have both keys by the end of the week." "Good," she murmured. "Although there is one additional point I forgot to mention." Of course there was, I thought darkly. There was always one more damn point. And what might that be? "The second key. I want it in my hands by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, or people will start dying." Chapter 4. My breath caught somewhere in my throat, and for several seconds I couldn't do anything more than simply stare at her. Horror, disbelief, anger, it all curled through me, and when combined with my already churning stomach, there was no containing it. I lurched out of my chair, but didn't make it any farther than the nearest trash can, where I was thoroughly and totally ill. Azriel was beside me in an instant, holding back my hair as I lost every single bit of food I'd eaten only hours before, and then some. "Water," I croaked eventually as I wiped a hand across my mouth. "Please." Azriel immediately disappeared, but was back within seconds, a cup of cool water in his hand. I took it, rinsed my mouth out, then spat into the bin. "Why, Risa, dearest," Hunter drawled, amusement heavy in her tone. "Don't tell me you're coming down with something. That would be unfortunate timing indeed." Fury hit me. Fury that was so deep, so fierce, it just about short-circuited my brain. I reached out, catching Azriel's fingers, feeling the tremble in them, a physical echo of the emotion surging from his mind to mine. "You have no idea," he thought, "how tempting it is right now to go find that woman and cut her into very tiny little pieces." Which I'm guessing is exactly what she wants, I thought. She's trying to goad you into an action we'd both regret. I am well enough aware of that. It's the reason I still stand here. Her time will come, Azriel. It has to. I hope so. But he didn't look convinced, and again I was left with the feeling that the fates had told him far more than he was letting on. If they let her live, there would be hell to pay. "It would seem," I said, squeezing Azriel's hand a final time before releasing him and moving back to the desk, "that I ate something that disagreed with me." A more logical explanation would have been the fact that I was pregnant, but I wasn't about to hand Hunter that sort of information. Whether the Cazadors had it was another matter entirely. "I'm so glad it wasn't something I said." "Hardly," I murmured. "I mean, it wasn't like we haven't heard that particular tune before." "So true." Her voice was philosophical, but the darkness and madness in her eyes were oddly sharper. "Which means, of course, that you are well aware I will carry through with my threat." "I'm aware." "Good," she said, voice suddenly brisk. "I shall expect to see you within the next 24 hours, then." "You will." I hit the end button, then swore like there was no tomorrow. It didn't help the situation one little bit, but it at least made me feel a little better. Azriel merely raised his eyebrows and waited until I'd finished. "I had no idea there were that many swear words in this world." I half smiled, as he no doubt intended. "There's probably not. I just got creative with some non-swear words." My smile faded. "What the fuck are we going to do, Azriel? I very much doubt that we can find the key in 24 hours, and even if we did, there's no way in hell I'd give it to her." "No." He rose and walked over, dragging me upright, then wrapping me in a hug that was fierce and warm. One that made me feel safe, looked after. Of course it was a lie, or the safe part of it was, at least until we sorted out this whole key mess. Then there was Hunter.
"Let's worry about her when we have to,"
he said, being his usual practical self.
"It is pointless doing so before the need arises."
Totally true, but unfortunately I'm not built that way.
No, and I am extremely grateful for the way you are built.
I snorted softly and lightly punched his arm. You, Reaper, are incorrigible.
Is that not an acceptable thing to say in this world?
I pulled away. Though his voice was solemn, his blue eyes twinkled with mischief. It's totally acceptable. So shall we head to Staines?
His system is far more able to search quickly than the computer you have here.
Which was a given, simply because Staines' computer was mega powerful and worth mega bucks, whereas my poor little thing barely had the power to cope with the tax and wage tasks of the restaurant. I really would have to buy a new one when all this was over and things got back to normal.
Or as normal as they can be, given you carry my child, Asriel murmured. You have no idea how desperately I desire to see you round and fat.
Round I can cope with, fat not so much. I grinned, dropped a kiss on his lips, then said, "To Staines, please, driver." He wrapped his arms tighter around me, then his energy surged around us, and in no time flat we were standing inside the foyer of Staines' West Street shop. It housed not only his electronics business, but his living quarters and black market business as well. The camera above the door buzzed into action the minute we appeared, swinging around to track our movements. Not that we could go far. The shimmer of light surrounding the small entrance was warning enough that his containment shield was active. Asriel could, and had in the past, deliver us upstairs, where Staines' computer bridge and living quarters were. But the last time we'd done that, our sudden appearance had just about given Stain a heart attack. "Hey, Stain, it's Risa and Asriel." I smiled up at the camera. "Turn off the shield so we can come up."
"Hey,"
he replied, his warm tone sounding slightly tinny through the small speaker near the camera.
"Welcome back. I was beginning to think you'd abandoned me."
"What, you've grown so used to me bugging you daily with urgent tasks that you feel lost without me?" The shimmering field surrounding us died, allowing us to walk toward the stairs at the rear of the shop. Of course, this meant we had to go right through the middle of all the shelves holding the tons of dusty junk that were little more than a cover for his real business, black marketeering. And no one, not even Staines' mum the last time she'd been down here, had dared to clean this room for fear of suffocating in the resulting dust storm.
"Well, not so much you," he said, voice amused. "It's more the champagne you supply with each task."
I grinned.
"You, Stain, are becoming a lush." "And damn proud of it," he agreed. "Come on up, folks, I just made coffee."
"Excellent." I bounded up the steps. He met me at the top, a grin on his face and a coffee in his hand.
"Here you go,"
he said, honey-colored eyes amused as he offered me the cup.
"It's even the good stuff."
"You have good stuff," I said, feigning shock. "Since when?"
"Since I made a most excellent sale of the latest in limpet lasers."
Limpet lasers were small but powerful lasers that clung to the palm of your hand and could be fired through various finger movements. They aren't exactly a new development. He stepped to one side, then swept an arm forward, ushering me on.
"These were. Trust me."
I stepped past him, not bothering to ask what made them special, just as I didn't ask where he got them. Sometimes it was better not to know. Unlike the lower portion of his building, this floor was pristine and dust-free. It had to be, because dust damaged computer systems, expensive electronics, and possibly whatever other black market items he happened to have, all of which were kept on this floor. Stain himself, however, could only be described as a mess, with unkempt brown hair, an ill-fitting blue sweater with holes in the elbows, and wrinkled jeans. But at least he was neither dusty nor dirty. I glanced around the open living and kitchen area, hoping to see Tao. He wasn't here, and his scent was little more than a hint in the air, suggesting he hadn't been here for at least 24 hours. I frowned. I thought Tao was staying with you. He is, Stain said, the expression suddenly grim. Or rather, he was. I swore softly. When did he disappear? Early yesterday morning. He hadn't been sighted at the cafe in the last 24 hours either, something I knew because I'd checked when I was there. I swore again and thrust a hand through my hair. You tried tracing him? Of course I have. His voice was filled with anger, but I knew it wasn't actually aimed at me. Rather, it was the result of frustration and worry. There's nothing. His phone is sitting in the spare bedroom, as is his wallet, and he hasn't contacted any of his other friends. Meaning, more than likely, the fire elemental he'd consumed to save Ileana had taken control of his body again. How was he the last time you saw him? Strung out, fiery. Stain shook his head. I've seen him play with fire before. I mean, he's pyrokinetic, so it's not unusual in and of itself. But this time, it was bleeding from his skin, Risa. There was no way it was controlled. Fuck, I muttered. Yeah, Stain said. I tried to get him into an icy shower. I figured it couldn't hurt, but he practically threw me across the room, then ran down the stairs. By the time I got up and went after him, he'd disappeared. And no doubt headed once more for the sacred site of Macedon, the place where the fire elemental within Tao had been created. With the clock counting down on Hunter's deadline, you haven't the time to chase after him, Azrael thought softly. If the fire elemental is in control, then there might be no bringing him back this time. Nor will I allow you to endanger yourself again by touching him while the elemental holds sway. It might just kill you this time. Which technically wasn't a problem given that I'd just become a dark angel, but that wasn't something I actually wanted. I wanted to live a full and happy life here on Earth first, wanted to bring my child into this world, not the other. But Azrael was right. I really couldn't afford to lose any time, even if it was a matter of minutes. Let's just hope he comes back from this, I thought. He has before. By this time the elemental will have reached Macedon's sacred site, and given the fire that created it still burns within that place, its very closeness to it may provide the creature with enough strength to completely block Tao out, Azrael thought. I know. Believe me, I know. He smiled grimly, adding, Then you should also remember that I can't get into that site, so it's not as if I can even check whether he is there or not. Damn it! I plunked down on a chair and watched as Stain resumed his usual position on his captain's chair in front of his computer bridge. Yeah, Stain said. Can you get into that site and check that he's there? Maybe. I hadn't actually tried since I'd become a Dark Angel in waiting. But given that the place had banned Reapers and Adea from entry, it might just ban me now that I had both their energies running through me. Only problem is I haven't got the time to find out right now. I have a deadline and people will die if I don't meet it. Tao might die if you don't, Stain replied, grim-faced. Don't you think I fucking know that? I took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger and fear running through me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have responded like that. But the thing is, Hunter's given me a 24-hour deadline, and if I don't come through with the key, she's going to start killing people. People like Ileana and Tao and you. He blinked. Why would the psycho want me dead? For the same reason she wants the keys to hell, for control. In your case, control of me, or rather my actions. I took a sip of the coffee, noting somewhat absently that it was indeed the good stuff. I have a choice, Stain. Save Tao and risk everyone else, or simply try to save everyone the best way I can. Hell of a choice, he muttered. Yeah, tell me about it. I paused. I don't suppose you want to evacuate the immediate area and go hide somewhere, do you? I'm thinking you can probably guess the answer to that. He patted the desks holding his range of light screens and keyboards with affection. I'm not leaving my baby, and I can't exactly pack her up with me. Besides, someone has to be here in case Tao does turn up. What? No mention of a particular upcoming sale of the generous to your bank account, but definitely black market type? He grinned. Well, there might be a couple of sales in the works over the next couple of days that I can't afford to walk away from, now that you mention it. I snorted. Of course there were. It could be dangerous. I've already lost Jack to the bitch. I don't want to lose anyone else. Then I'll install a secondary energy shield around all internal walls. Trust me, no one, not even a vampire hell-bent on destruction, will get past it. I hoped he was right. I didn't want to lose Stain any more than I wanted to lose anyone else. So, he said, grabbing his coffee, then swinging around to face me. Do you want to tell me why you're here? Or do you wish to see my results first? I blinked. On what? To be honest, we'd asked Stain to do so many searches over the last few weeks that I'd totally lost track of all of them. You know those index cards you swiped from the dead jeweler's place? I nodded. We'd gone to the jeweler's after discovering the maker's mark on the antique silver cufflink we'd found in Lauren McIntyre's Gold Coast home, hoping he'd be able to tell us whom he'd made it for. As per usual when it came to our sorceress, we'd been a couple of steps too far behind. Not only had she fled her Gold Coast home before we'd arrived there, but she'd also made a visit to the jeweler and slashed his throat from ear to ear. Which meant the index cards, with their list of client names, had become our only chance of possibly tracking down another of Lauren's alternate identities. An almost impossible task, given that she could take on both male and female personas. Well, Stain continued, a pleased grin stretching his lips. I found a connection between the jeweler, the names on the cards, and your mad sorceress. I smiled at his enthusiasm. He really was going to be lost when all this crap was over with and life got back to normal. The connection being Harry Butler. I blinked. For some reason that name rang a bell. Then the connection hit, and I sat up a little straighter. Harry Butler, as in one of the names mentioned in John Nadler's will. John Nadler had been the man behind the consortium that had bought up most of the land all around Stain's shop. Not that Nadler, or rather Lauren, because the real Nadler had been long dead by the time the buyout had happened, had wanted the land per se. He just wanted to control what lay underneath it, a major ley line intersection. Such intersections were places of great power and could be used to manipulate time, reality, or fate. But they could also be used to create a rift between this world and the next, enabling those with enough power here on Earth to step into the grey fields. And that's exactly what Lauren had succeeded in doing, too. But only with the help of Lucian, a rebel Razik with destruction plans of his own. And to think I'd not only bedded that bastard, but trusted him too. My instincts had been way, way off as far as he was concerned. At least he was dead. At least he couldn't do any more harm to anyone I cared about. Couldn't rape or impregnate anyone else, as he had Ileana and more than likely the sorceress. If she was pregnant, I thought suddenly, how would that affect her ability to take other forms? While face-shifting shouldn't hurt any child she carried, I had no idea whether attempting a full-body transformation would. I imagined it would be a rather hard task to disguise a rounded belly, as she wouldn't be able to manipulate the flesh of the child within her. Even if it was little more than a few weeks old, it would have a soul and a power all its own. She could change her flesh, but not her child's. Nor, I imagine, could she change the physical space that child used. Maybe we'd better start looking for men who looked pregnant, although given the number of middle-aged men who seem to have beer bellies these days, that might not be such an easy task.
So Harry Butler was one of the names on the index cards? Asriel asked. No, of course not. That would be too easy.
Yeah, I guess it would, I agreed, amused. So how did you find him?
By following the connections.
Stain shook his head, something close to admiration in his expression.
I can tell you one thing. The bitch may be as mad as a hatter, but she certainly knows how to cover her tracks.
A skill no doubt garnered from her association with Lucian, who'd been banished to Earth's plane for centuries, and who'd had the time to learn not only the art of deception, but also, we suspected, that of dark magic. So how did you find her in the end?
By tracing back not only every single name, but all the traceable connections each name had.
He spun around and flicked a finger across one of the light screens. An image appeared on the next screen. A tall, grey-haired gentleman with stern features and a somewhat forbidding nose.
This is Harrison Jantz, a stockbroker who has purchased several items from our dead jeweler. His address on file was Elizabeth Street in Sydney, right opposite Hyde Park.
Expensive, I murmured. He's obviously a very good stockbroker.
Was a very good stockbroker, Stain commented. He was reported missing yesterday, after not showing up for work several days in a row.
Coincidence? Or the sorceress simply killing off another of her identities?
Of course, it hardly mattered, given that she sure as hell seemed to have enough of them.
But it was damn frustrating to once again be a step behind her. Though how she managed to keep track of them, let alone keep them all alive as viable identities, I had no idea.
If she is responsible for this man's disappearance, Asriel thought, then she is well and truly out of hell.
A point I hadn't even thought about. You'd think just once the fates would give us a break, I all but grouched. Just once. Is that too much to ask?
Apparently, he thought with a mental shrug. You'll get used to it.
I bet I won't, I thought. And they had better get used to me complaining. Asriel might be all stoic and accepting, but I wasn't about to be. Not if this was the pattern they'd set for the rest of our lives together. If they planned a rest of our lives for us, that was. I very much suspected that was still up in the air, especially given Asriel's non-answer earlier.
I can't tell you whether it was the real Jantz that was reported missing, or the fake, Stain said. They did a search of his apartment, but there was no evidence of any sort of foul play. Nor has his body been found. And remember, Nadler's corpse was found pretty quickly after our mad sorceress decided to shed the identity.
Is it common for Jantz to disappear like this?
No,
According to the people who filed the missing persons report, it was extremely unprecedented for him to go away without at least informing one of them. I think we'd be wise to presume death.
Totally wise. So how did uncovering Jantz lead you to Butler?
Ha! That's where it gets interesting, Stain said. The apartment Jantz lived in is owned by a private consortium. As is usual with those sorts of companies, there are a couple executives who are responsible for securing targeted business, real estate, or whatever else the consortium might wish to purchase, and who play a central role in negotiations relating to all elements of the deal. It's the consortium's name on all legal documents, rather than each investor.
I nodded. This is sounding very similar to the consortium Nadler set up.
That's because it basically is. We couldn't find anything about that consortium because the paper trail led to a company that was listed offshore, and it's damn near impossible to trace the details of who might be involved with offshore businesses.
But you've had a breakthrough, I said, smiling.
But I've had a breakthrough, he echoed. A mob called the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists has spent years sifting through millions of leaked documents and recently released an updated report on those involved with offshore accounts, trusts, etc. And one of the names in that report just happened to be Harry Butler. And this, he added, swinging around to grab a piece of paper from his desk, is his address in Sydney.
I glanced at the address and frowned.
He lives in the same building as Jantz. Not only the same building, but the same apartment. But according to those who filed the missing persons report, Jantz lived alone and rarely had visitors.
Meaning Jantz was either in cahoots with Lauren, or she was simply using his name and face when it suited her. I hesitated, my frown deepening. Did Jantz have any special delivery instructions on his index card?
None, though some of the others have pick-up only noted on them, so that would suggest Jantz's items were posted.
Then we definitely had better go investigate the apartment. Jantz might be missing and presumed dead, but there could be a faint hope that he, or even Lauren, if he was involved with her in some way, had left something behind that would clue us in as to where Lauren might be.
It is a very faint hope, Asriel thought. Our sorcerer has shown no inclination so far to leave things to chance.
Granted, but it's not like we've got many other choices right now, I thought. And until we'd cut out the huge number of possibilities when it came to the placement of the final key, there wasn't much we could do there either. No matter how much Hunter might threaten or wish otherwise.
So, Stain said, my news has been dealt with. What's the next delicious puzzle you want me to solve?
I'm afraid it's a rather tedious one.
Which is precisely what computers are designed for. Give.
I hesitated, my gaze sweeping the room. You have checked for bugs recently, haven't you?
He snorted. Daily, my dear. And I have several of the latest noise screens up and running, just in case the Directorate or some other government department decides to get long-distance nosy about my activities.
Good. Because I wouldn't put it past Hunter to have this place wired for sound. Of course, I guess she really didn't need to, given that she still had at least 2 cazadors following me about astrally, and at least one of those was still reporting back truthfully. I supposed I just had to hope it was Markel on duty right now, not the other one. I took a deep breath in an effort to calm the tension running through me, then added, according to the bastard who was my father, the 3rd key lies in the southeast, on a palace whose coat of arms lies the wrong way around.
Stain blinked. Well, that's not exactly an expansive clue, is it?
No. I've done a search and come up with thousands of possibilities, I need you to pin it down, and if possible within the next 6 hours." He clasped his hands, then stretched them out in front of his body, cracked his knuckles. "Well, we'd better get down to it then, hadn't we? You waiting around or checking out Jance's address?"
"The latter."
"And come back in 6 hours if I haven't contacted you sooner."
"Will do."
I gulped down the remainder of my coffee, put the cup in the sink, which was already half filled with unwashed dishes, then walked back over and dropped a kiss on Stain's cheek.
"Thank you."
His grin was decidedly impudent. "You do know that another crate of bubbles would be far more appreciated than a kiss. As lovely as a kiss is, obviously. Consider it done." I got out my phone and ordered him 2. Who knew when I'd get the chance otherwise? "Thank you, my dear. My liver appreciates it." "So does your wallet, no doubt," I said, voice dry. "Especially considering you're undoubtedly making a nice profit on them." "On some of them, definitely. But me and the liver have acquired quite a taste for bubbles." I stepped toward Asriel, then hesitated and glanced back at Stain. "Get the rest of those screens up, now." His smile faded. "On it, boss. You take care of yourself."
"We will."
With that, Asriel wrapped his arms around my waist, tugged me closer, then whisked us out of there. We reappeared in the middle of a park. A pretty park, but still a park, rather than the expected apartment. I blinked and looked around, then caught sight of the golden turret atop the Sydney Tower, and realized what had happened. Asriel couldn't actually take us to any place neither of us had been. We were here rather than Jance's apartment, simply because I'd been through Hyde Park, and it was the closest we could get to the Elizabeth Street building.
"I can use static images as reference points," he commented, "as long as they're detailed enough."
Which is something we'll undoubtedly have to do later. I stepped away, then caught his hand and led the way. "A building in this part of town is going to have high-level security. You might have to influence the guard to let us in."
"That will not be a problem."
It never was. We walked down to the streetlights. Dashing through Sydney traffic was never a good idea. Not if you value your life, that was. And I hardly wanted to survive the Razik only to get sideswiped by a mad Sydney motorist. Then back to the building. The entrance was discreet and the foyer plush, a palette of golds mingling with dark woods and clever lighting. A guard, also clad in muted gold, looked up from his desk and gave us a smile.
"And how may I help you folks today?"
His voice was as smooth and welcoming as his smile, despite the fact that we certainly didn't look like the type of folks who would know anyone wealthy enough to own a place like this, let alone be able to afford it ourselves. Which, of course, was rather deceptive, given that I could. Hell, I could buy the whole damn building had I wanted to. Mum certainly hadn't left me poor, in any way, shape, or form. "We have a meeting with Harrison Jance in—" I hesitated, making a show of looking at my watch. "Precisely 5 minutes." The guard frowned.
"I'm afraid that's impossible, because Mr. Jance said it was urgent,"
Asriel cut in, and waved a hand, doing his thought-altering bit. The guard's expression didn't change.
"Of course, but I'll have to speak with Mr. Jance first."
"Fine," I said, but raised my eyebrows at Asriel. How is that going to get us in when Jance isn't there? I thought.
"He might not be, but our guard will nevertheless hear the expected response, and we will be cleared to go upstairs,"
Asriel thought. You're a man of never-ending talents.
And I haven't even begun to unveil the full depths of some talents yet.
His mental tones were bland, but there was a hint of amusement running through the background of his thoughts, and a decidedly cheeky smile creasing the corners of his blue eyes.
But it will be my great pleasure to reveal one particular talent over our years together, if the fates so allow.
I grinned. And I, dear Reaper, cannot wait, I thought. Especially if that so-called talent was what I suspected it was. And really, if what we'd shared was but a taste of what he could do to me, then I was going to be happier and far more contented than a pig in shit.
I cannot see why you would equate a pig to your own future happiness. That makes no sense.
His thought was distracted. The guard had made the call and was currently having a conversation with the non-existent Jance. You've obviously never witnessed the joy of a pig rolling in mud and shit.
Nor do I want to.
How about if I roll around in mud?
That I would definitely watch.
He glanced at the guard, who froze instantly, the phone still held to his ear. Then added softly,
"But then my idea of heaven is being with you, no matter what you do or where you are."
I smiled, twined one hand through his, then rose on tiptoes and kissed him, long and tender. Eventually I added, "Who knew you were such a romantic, Reaper?" He raised a hand and brushed my cheek gently.
Who knew I would have so much to live for? Certainly not me. Not before I met you.
And who knew everything I was looking for would come wrapped up in such a stoic, stubborn, frustrating, and absolutely wonderful being who isn't even of this world? He laughed, the sound warm and rich.
There's a compliment in there somewhere, I'm sure.
Maybe, maybe not, I replied, amused. He smiled, then glanced at the guard and released him. The guard placed the phone receiver down, then said,
"Mr. Jance has cleared your entry into the building." "Excellent," Asriel said. "Thank you very much." "No problems." The guard put a couple of security cards on the table, followed by a sign-in book. "ID?"
I showed him my driver's license, then signed for both of us. He added,
"These will get you into the elevator area and through security screens on the 7th floor." "And Mr. Jance is in apartment A?" Asriel said. "He certainly is." The guard smiled again. "Just return the passes as you're exiting." "Thank you," Asriel repeated, then tugged me forward, leading the way to the lift area. I swiped the card through the slot, then pressed the button for the 7th floor. As the doors closed and the lift began to move smoothly upward, I said, "Given Lauren has a habit of setting traps or blowing shit up, it might be wise if we presume the worst and reconnoiter in energy form before we physically enter Jance's apartment." "There is also the apartment security system to deal with. It is activated, so even if there are no sorcery surprises, we would need to disconnect that."
I glanced at him. How did the police get in if the place was alarmed?
"Building security has an override. I retrieved it from the guard's thoughts."
He glanced at the floor indicator.
"You had better become a Dea. We're almost there."
I wrapped my fingers around my phone, then took a deep, steadying breath and reached for that part of me that was a Dea. Energy surged in response, sweeping through me like a heated tide, numbing pain and dulling sensation as it invaded every muscle, every cell, breaking them down and tearing them apart, until my flesh no longer existed and I became one with the air. Until I held no substance, no form, and could not be seen or heard or felt by anyone or anything who wasn't Reaper or Adea. The lift came to a halt and the doors opened. Asriel led the way, his reaper form bright and golden in the warm light of the corridor. We swept under the glass security doors, then headed towards the apartments. There were only 2 on this floor, and Jantz's was the one on the Hyde Park side of the building. I slithered in through the small gap between the door and the floor, then paused and looked around. The apartment was absolutely beautiful. It was minimalist in design and one vast open space, the kitchen, dining, and living areas flowing into one another seamlessly. The wall facing the park was all glass doors that could fold back completely, allowing entry onto the gently curving balcony from wherever you were in the main room. Chairs, tables, and mats were the same white as the walls, and the floor was white marble. The only colour in the place was the dark wood of the kitchen cabinets and the long entertainment unit that lined one internal wall. There was nothing out of place, and nothing, as far as I could see or sense, that spoke of our sorceress or any of her nasty spells or creatures. Not yet, anyway. I moved into the bedroom. There was more colour here, splashes of red among the bed furnishings and deeper gold in the ensuite. Still no magic, and no obvious bombs. If she has set such a trap, Asriel thought, she would hardly make it obvious. True, I thought. I drifted back into the main room and headed left, past the entrance door and into the 3 rear rooms. One was a laundry, one was a bathroom, and the final one a spare bedroom. I still couldn't feel any magic, and there certainly wasn't hellspawn of any kind waiting for us. I went back to the main living area and stopped. You know, this doesn't feel right. At every other place she has had something prepared for us, so why not here? I thought. It could just be that, in these forms, we are unable to sense whatever it is she has waiting, Asriel thought. Maybe. I spun around and headed for the security pad near the front door. What's the override code? 7491. I called to the Adea again, but siphoned the power into my arm, down into my fingertips, imagining them alone gaining flesh rather than the rest of me. The energy surged, and in an instant, fingers appeared, seemingly floating in mid-air. I typed in the override code and watched the light stop flashing and turn green. We should be all right, I thought, half turning around. And in that very instant, the apartment exploded into a million different pieces. Chapter 5. Heat hit me, a wave so fierce and strong that I was little more than dust before it, tumbling and twisting and burning as it blew me through the apartment, then out the window. Concrete and metal, glass and wood, and God knows what else surrounded me as I was flung from the building, the force of the blast throwing me over the street and into the park. I hit the ground hard enough to bounce, even in energy form, and tumbled several feet farther before I came to a halt. I lay where I fell for several seconds, winded and shocked. Every part of me burned with the force and the heat of the blast, and yet incredibly I was alive and not hurt. Being in energy form had undoubtedly saved my life. Asriel. My mental tones were little more than a croak. Here. His energy briefly ran across the edges of me, as if he were reaching out with one hand and clasping mine. I think that is what you would call a lucky break, he thought. Yeah, but it also means Lauren was here after the police had investigated Jantz's apartment. Otherwise it would have taken them out rather than almost getting us. And that meant it might be worth pulling up the security tapes to see who had entered Jantz's apartment after he'd been reported missing. Unless, of course, Lauren had used magic to get in and out of the apartment. If she'd known Jance well enough to either use his name and identity or employ him to pick up her parcels, then she would have been familiar with his place. Magicking in and out in that case certainly wouldn't have proved a problem. I shifted my still tingling particles enough to see the building. On the 7th floor, where Jance's apartment had been, there was now a huge, gaping hole. The apartments above and below had sustained some damage, but not as much as I'd expected from the force of the explosion. Or maybe it just seemed huge because we'd been energy ourselves. Smoke and dust billowed through the shattered remains of the glass doors, though from where I was I couldn't see flames. Sirens were going off everywhere, and people were evacuating both Jance's building and the buildings on either side, running down the pavement, away from the destruction.
If that is the case, there might not be anything in the apartment to find. Maybe it was Jance himself who was the danger,
Azriel thought.
Possibly, but we should check what is left of that apartment, just in case any fires within destroy what the blast did not.
He finished, resignation heavy in his mental tones.
Are you sure you're feeling up to it? It has not been an easy few days, and your energy levels are yet to recover, despite both our revive session and the sleep you've had.
Revive session? What a nondescript way of putting great sex, I thought. Amusement ran through his thoughts.
Economy of words is always best when even the most descriptive of sentences could never do justice to what we share.
And if there's one thing that's been a constant since you arrived on the scene, it's your economy with words, I thought. I forced myself upward. Pain slivered through my particles, but it was distant, dull. No major damage, I gathered, though I suspected I might have one hell of a headache when I finally regained human form. We went back to the apartment, slipping quickly through the smoke and into the ruins of the once beautiful main living area. Everything that had survived was little more than broken, scorched bits. Even the marble floors were blackened and cracked. There wasn't much hope of finding anything here. I drifted into the bedroom. Though this room had sustained less damage than the living room, a fire was beginning to burn here, and it was catching fast. I did a quick look around, but didn't see anything more than the last time. I retreated and moved to the rear of the apartment.
There's less damage here,
Azriel thought.
It does look as if the bomb had been positioned to take out whoever disarmed the security system.
And that suggests maybe Jance disappeared of his own accord, and this bomb was a security measure on Lauren's part, just in case he came back.
Possibly.
I still think there has to be something here, something we've missed.
If there was something to be found in the living area, then there is little chance of recovering it.
I know. Just as I knew the only way I might be able to feel something was to regain human form. I swung around, studying the floors and walls. There were no gaping holes, and aside from a few cracks, nothing to indicate that any of the walls in this area was in immediate danger of collapse. The smoke and the fire were both a threat, but if I was quick, it should be okay.
Let me reform first,
Azriel thought, and immediately did so. I watched, body tense, or as tense as energy particles could be, waiting for something to happen, for the broken building to react in some way, or for some spell or demon to materialize. Nothing did. He glanced at me and nodded. I called to the Adea, felt her sweep through me, and in very little time I was standing beside Azriel. A heartbeat after that, the air, thick with dust and smoke and heat, caught in my throat and sent me into a coughing fit. But as I half bent over, trying to get clean air into my lungs, I felt it. A sliver of dark energy. One I'd felt before, and which belonged to our sorceress.
This is insane, Asriel growled. You shouldn't.
There is something here, I cut in hoarsely. Some sort of magic. He frowned.
I cannot feel anything beyond your discomfort.
That doesn't make it any less here. I stood upright, but the minute I did, the sensation went away. All I could feel was the thick dust. All I could hear was the crackle of fire, the groan of broken walls, and the wail of sirens drawing close. I frowned, bent over again, and the sensation reappeared. This way. I followed the tenuous trail out of the bedroom, stepping over chunks of marble and concrete, trying not to breathe in too much of the dust and smoke. My throat burned, and I needed water badly, but there was no way I'd leave this place until I found whatever that slight tease of magic was. The trail led into the small laundry, of all places. I paused, looking around, trying to pinpoint the sliver of darkness. After a moment, I moved to the cupboard near the washer-dryer. When I opened the door, the laundry hamper slid out, half filled with shirts, undies, and socks. Somewhat reluctantly, wishing I had some gloves so I didn't have to touch used undies with bare hands, I fished around. My fingertips soon brushed something solid near the bottom. I caught it and pulled it out.
As dark magic goes, that pair of trousers looks particularly unthreatening, Asriel commented.
Don't they just? They also felt rather heavy. I explored each of the pockets and, from the last one, pulled out a phone. Its surface crawled with the dark sensation of magic. I handed it to Asriel, then tossed the pants back into the hamper. Can you feel it? He nodded and turned the vidphone over, studying it.
I do not believe it is spelled as such. It simply feels as if magic has leached into its surface.
Can magic leach into surfaces? I barely managed to get the words out when I started coughing again. The smoke was getting thicker, the heat stronger, and the emergency response vehicles had stopped on the street outside. We had to get out of here. He shrugged.
I am not familiar enough with magic to answer that question, but the Brindle witches might be able to.
They probably could, but I'd already jeopardized their safety enough. I wasn't about to take this phone to them and risk either setting off a spell we couldn't detect, or bringing the wrath of the sorceress down on them.
Then what do you wish to do? Asriel said. As you noted, we must get out of here.
Let's go to the directorate, I said. Maybe Uncle Rowan, or at least someone in the directorate, will be able to break whatever security's on the phone and trace who it belongs to. He raised his eyebrows even as he reached for me.
And if there is a spell?
They have more than enough witches and plenty of spell-nullifying rooms to cope with it. I shoved my hand into my pocket and wrapped my fingers around my phone again.
Good plan,
he said, and zipped us out of there. I do have them occasionally, I said as we reappeared in front of the inconspicuous green glass building that housed the directorate.
Apparently so.
His voice was dry. I ignored the comment, and after tugging my clothes into some semblance of order, fished my phone out of my pocket and walked toward the directorate's main entrance. Call Rowan, I said, and a heartbeat later his image appeared on the vidscreen.
I was wondering when you'd get around to me,
he said, a smile touching his lips, but little in the way of amusement in his eyes. I need to talk to you ASAP.
Don't bother, because I have no intention.
It's not about that, I cut in, not wanting him to say too much in case it wasn't Markel astrally following us about. The Cazadors generally weren't able to track our movements through the grey fields, but they would have heard me mentioning going to the Directorate and might already be here. Travelling on the astral field was as simple and as easy as travelling via Reaper. Well, not entirely. I need your help.
Where are you?
Just about to enter the Directorate foyer.
I'll be down in a minute.
The screen went dead. I shoved my phone away and stepped through the Directorate's main entrance. Pale blue light swept my length as I did so, the only visible indication of the vast array of scanners installed in this place. They all had one purpose: to protect those within. Not even a gnat could get into the Directorate without security being aware of it, let alone anyone armed with some form of weapon, be it metal, plastic, or laser. Of course, there wasn't a sensor in the world capable of detecting the presence of our swords. Naturally, Amaya commented, her mental tones haughty. Superior we are. A point with which I couldn't disagree. Even so, I couldn't help thinking, at least the weapons of this world don't scream at inopportune moments. Problem theirs, she thought. No point in not screaming. It scares more than steel. I guess that was another point I couldn't argue with. I walked over to the comfy chairs situated to one side of the foyer and sat, legs crossed, to wait for Uncle Rowan. Security frowned at us.
Can I help you, miss? It's all right, Mac, Rowan said as he came around the corner. In the foyer's light, his red hair gleamed like fire. These two are here at my request.
I rose and walked toward him. His sharp grey gaze briefly swept me.
You really need to get some rest in the next 24 hours. You look like shit.
Well, thanks. I kissed his cheeks. It's good to see you too. He half smiled, but it didn't lift the seriousness in his eyes.
I mean it. You can't keep running on empty, Rhys. It won't do anyone any good.
His gaze moved beyond me, and he made a slight nod of acknowledgement.
Nice to see you, Reaper. See, I am not the only one who notices these things, Asriel thought, even as he said out loud, and you.
Rowan's gaze returned to mine.
What's the problem?
I prefer it if we were somewhere secure. Too many possible listeners hanging about out in the open.
The Directorate's foyer has more anti-listening devices than most secure offices could even dream of.
But his gaze flickered briefly beyond me, and I knew then he'd caught my meaning.
But if it would make you feel better, come along.
He swung around and led us to the lifts. No one spoke as we headed down into the true heart of the Directorate. The 10 levels above ground might be the public face of the Directorate, but it was here, in the 5 stories underground, where the Guardians were housed and trained, and where the liaisons, the people who filed the Guardians' reports, who catered to their everyday needs and who gave them their assignments, operated. The lift came to a halt and the door slid open. The thick smell of vampire swept in, and underneath it ran the sweeter scent of shifters. Once upon a time, this section of the Directorate had operated mainly at night, simply because most Guardians had been vampires. But over the last 15 years or so, more shifters and psychics had been employed to cover daytime operations. Rowan led us through a maze of halls, then finally stopped and slapped his palm against a scanner. The door slid open. He stepped to one side and waved me in. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with little more than a coffee machine and a table that had half a dozen chairs scattered around it. It was also a room protected by magic. It caressed my skin, a touch that was warm and yet filled with power. It wasn't as strong or as ancient as the force that protected the Brindle, but it wasn't something anyone sane would want to mess around with.
Okay, Rowan said, heading for the coffee machine. What's the problem? Our sorceress just blew up a rather expensive Sydney apartment, which undoubtedly explains the torn state of your clothing and the smell of smoke. He cut in. I gather the bomb was meant for whoever owns the apartment, rather than you.
We think so, I said. It didn't detonate until we deactivated the security system.
Rowan punched several buttons on the coffee machine, then said, How did you survive the blast?
We were in energy form, so it simply blew us out, rather than up. We were lucky.
Apparently so.
He didn't make the obvious comment that one day we wouldn't be, though I could almost see the thought cross his mind.
Why did she destroy the apartment? Who owned it?
I pulled a chair closer to the table, then sat down and told him about Harrison Jantz. We're not sure why Jantz has disappeared, but if our sorceress set the bomb to take him out, rather than destroy any evidence she might have left there, then we need to find Jantz ourselves, and fast.
Which is why you're here?
He carried 2 mugs of coffee over and handed me one. Yes, but also because of this. I glanced at Asriel. He placed the phone we'd discovered at the apartment on the table. The same sort of magic Lauren uses clings to its surface, so we doubt it's Jantz's. We were wondering if the witches here could diffuse whatever spell might be on this thing, then trace the owner.
It's more than likely a burn phone. I mean, surely your sorceress wouldn't be daft enough to leave something like this behind at the scene of her crime.
It was in a pair of men's pants. Maybe she forgot it was in there when they were tossed into the laundry basket.
He frowned. Why would your sorceress be leaving men's pants in Jantz's apartment?
Because she's a multi-shifter who can take on both male and female forms. I hesitated. She has in the past taken my form, so be really careful if you get an unexpected call from me requesting a meeting somewhere private.
All the calls I get from you are unexpected.
His voice was dry.
But I do see your point. No clandestine meetings with you from now on, then.
I'm serious, Uncle Rowan. I have no idea how much this bitch knows about me, but I don't want to risk your life any more than I already have.
Rhys, he said gently. I'm a guardian. Danger is an inherent part of my job.
I know, and that's not what I meant. He smiled.
I appreciate the concern, but I will not.
I know, but you don't understand. Lauren is the least of your problems when it comes to danger. Hunter is not only the head of the organization you work for, but undoubtedly knows which button she needs to push to get to you. She's already killed Jack, and she's threatened me with not only your safety, but everyone else I care about. She will carry through with those threats, and nothing, not this place, not being a guardian, will protect you from her. She's not human, she's...
No one you should be going up against, a deep voice said.
I jumped, splashing coffee across my hand as I swung around. The man who'd entered was bald, average-sized, with weather-worn features and sharp green eyes. He neither looked nor felt dangerous, and yet he was possibly the most dangerous person inside the Directorate, aside from Hunter herself. This was Jack Parnell, Senior Vice President of the Directorate, and the man in charge of the entire Guardian Division. He also happened to be Madeline Hunter's half-brother. It's not like I want to go up against her. I put my coffee down and rubbed my hand on the leg of my jeans to dry it. In fact, it's the one thing I'm trying to avoid, but she's...
I know what she is,
Jack cut in. He walked across to the coffee machine and pressed a button.
I'm also aware of what she might desire.
I think might desire is putting it a little too mildly, don't you? He flashed me a smile, but it held little in the way of warmth.
Perhaps, but I have been aware of my sister's ambitions for quite a while, and as much as I am able, have been attempting to keep some control over them.
Control? I retorted. How is allowing her to kill Jack keeping some control over the situation?
Rhys, Rowan murmured. Calm down.
Something within me snapped. Damn it, no! I won't! I can't! I've been pulled from pillar to post by the wants and desires of just about every other damn person on this planet, and some beyond it, and I'm getting a little tired of it. This isn't about me calming down. This is about me trying to save not only your butt, but the butts of everyone else on this planet if either of the psycho bitches who have designs on the last key actually gets her mitts on it. I stopped and took a deep breath. Uncle Rowan's expression swung between surprise and amusement. I couldn't say what Jack was feeling, because, like most vampires, he could control his emotions to the extreme when he wanted to. And right now he apparently wanted to. I met his bright gaze. I know she's your sister, but surely to God even you can see that her gaining control of both the High Vampire Council and the key would not be a very good thing.
I didn't mention the keys when I talked to him about Jack, Rowan murmured. No, he didn't.
Jack gave Rowan a somewhat severe look.
But he didn't need to. I have, as I said, been aware of the situation for some time, and I'm sorry about Jack. That was unfortunate.
He had been aware, and yet he hadn't done a damn thing. And because of that, Jack had died. I slapped a hand on the table and thrust to my feet. And will Rowan's death be unfortunate? I exploded again, waving a hand at him. Will Aunt Riley's? Where are you going to draw the line?
Rhys, enough, Rowan warned softly. Let the man explain.
I opened my mouth to argue, then met Rowan's gaze and closed it again, suddenly aware of the fury building near the coffee machine. Jack might be able to control his emotions, but right now they were extremely close to erupting. I sat down, wrapped my fingers around my coffee cup, and waited. After a moment, Jack walked across to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Every move was measured, considered. He sipped his coffee, saying nothing, and while that sense of fury didn't ebb, the sensation of imminent danger eventually did.
My sister, he said after a few minutes, deserves the chance to step away.
My gaze flashed to his. What?
Rhys, Rowan warned again. I glared at him but shut up. She started the Directorate, Jack said. And she has spent centuries protecting this world and its people. I cannot and will not go up against her without giving that history the respect it is due.
Whatever good she's done here and elsewhere in the past doesn't give her a pass for unleashing known killers on innocent people, I said. That's the premise the whole Directorate was built on, wasn't it? Protecting humanity from supernatural predators?
I'm well aware of what the Directorate stands for.
Jack's voice was mild, but there was a note in it that chilled.
My sister may have founded the Directorate, but I helped build it to what it is today. Never forget that.
I wouldn't, but I had to wonder if Hunter had. Had to wonder if, in the end, it came down to a choice, whether Jack would side with his sister or the organization he'd helped build. His comments earlier suggested the latter, and I certainly hoped that was the case. I very much suspected Jack was, in his own way, as dangerous as Hunter. The two of them together might be nigh on unbeatable.
Besides, he continued, there was no confirmation that the vampire who killed Jack was sent there by my sister. Rowan interviewed him when he was first captured, but a formal interview never occurred and the suspect died while being transported here. I will not move on her, officially or otherwise, without definitive proof of wrongdoing.
Oh, how convenient, I muttered, though I had to admit the news did surprise me. I really had thought Hunter would use that vampire to lure Rowan into doing something rash, like confronting her. Instead, he'd confronted me, and had probably saved his life by doing so. Of course, once her plan was so obviously foiled, Hunter had simply erased the evidence by erasing the vampire. I contemplated Jack for a moment, then slowly said, I guess it's fortunate that I taped his confession then, isn't it?
You did,
Rowan said, expression annoyed.
And why didn't you hand it over when I confronted you about Jack's death?
I raised an eyebrow. Would you, given the situation? The woman who runs this place is your boss, and she has God knows how many people under her thumb. Even if you didn't do as she wanted, confront her, I'm betting the taped confession would soon have disappeared.
I want you to hand over that confession to me, Jack said. That is evidence, and you should not.
I'll send you a copy, I cut in. But I'm keeping the original as a security measure. Jack smiled, and there was something almost sad about it.
Do you think, for a second, that one vampire's confession will be enough to curb my sister's activities? If you do, then you have no real understanding of her.
I understand her plenty. I met his gaze, judging him as he undoubtedly was judging me, seeing not only the remaining embers of fury in his eyes, but the growing fires of resignation. He knew a war was coming. He knew the time had come to make a stand. But she hasn't got the key yet, and she hasn't taken over the council yet, and the existence of that tape might well force her to at least place her plans on a temporary hold. And that might just give us the time we need to find the key and stop darkness being unleashed on the world. Whether that darkness was hell itself or Hunter didn't really matter. Jack drank some coffee as he contemplated me. Eventually he said,
She will know where the confession came from. That might well place you in a difficult situation.
It couldn't be any more difficult. My voice was grim. She's given me 24 hours, of which there are now just under 22 hours left, to find and hand over the next key. Otherwise, she'll start picking off people close to me. Jack closed his eyes.
Rowan swore and said, Which is the reason you told Riley and Quinn to get the hell out of town.
And why I need you out. I held out a hand to halt his almost instinctive refusal. I know, but you could at least get Leander somewhere safe. She may value you too much to actually kill you, no matter what she's threatened otherwise. But Leander is another matter entirely. That hit home. Leander was, after all, his soulmate, and very few wolves could survive such a death. Riley had, but then she'd also had Quinn.
Done,
he said, and jumped up. He moved across to the other side of the room and made the call. I met Jack's gaze again. You said you were keeping some control over the situation. Is there any way at all you can protect Rowan?
I will talk to her, he said heavily.
and make it known that all Directorate personnel are off-limits. That by touching one, she sets the Guardian Division on a collision course with her.
How much protection that would provide was anyone's guess, but given that Hunter appeared to value her brother's opinion, or rather she did if comments she'd made in the past were anything to go by, it was better than nothing. And the keys, or her takeover attempt of the High Council? He half shrugged.
I have never gotten involved in High Council politics, and have no intention of doing so now. I do not care one way or the other, whether it is ruled by a committee or a force of one.
Others don't quite see it that way.
I'm well aware of that.
His expression was grim.
I have been on this earth for a very long time, young Risa, and I have not survived by keeping my head in the sand and being unaware.
Duly chastened, but still not backing away, I said, "Will your sister listen to you? She's gone a little off the deep end since the death of her lover. Though I personally suspected she'd well and truly jumped into the crazy pool before that death. Her lover's murder had just made it more obvious."
I have not seen her much since then, so you could be right.
Jack drained his coffee, then tossed the cup in the bin and rose.
I'll arrange a meeting with her immediately. In the meantime, do nothing to antagonize her.
I have no intention of contacting her until the 24-hour deadline is near. Whether she'd contact me, antagonize me, was another matter entirely.
If you don't bite back at her, it should not provide a problem,
Asriel thought. Easier said than done, I'm afraid.
Not if you recall the faces of those she might destroy out of sheer spite.
I glanced at him. He raised an eyebrow as if daring me to contradict the statement. But I couldn't, because it was true. I simply had to control my temper. No ifs, buts, or maybes.
Good, Jack said. But be careful, Risa. Those who oppose my sister are no angels either.
Something I'm well aware of. But if push came to shove, I'd use them, and anyone else for that matter, to protect my friends, and to stop the crazies from ruining the world. Jack walked from the room. I released a long, slow breath, then downed my coffee in several quick gulps. That had turned out a whole lot better than I'd hoped, but it could have very easily gone the other way, and I knew it.
Leander is, as we speak, jumping in his car and heading to parts unknown, Rowan said, as he returned to the table. He won't contact me for the next 48 hours.
What about his phone and the GPS in his car? They can both be used to trace him.
He'll disable both. He has not been the sole mate of a Guardian for so long without picking up a trick or two. 48 hours is long enough, Asriel commented. One way or another, things will be sorted by then.
I shot him another glance. I thought you said we had a week, I thought.
No, I said we had no more than a week, he thought.
His expression gave little away, but I could feel the turmoil in him, the uncertainty, and that scared the hell out of me.
That timetable has since been revised.
Meaning our actions have revised it. But what actions? Finding Jance, blowing up his apartment, or talking to Rowan and Jack?
It doesn't matter, Asriel thought. The timetable is what it is now, and at the very least it gives us a shorter period to survive.
And you'd better survive, Reaper, I thought, mental tones fierce. Or I will not be happy.
You can be assured that I would be decidedly unimpressed with anything short of survival myself. I get the feeling, Rowan commented, that there's a completely different conversation happening right now.
I glanced at him and smiled. Yeah, sorry. I slid the phone we'd found at Jantz's across to him. Can you let me know the minute you find any information about who owns this?
Can do, he said. And I'll watch my back. I'll even ensure I have people I trust around me at all times. Will that assuage your concerns?
Some, I admitted.
Good.
He studied me for a minute, and something in his eyes hardened. The Guardian, rising once more to the surface.
Then you need to assuage mine. You will not tackle Hunter without outside help, will you?
I licked my lips. Look, I know you mean...
This isn't a request, he cut in, voice flat. And there is no refusing. There is only yes, or there's me walking out of this room right now and confronting her myself.
I stared at him. That's blackmail.
Too right it is, and I don't care. I want your word, Risa, that the minute you even contemplate contacting the forces that oppose Hunter, you'll also contact me. I know that you've already made this promise to Riley and Quinn, and you will damn well extend it to me, and keep it. Otherwise, I'll do as I threatened.
He would, too. To keep me safe, he'd risk his own damn life. You're fucking crazy, Uncle Rowan, I muttered, then flung myself into his arms. And God, I love you for it. His arms went around me and held me tight. After a moment, he kissed the top of my head and said, I can take that as a yes.
You can.
I stepped away, then thrust a hand across my eyes, wiping away a defiant tear. My phone rang, and the tone told me it was Ileana. My stomach flip-flopped, though I wasn't sure whether it was fear or just pregnancy reasserting itself. I dragged the vid phone out of my pocket, hit the answer button and said, Is there a problem?
Other than you and then Azriel making quick exits and not getting back to me to let me know you're both okay?
She said, voice mild but holding a hint of censure. Yeah, besides that, I said, voice contrite. And I'm sorry.
I know, she cut in. I'm just feeling tired and stressed and bitchy because of it. Anyway, you need to get your butts over here. We have to talk.
How urgent is this?
Very, if you want to protect the people you care about. Then I'll be right over. See you soon. She hung up.
I put the phone away, then gave Rowan a smile. Gotta go. Talk to you soon.
I damn well hope so.
I half-stepped toward Azriel, then stopped and turned to face Rowan again. Clairvoyance wasn't one of my stronger psychic skills, but when it hit, it wasn't often wise to ignore it. And right now, it was hitting hard. I hesitated, then said, I don't suppose I could borrow that ring Leander gave you for your anniversary last year. Can I? He glanced down at the small, unobtrusive ring on his left hand.
Why?
My hesitation was longer this time. Because, as of this minute, I have a horrible feeling I might need it to find you sometime in the future. And while I hope to God I'm wrong, given everything that has happened over the last few days, I just don't want to take any sort of chance.
If something went wrong and I went missing, Riley would find me.
He eyed me for a minute, his expression thoughtful.
You know that.
I know, but the twin connection can be disrupted by magic or drugs. And you know that.
True.
He studied me for a moment longer, then tugged the ring off his finger and dropped it into my hand.
Just don't lose it. Leander will kill me. And you.
I won't. I shoved it onto my left thumb, the only place it was secure given that his fingers were thicker than mine. Plus, it was safer than merely putting it in my pocket. But if either our sorceress or hunter decided to snatch you, and there was no way we could find or rescue you, then Riley would likely kill me. Amusement filled his tone, though it failed to break the concerned glitter in his eyes.
But only after she'd rescued me, and you wouldn't be the only one on the receiving end of the lecture.
I half smiled. Riley's lectures had become somewhat infamous over the years, but they were born from both fear and relief, and we all knew that. They usually ended with a fierce hug and a plea not to scare her like that again anyway, so it was all good. I stepped forward, dropped a kiss on his cheek, then said, "Just be careful. This is one case where I'm more than happy to have instinct proven wrong."
As am I. Go. I'll get the phone information to you the minute I can.
We went. A heartbeat later, we were once more standing within the halls of the Brindle. The magic reacted immediately, crawling across my skin like electric gnats, its feel sharp, probing.
Kiandra might have recently woven some exceptions into the barrier that protected this place, to allow for our comings and goings, but the Brindle wasn't about to let us enter unchallenged any more than it would evil. And while I wasn't evil, I was no longer flesh and blood, and the magic was always going to react to that, regardless. You were never just flesh and blood.
Asriel caught my hand and tugged me forward. Up ahead, near the door that led into the Brindle's shadowed inner sanctuary, a tunic-clad witch waited.
Your heritage is a Dea as much as werewolf, and it is that bloodline which has always allowed you to sense the magic in this place.
Just this place? I queried, remembering my reaction to the sacred site where Tau had consumed the fire spirit to save Ileana's life. Asriel glanced at me.
Neither a Dea nor Reaper can enter that place. That the magic lets you pass rather than forbid your entry is something I cannot explain.
Risa, Asriel, the brown-haired witch said softly as we approached. Please follow me. She turned and led us through the door, then down a flight of stairs to a hall that was lined with darkly stained timber and filled with shadows. Sconces flickered on as we approached, then went dark once we'd passed, fueled by magic rather than electricity. We turned right at the end of this hall and went down a second set of stairs and into another hallway. Our guide stopped about halfway down and knocked on a plain wooden door. Then, without waiting for an answer, she opened it and ushered us in. I realized almost immediately where we were: Zaira's office. It was a small and sweet-smelling room, with little more than a very large old wooden desk, a leather chair that had seen better days, and shelves that lined all available wall space. Books were everywhere, crowding not only the shelves but much of the floor space, a riot of leather-bound color that lent warmth to the otherwise barren room. The smell within the room was divine, and I took a deep, appreciative breath. There was nothing quite like the scent of old books, even when it was almost overwhelmed by the richer scents of lavender and rose. Ileana and Kiandra were both sitting near the old desk, and they looked up as we entered. Ileana's gaze skimmed us, then she smiled.
Not only alive, but apparently in one piece. It's a miracle.
You have no idea just how much of a miracle it is. I wrapped my arms around her and gave her a brief but fierce hug. I really am sorry I didn't let you know earlier.
Forgiven, Ileana said. I guess you have been kinda busy, what with trying to save the world and all. Yeah. My gaze went to Keandra's. The Razik are no longer a problem. There was something of an intervention by both the Fates and the Adea who still haunt that place. She nodded, her expression pleased, though I had a suspicion it wasn't exactly news to her. And the sorceress went to hell, literally. I'm not sure she stayed there, though. Which is the precise reason we made these. Ileana held up what looked like a half-dozen multicolored ribbons twined together, then looped through several creamy white stones to form a bracelet. I frowned. And what might they be, besides pretty? She grinned. Do you remember asking me to create something along the lines of the wards your father gave you, but for personal use? I nodded. I figured at the time it might be the only way to protect everyone I cared about from the Razik. It was a shame said stones couldn't also ward off the crazy that was Hunter. Well, when you made the mad dash home and Azriel came back with the wards, Keandra said that personal wards against the Razik was no longer the problem, and that wards against magic would be far more beneficial. Hence, pretty bracelets. My gaze met Keandra's. She smiled. And I was right, was I not? You certainly were, and thank you. She nodded and rose. Before I leave, is there anything else you wish help with? I hesitated, then said, You wouldn't be able to recommend someone with psychometry skills, would you? I need to trace the owner of a cufflink I found. And the owner is the sorceress? We think so. Then you will need a practitioner who has some ability to protect both herself and you against the dark magic, should there be a spell of some kind infused within the object. I frowned. If there was a spell, wouldn't I have set it off by now? I've had it for a while. Not necessarily. If the object were mine, I'd set the spell to trigger only when someone attempted to use it against me in some way. She pursed her lips for a moment, her expression thoughtful. Unfortunately, we have none capable of psychometry here at the Brindle at the moment. But I do know of someone outside these walls who may be able to help. I shall contact her and see if she is willing to see you. That would be fantastic. And again, thank you. It is in all our interest to aid you in whatever way we can. She paused, her gaze suddenly unfocusing. Power shivered through the air, its touch as sharp and as electric as the power that protected this place. You must trust your instincts, Risa, she said, voice soft. No matter how incredible it might seem at the time. And remember, safety lies in 4. Safety lies in 4? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Keandra blinked and the life came back into her eyes. She smiled, but there was concern in her expression. I told you once before there was someone in your life who was not what they seemed. That impression has grown stronger. Watch your back. She paused, her gaze flickering to Azriel. And you, Reaper, had better watch yours. Azriel bowed slightly. I thank you for the warning. Keandra half smiled. I shall leave Ileana to explain the intricacies of the bracelets. I will be in contact if I find someone willing to help you with the cufflink. With that, she left. I looked at Ileana. I don't suppose you can explain that somewhat cryptic message. The safety lies in 4 bit, you mean?
Not a chance. Kiandra's visions are often less than informative, unfortunately. Great. Though it wasn't like I could bitch, given all the help she was giving me otherwise. So, these bracelets. I carefully hooked a finger around one of them and plucked it from Liana's hand. Energy tingled across my fingertips, and the Dusan reacted immediately, spinning around to glare at it. Ileana blinked. That thing just moved again. Yeah, it does fairly regularly these days. Huh. I would love to know how. So would I, Asriel commented. The Dusan are not supposed to be active on this plane of existence. Ileana raised an eyebrow, amusement creasing in the corners of her green eyes. So it's like its owner, and keeps doing the unexpected. Definitely, Asriel commented, voice dry. But it does make for a more interesting existence. Undoubtedly. Ileana's amusement grew stronger. But to get back to the point, these will protect their wearers from most incantations and spells. Given you're somewhat more sensitive to magic than most non-practitioners, I imagine you will probably still feel any attack on you, but it will not be enough to influence you, or anyone else who wears them, in any way. It will not protect you from the darker forces, however. Darker forces meaning demon attack and the like, rather than actual spells and incantations. She hesitated. I'm not sure it will protect you against a spell with the full backing of blood magic behind it, but it should withstand most other magic. Which was a damn sight better than nothing. We've only managed to make 3 of these things, she continued. For safety's sake, Miri and I are going to stay here at the Brindle, so you might want to give one to Tau, and the other to Stain. Not Tau, I said immediately. Aside from the fact that if we can't find him, it's doubtful the sorcerer or even Hunter could, he at least has the elemental for protection. That thing seems to have a sixth sense when it comes to attack. Or even being touched. I shivered, and pain ghosted through my hands as I remembered my attempt to stop the elemental reaching Macedon. If Asriel hadn't been able to heal me, I would have been left with a useless limb. You're right. Her expression was thoughtful. And it's probably the only real protection he needs, when I think about it. I frowned. How so? It's obvious the fire that gave birth to the elementals still burns within the Macedon sacred site, and as long as it does, the elemental cannot be controlled by other forces of magic. But it can be destroyed by them, can't it? Yes, but it would take a lot of energy and strength. The elementals are a force of being as much as magic. Our dark sorceress has the strength, though. Yes, but it would drain her. With you so close on her tail, I don't think she'd risk it. Neither did I. Then what she'd said earlier actually hit me. Ileana, if destroying the fire will destroy the elemental, why don't we just do that to free Tau? Because it won't free Tau. It'd kill him. She grimaced. Trust me, I did think of that solution, but I'm afraid when Tau consumed the elemental, he forever changed his body chemistry. They are too intertwined now to separate. Kill one, and you kill the other. So our only hope is praying that Tau wins the battle for control. Or that, at the very least, they come to some sort of truce. I snorted. It's hard to imagine what sort of truce would work for 2 very different beings. Yes. There was sadness in her expression. She crossed her arms and said, Who do you plan to give the spare bracelet to? Uncle Rowan. He adamantly refuses to retreat to safe ground,
so this bracelet will at least afford him some protection. I handed the bracelet to Asriel. Could you please take it to him?
As long as you remain here under the Brindle's protection while I am gone.
I will. He immediately disappeared. I took the remaining two, slipping one over my right wrist and shoving the other into a pocket to give it to Stain later. The Dusan reacted immediately to the presence of the bracelet on my wrist, slithering up my arm, across my shoulders, then down my right arm. It was a weird sensation, not unlike my skin crawling, but interspersed with needle-sharp pinpricks that were a result of the Dusan's claws cutting into my skin, though she didn't draw blood. As the Dusan reached the ribbon and stone bracelet, her tail lifted from my skin, curled around the bracelet, then returned to my flesh. The bracelet went with it, pricking and itching as it leached into my skin. After a few seconds, it was little more than a multicolored tattoo that encircled my right wrist. The Dusan then retreated to my left arm and entwined around the leafy charm Ileana had given me earlier to protect, or at least mute, the force of any ordinary spell or gesh used against me. Though Lucian, who'd placed one such gesh on me, was no longer a problem, the sorceress was still out there, and who knew what kind of compulsion she might try if given half the chance. I held out my wrist. Is the magic still active? Ileana ran a hand around my wrist, her expression thoughtful, contemplative. Definitely. I wonder if I can figure out how the Dusan does this. If I could, it could herald in a whole new era in spell protection. And make you rich, I said with a grin. She glanced up, expression cross. I'm already rich. This is about... Ileana, I said gently. I was joking. She took a deep breath and slowly released it. Sorry. As I said, the pregnancy is making me bitchy. Of course, it could also be the meeting we've planned with Carwin tonight. Carwin was the stallion who's heard Ileana's parents, who were unaware Ileana was gay and already in a committed relationship with Miri, were pushing her to join. Ileana had been fighting against their wishes for a while now, but the truth was mares rarely remained without a herd. They usually went from their father's herd to their stallions, and quite often the match was chosen for political or monetary advantages, rather than love. I hope he's coming here. He is, she cut in. I'm hoping the Brindle will make him see that I belong here, not with him. I frowned. But you don't belong here. You said that yourself more times than I care to remember. I know, it's just... She paused and rubbed her arms. Ever since I came back here, it's felt oddly right. It's almost as if I've come home. A vague and definitely selfish sense of alarm ran through me. Things were changing. We were all changing. And no matter how much I might wish otherwise, there was no going back. Not to the way we were before my father, the Razik, and Lucian stepped into my life anyway. And while that might not necessarily be a bad thing, it nevertheless made me sad. But all I said was, your mother was under the impression you could never return to the Brindle until Kiandra was gone. She's right. I couldn't. At least not until recently. Not until all this key business started. It made me realize however much I might have disagreed with what was done so long ago to maintain the safety of this place, there was a need for it. And what was done? I said softly. Her gaze met mine. Sacrifices. Blood sacrifices. I frowned. But witches are against blood magic. Yes, we are.
It is the reason I swore never to return to the place while Keandra was present. She was the instigator. She raised the magic and forever tainted the soul of this place. Or so I thought. She took a deep breath and released it slowly, then gave me a quick, sharp smile. Anyway, I'm hoping Carwyn will see this place, see my place in it, and make the only logical decision. That being to walk away and not attempt to add you and Miri to his herd. No, because that would hurt both our families. She shrugged. The logical solution is to make it a joining in name only. That way he gets the alliance he wants, and I get the protection of his brand. And Miri? What does she get out of the deal? She, like me, gets the protection of his herd while still retaining her freedom. Plus, if she wants, she gets babies. She half smiled. She's bisexual, remember, and me being pregnant has made her somewhat broody. Then I hope Carwyn sees sense. So do I, she murmured. So do I. Azriel returned. Rowan is not happy about wearing something so feminine, he said, but has agreed to do so until told otherwise. He did comment that it was more Leander's style than his. I smiled. Leander would probably have painted his fingernails all the different colors of the ribbon, just for the fun of it. I gave Ileana another hug, wished her luck, then stepped into Azriel's arms and said, "Let's head back to Staines and see if he's had any luck with pinning the key location down." "It is unlikely," he said as we reappeared once again within the security shields protecting Staines' place. "Not enough time has passed since we assigned him the task." "I know, but what else can we do?" I glanced at the camera. "Stain, it's us again." "Come on up." The screen briefly shimmered, then died. I headed for the stairs and lightly ran up them. Stain was stationed at his bridge, but glanced around as we entered the main living room. As Azriel has already noted, even my computers can't come up with the answers that fast. I plopped down on one of the chairs and handed him the ribbon bracelet. "Put that on and don't take it off." He raised his eyebrows, even as he did as I ordered. "What is it?" "An early warning system against any sort of spell headed your way." He studied the twined ribbons, expression bemused. "Does it also protect against it?" "Against all but the really dark stuff." "Then it is now a permanent feature on my wrist." I smiled and got back to the business at hand. "So you have nothing for us yet?" "On the contrary, I currently have a list of over 1,000 places," he said. "Right now I'm programming in variables using historical records and photographs in an effort to cut down the numbers." I blinked. "Why are you using old records and photographs?" "Because it's rare for modern buildings to have a coat of arms designed onto them, let alone one that's been placed upside down or the wrong way around. And given it's not unusual for a building to be renamed when a new business takes it over, I'm also doing a search through business registration records." "Good point. But I can't justify sitting here doing nothing while the computers work. I need to be doing something." Needed to be seen to be doing something. I very much suspected Hunter would not be pleased to hear that I was sitting around twiddling my thumbs, waiting for answers to appear on screen. Stain blew out a somewhat frustrated-sounding breath. "I guess there's always a chance you could stumble on the right one." He leaned over and flicked a list across to another screen. A second later, my phone beeped. "That's the entire list of possibilities. I'll continue sorting through them, so let me know if you do find the correct building." "I will." I jumped to my feet, dragged out my phone, then brought up the list. The first town listed was Barnsdale, which was one of the largest towns in the East Gippsland region.
I'd only ever been there once, and that was when Ileana and I had decided to spend a week or so exploring the Gippsland Lakes district. I glanced at Asriel. "Can you take us there?" He nodded.
"Your memory of the place is hazy, but there's enough information for me to get us there."
"Good." I glanced at Stain. "Talk to you soon." He nodded. Asriel whisked us out of there, and in very little time we were standing in the shadows of Bairnsdale's beautiful old rotunda. It was situated in the gardens that were maintained on the wide median strip that divided the two sections of Main Street. I glanced around, vaguely recognizing several of the shops, then brought up maps on my phone and plugged in the addresses of the possible key locations. More than an hour later, we'd checked out all of them, and there was nary a key in sight. We repeated the process at the next two, much smaller towns, with exactly the same results. This is next to useless. I collapsed back onto a park seat somewhat dispiritedly.
"Yes," Asriel said, "but you were well aware that was a possibility before we started."
"Yeah, but I guess I was just hoping we might catch a break." I scrubbed a hand across my eyes. "I suppose the only thing we can do is head back to the office and hope like hell Stain comes through with a smaller list of possibilities, sooner rather than later." Although if I was being honest, all I really wanted to do was head back to the hotel and catch some sleep. Nothing major, a week or two would do. But with Hunter's deadline looming over our heads, I doubted I'd be able to sleep, even if we could spare the time. At least if I was at the office, I could search the net and make like I was looking, even if Stain had more hope of getting a result than I ever did. At least on a computer, anyway. Asriel didn't say anything, but a second later his energy surged around us, and I found myself sitting in the chair in the cafe's office, rather than on a park bench. I raised an eyebrow, a grin teasing my lips. "So you really don't need to touch me to transfer us both?"
"Of course not. As I've said previously, I merely prefer it."
"You, Reaper, are a lecher in the making." He raised an eyebrow.
"If by that you mean I have a strong, sexually based desire to hold you in my arms, then yes, and I see nothing wrong with it."
"Neither do I replied mildly. "Except for the fact that until recently you seemed quite determined to keep me at arm's length."
"Which was self-protection, as you well know."
He hesitated and tilted his head sideways slightly, as if listening to something.
"It might interest you to know that Tao is downstairs."
I stared at him for a minute, not quite believing I'd heard him right, then thrust up from the chair and bolted downstairs for the kitchen. I slammed through the kitchen's double doors, saw Tao, and all but threw myself into his arms. "You're okay," I murmured as I hugged him fiercely. The heat radiating off him was as intense as a flame, and had pinpricks of sweat breaking out across my body in an instant. I didn't care. He was here, he was whole, and that was all that mattered for now. "I'm so glad you're okay."
"So am I," he replied,
voice cracking with emotion and weariness. His arms briefly tightened around my waist, then he pulled back. I released him somewhat reluctantly. His face was thin, his cheeks hollowed, and his body, which had always been wolf-lean, was now whip-thin. It was almost as if the elemental had melted every single ounce of fat from his body, leaving only muscle, bone, and skin. "What happened? How did you get here?" He hesitated, glancing around at the kitchen, then said,
"Why don't we take this outside?"
I waved him ahead of me, and we headed for the rear of the kitchen and the door out into the lane. The air was cool, thick with the smell of the nearby rubbish and an oncoming storm. He swung around and crossed his arms, tension evident in the set of his shoulders.
"Did I hurt Stain?"
My eyebrows rose. Of course not, I said, surprised. Why would you... I hesitated, remembering what Stain had said about being thrown across the room, and Tao smiled grimly. So I did attack him. Not really, and you certainly didn't hurt him. He swore and thrust a shaky hand through his hair. But I so easily could have. I have no memory of leaving Staines, Risa. No memory of anything until I woke up in the middle of that damn forest where the thing inside me was created. At least you did wake up. It hasn't won the battle yet, Tao. I took a step toward him, but stopped when he retreated. He must have caught the instinctive flash of surprise and hurt that ran through me, because he grimaced and said, "Sorry, it's just..." He stopped. "I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone." "Then why come here?" Azriel asked softly from behind me. "If you are worried about control, is not the kitchen the worst place you could be right now?" It was a question that had echoed through me as well, but one I'd been afraid to give voice to. Tao didn't immediately reply. He simply stared almost blindly at the two of us, then made an abrupt, chopping motion with his hand. "No, it's not. It's a compromise. A kitchen has enough heat to keep the elemental satisfied while still allowing me some degree of control. The last time you were in the kitchen, the heat made you lose control," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I really think..." "Then don't think," he snapped. "You know nothing about the thing inside of me, Risa. None of us have any idea what will or won't work when it comes to control, or even if control is possible. Which is why..." "No," he said, his eyes bleeding heat, with sparks of flame shooting from his fingertips. "It needs heat, and I want to survive. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I also do not want to spend the rest of my life playing solitaire in some godforsaken forest. There has to be some compromise everyone can live with." "I agree." I somehow managed to keep my voice calm, despite the turmoil and fear surging through me. It wasn't the Tao I knew and loved speaking right now. It was a desperate stranger, a fiery combination of elemental and wolf, both of whom were struggling to meld and survive. There has to be a compromise, but until we find it, you can't be here. You can't jeopardize the safety of both our employees and our customers. He began to pace, his strides long, angry. "The only way I'm going to maintain any sense of normality is to keep doing what I've always done, and that means working. I have to do it, Risa. I can't not do it. And until you gain control of the elemental, I can't let you in the kitchen." He stopped and stared at me. It wasn't a pleasant stare. It was angry, alien, and filled with fire. It bled from him, filling the air with the threat of an inferno. I clenched my fists and resisted the urge to back away from him. Tao wouldn't hurt me. I believed that from the very beginning, and I still believed it, despite growing evidence to the contrary. "You may believe it all you want," Azriel thought. "But that does not make it a truth you should entrust your life to."
"Shield will," Amaya commented. "Flames not touch."
"That," Azriel thought, mental tones little more than a growl, "is not the point."
"Point,"
Amaya growled.
"I protect."
I couldn't help smiling. My sword had never been afraid to throw a little attitude around, but it surprised me that she so readily flung it at Azriel. I thought, he hasn't lost control yet, even if he was very obviously close. "The only safe place for him to be is the sacred site the elemental keeps going back to," Azriel thought. "I'll take him there by force if I have to."
You can't get him into the site itself. Besides, he'll only keep coming back. We have to get him there willingly, or there will be little point, I thought. To Tao, I said, "Look at what you're doing, Tao. Look at your skin, and try to convince me you're in control at this moment." He stared at me for several minutes longer, then slowly, like a dreamer coming out of a dream, raised his hands and stared at them. After a few minutes, the flames that flickered and danced across his fingertips began to die, and the inferno threatening the air eased. He closed his eyes and swore softly. "I'm sorry. I just thought—" I closed the gap between us and touched his arm. His eyes opened, the brown depths filled with desperation and the ever-lurking threat of flame. "I understand what you're trying to do, but you can't do it here. It's simply too dangerous." "Everywhere is too dangerous," he said bitterly. "Maybe it would be better for everyone if I simply killed myself." "No!" It came out panicked. My grip on his arm tightened and I shook him violently. "Don't you dare give up on me. You can win this battle, Tao. I believe that with all my heart." "Then you would be the only one." His gaze moved past me. "Even the Reaper believes otherwise." "Your fate is in your own hands," Azrael commented. "Live or die, the choice is yours." Tao snorted. "Live or die as what is the question, though, isn't it?" Azrael shrugged, something I felt rather than saw. "The fates have no answers in that regard. The decision, as ever, comes down to your own actions." "The fates have a great way of passing the buck," I thought, somewhat sourly. "It is hardly passing the buck, as you say, to let a person's fate ultimately reside in his own hands." There was a hint of censure in his thought. "They can and do plan a common course for all, but it is neither practical nor logical to expect all of creation to follow such guidelines rigidly, especially when humankind have a habit of doing the unexpected." "A trait that doesn't belong to only humans," I reminded him. "Or was it in the fate's grander scheme of things for you to ignore every Reaper rule in existence to hunt down your friend's killer?" "Perhaps not. But once I became a Magi, I have no doubt this is what they intended." "I'm betting they didn't intend you and I to get together." "On that aspect, they are playing their cards very close to their chest. They have never said much about you and I, and they still don't," Azrael thought. "My own actions," Tao echoed, and laughed. It was a short, sharp sound of bitterness. "Except it isn't just my actions involved, is it?" "The elemental has no more desire to die than you," Azrael commented. "It lives because the flame that gave it birth still burns in that sacred place. Perhaps it merely wishes to return in order to protect it." "Meaning if I destroy the flame, it will kill you both." My grip tightened on his arm again, forcing him to look at me. "Don't you dare even consider that." "Risa," he said, voice soft, desperate. "You expect too much of me." "I expect nothing of you that I haven't expected of myself," I said, voice fierce. "Do you think these past few weeks have been easy for me? I've been to hell and back, literally. I've welcomed death, and I've been forced back to life. And I can tell you from experience that even though death may seem the better option, it isn't. Life is worth the fight, however much it might seem otherwise at the time." "I don't know." "Tao," I said. "Go back to the sacred site and talk with the elemental. It is within you, remember? Instead of trying to control it, or it you, maybe what you need to do is come to a resolution that suits you both."
Tao snorted. It's hard to talk to something when it has no understanding of the human language. Except that it has, through you, Asriel commented. It is no longer just an elemental, as you are no longer just a wolf. You may be two separate souls, but you now inhabit one body and share thoughts and memories. If you wish to communicate, you can. Tao stared past me, and though the desperate light never really left his eyes, some of the tension did. He might still be afraid, but maybe, just maybe, we'd given him a reason to hope. You really think that's possible? I don't think, Asriel said. I know. Tao straightened just a little. The determined light in his eyes became stronger. Then I should at least stop my whining and give it a try. He gave me a somewhat wan smile. Because if I give up and take the easy way out, I have no doubt that, being a Magi in waiting and all, you'll find a way to make my afterlife hell. Too damn right. I threw my arms around him and hugged him tight for several seconds. When I finally stepped away, I added, Do you want me to send a boatload of supplies up to the sacred site? He scrubbed a hand across his jaw, the sound not unlike sandpaper across a wall. Might be wise. There's a ton of rabbits up there, but I've a feeling it might not be a good idea to hunt and kill anything within the walls of that place. Well, it was a witch-sacred site. Besides, spilling blood tended to raise darker magic, and given that wild magic was alive and well within the boundaries of the place, who knew what might happen? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He touched a hand to my face, his fingers warm against my skin, but no longer dangerously so. I'll see you soon. It was more a question than a statement, and I smiled. You will. He glanced past me, nodded at Asriel, then turned and walked away. I crossed my arms and watched him leave, and wondered whether I'd ever see him again. That, Asriel said, depends entirely on what now happens between him and the elemental. And whether we actually survive. That, too. He stepped up behind me and rubbed my arms lightly. You should go inside. You're cold. Yes, I am. But I didn't move. Not until the very last traces of Tao's scent had left the air, and all that was left was the gathering sense of the storm and the aroma of rotting rubbish. On my way through the kitchen, I grabbed some bread and a couple of thick slices of beef, munching on them as I made my way through the cafe. The news was being shown on one of the TVs, and the picture of a tall, thin man with dark auburn hair and muddy, empty eyes flashed onto the screen. I frowned, trying to remember where I'd seen him before. He was one of the 3 vampires who was with Hunter at that blood whore establishment, Asriel said. It was he who commanded you to stay in that room with the ghosts until the Rakshasa appeared. The vampire with the silky smooth voice, I thought with a frown. The counselor whose energy had felt dark and coiled. But why had he suddenly made a news report? I was under the impression those on the High Vampire Council preferred to fly under the radar. I stepped closer to listen to the report. The body of High Councillor Angus Donvale was found in his home today, the newsreader said. Police indicated that while there was no sign of either a break-in or a struggle, Donvale's body had been mutilated almost beyond recognition. The news went on, and it got worse. 2 more murders, both prominent businessmen, both vampires. Both attacked with a ferocity that went beyond mere murder. The newsreader noted that the directorate had been called in, but at the moment had no comment, nor were they discounting a possible link between all 3 murders. I had to wonder whether they would ever actually find that link,
or if this case would simply become yet another in a long list of unsolved crimes. Because I had no doubt who was behind these murders, had no doubt why. My stomach began to churn, and my sandwich suddenly lost its taste. My gaze met Asriel's. His expression was grim.
"It would seem,"
he said, saying what I feared too,
"that Hunter has begun to exterminate all those who would oppose her."
Chapter 6. I dumped the uneaten portion of my sandwich in a nearby bin, then tucked the plate behind the counter, out of the way. Angus Donvale didn't seem to be in opposition to Hunter the day we met him. Quite the opposite, in fact.
The fact that he apparently supported Hunter in her dealings with you does not mean he supported her overall,
Asriel noted.
The majority of vampires, from what I have witnessed during my time here on Earth, always seem to put their own interests first and foremost.
I snorted softly. If they were putting their own interests first, they sure as hell wouldn't be going up against Hunter in any way.
Unless, of course, they thought the end reward was greater than the risk.
Which I guess they did, and because of that they're dead. As dead as we would be if we weren't very careful.
Except for the technicality that you can't actually die this time around,
Asriel noted, pressing his fingers against my spine and gently guiding me toward the stairs.
You become a Magi on your death, and that does have certain benefits in this particular case.
I raised my eyebrows as I began to climb the stairs. How is becoming a Dark Angel a benefit in this case? A smile lurked in the mismatched blue of his eyes, despite the seriousness of his expression.
It means you could come back and kill her. I'm sure Amaya would be willing enough to help out.
Be good to consume, Amaya agreed. Provide plenty of dark energy, that one. I snorted, though the sad truth was Amaya probably could survive months, even years, without consuming the energy of anyone else. Hunter was a feast of all sorts of evil. I thought the powers that be frowned on that sort of behavior, I said, as I reached the landing and headed for the office and my desk.
They do,
he said.
But in this case, I think it would be worth it.
You could be right, I agreed. The whole trouble is, I'd have to be dead first, and I'm seriously wanting to avoid that right now.
A goal we are, for once, in complete accord about.
He stopped long enough beside me to brush a kiss across my lips, then moved on to his usual post near the window. I booted up the computer, then Googled the latest news reports, but they didn't really reveal much more than the names of the other two murdered men. I scrubbed a hand across my eyes and leaned back in the chair. These murders have to be the reason why she's given us 24 hours to find the second key. She's decided to move up her domination schedule.
It would appear so.
Though he stood several feet away from me, the warmth of his presence chased away the chills.
The question is why?
Who fucking knows? I waved a hand in irritation. It's not as if the mad bitch actually needs a reason.
True, but it is nevertheless unusual, especially given her brother had no inkling that this was her plan.
I spun around to face him. You read Jack's mind. He raised his eyebrows.
Why do you always seem so surprised, given you are well aware that I can touch the thoughts of any I choose?
It's just that Jack is one of the strongest telepaths around, aside from Aunt Riley and Uncle Quinn.
Even the strongest telepath cannot prevent a Reaper's access.
The thought made me frown. Maybe that's why she's been contacting me via phone these last few days. She wanted to keep you out of her thoughts and her plans a secret.
That is entirely possible. He shrugged. It is, however, not a concern right now. Nor is the murder of those 3 men. The key has to be our priority. Except that we haven't got a fucking clue about that right now either. I swung around again and for the first time noticed the small white envelope sitting in the middle of the desk. I stared at it for several seconds, that sick feeling in my stomach growing. Because I'd seen such envelopes on several occasions now, and recognized the handwriting. It was from Markel. I took a deep, somewhat quivery breath, then slowly picked it up. After sliding my nail under the edge of the flap to open it, I pulled out the crisp white paper. The message was short and to the point. Meet me where we first met. It is a matter of urgency. I stared at it for several minutes longer, then screwed it up into a tight ball and tossed it into the bin. What the fuck am I going to do now? You have 2 choices. Either you go or you don't, Asriel said. I swung around to face him again. You have no thoughts on the matter? He half smiled. Oh, I have plenty of thoughts. Whether you will take any notice of them is an entirely different question. Asriel, I wouldn't ask for your opinion if I didn't want it. Which is no indication that you will actually act on such advice. There was amusement in his voice, but it faded quickly. His mental tones were somber as he added, I believe that both your uncle's and Jack's advice was sound. It is not wise to get involved with those who would use you to oppose Hunter. But in many respects, I am already involved. I'm on a collision course with Hunter. You know that. She knows that. And I've got a bad feeling that you and I may not be enough to cope with the bitch. She's had a long time to plan her accession, Asriel, and time enough to learn how to cope with a Reaper, I thought. Which is why I suggest you do go talk to Markel. Surprise rippled through me. Now that was an answer I wasn't expecting. And yet it is the only sensible option right now. Markel will surely be aware of her movements, and that, at the very least, might give us some clue as to what she plans next. He paused, his blue eyes narrowing slightly. Just talk. Nothing more. No promises or agreement. Don't worry, I thought grimly. I've learned my lesson about jumping into agreements before thinking about the long-term consequences. Then perhaps your agreement with Hunter did have some benefit. A touch of amusement swam down the mental lines. Where would you prefer to astral travel from? Where I'd prefer was my bedroom, but that had been blown to smithereens, perhaps never to be resurrected. I waved a hand to the sofa. I can get comfortable enough here. Then do so. I will guard. I moved across to the sofa and lay down, getting as comfortable as was possible stretched out on a 2-seat sofa. Once I was settled, I closed my eyes and concentrated on my breathing, slowing it down, drawing it deep. As my pulse rate dropped, a sense of peace enveloped me, and all the tension that rode my body began to slip away. Then, as I'd been taught, I pictured a rope hanging above my head and reached up with imaginary hands to grasp it. It felt thick and real against those fingers, and steel-strong as I pulled myself upward along it. Dizziness briefly swept over me, seeming to come from the center of my chest. I ignored it and kept pulling myself up that rope. A pressure began to grow inside me, getting ever stronger until my whole body began to vibrate under its force. Then, suddenly I was free and floating above my prone form. I didn't hang about, simply imagined myself standing in front of the gigantic shed that was the Central Pier Function Centre in Melbourne's Docklands district, the place where I'd not only first met Markel, but interviewed the ghost of Frank Logan. In an instant I was there.
and so was Markel. He was tall, with regal features and a body that was as lean as a whip. He bowed rather formally when my gaze met his, and while his expression gave little away, his brown eyes showed a touch of relief. But it was the man who stood beside him who caught my attention. It was Harry Stanford, Hunter's arch-rival and the man who planned to use me to destroy her. He was also tall, with dark hair and skin, and incandescent green eyes that glowed with an unearthly fire here on the astral plane. He'd once been a cazador, and that, in my estimation, made him the more dangerous of the two, if only because so few of them actually came out sane and whole on the other side. At least according to Uncle Quinn, anyway, and he should know, given he was one of those few. "I'd like to say it's a pleasure to see you both here," I thought, unable to hide the edge in my mental tones. But that would be a lie. "Believe me," Markel thought, his voice cool, without inflections but oddly pleasant. "This is not something I desire either. Hunter suspects my part in Krogan's death, and watches my every move." Guilt swelled through me at the mention of his name, and it was a heaviness I doubted I'd ever be free of. I might have killed him to protect those I loved, but that didn't make his death any easier to bear, and it certainly didn't make it right. "Given you didn't actually kill him," I replied, "you hardly need to fear her wrath." "No, but I did get rid of his body. I also failed to report your actions to her. Either of those two events would normally bring down her wrath. Together they mean death." I frowned. Surely Hunter is not so sure of her position that she would start killing off cazadors. "Have you not seen the news reports?" Stanford's deep voice held an edge that spoke of frustration and anger. He was a man standing on the precipice of doom, and he was all too aware of it. "Hunter begins her battle for supremacy. Only she does it via stealth and murder rather than openly. Besides," Markel added, "why would you think cazadors are any safer than High Counselors?" "I don't. Hell, I didn't even consider myself safe. Hunter was just as likely to turn around and kill me the moment she got anywhere near the key, especially if she figured out a way to nullify Azriel's presence. But if you've called me here in the hope that Hunter's recent action would force me to your side, then you're out of luck. The only side I'm on right now is my own." "Your side," Stanford said, the edge stronger this time, "is a losing one. You cannot defeat her alone, Risa. It will be the end of not only yourself, but all you hold dear." "But I'm not alone." Even as I thought that, my stomach tightened, and the bitter taste of bile rose in my throat. It was fear of what was coming, and fear that he was right, that in the end I would be alone, that for me there was no other choice, not when it came to Hunter. Even so, I couldn't help adding, "I have Azriel, and I have my sword. Neither should be taken lightly." Though I wasn't entirely sure whom I was trying to convince, them or me. "No, they shouldn't," Markel agreed, his mental tone still very controlled. Maybe he didn't have as much to lose as Stanford, or maybe he'd simply accepted that death was a likely outcome, no matter what path he took. "But Hunter is a Maenad, and has the force of a god behind her. It gives her power beyond anything on this earth." "Azriel isn't of this earth," I reminded them. But the bitter taste of bile was growing. I half wondered whether it was possible to throw up on the astral plane, and what would happen if I did. Because as much as I wanted to ignore what they were saying, As much as I knew they were only trying to get me to aid them, I also knew their words held an undeniable weight of truth.
Reapers can die. Demon swords can be nullified, Stanford thought. It is only a matter of know-how.
Nullify them, Amaya thought. Chance give. No, I thought to her, amused despite the growing sense of dread. They're friends, of sorts. You don't nullify friends. She muttered something I didn't quite catch, although it wasn't hard to guess it was something along the lines of her being willing to make an exception. I studied Stanford for a moment, seeing the tension in the small lines near his eyes, feeling it in the unpleasant vibration that ran through the ether around us. If Hunter is all-powerful, how do you plan to uphold your end of the deal and give me the means to negate our connection to her god?
I am not the oldest vampire currently living, but I am old enough to remember a time when the gods, and Maenads, were more prevalent than they are today,
Stanford said.
And I am not the only one. More important, those others also remember how to counter them.
Then I'm surprised Hunter hasn't tracked them all down and killed them. If Stanford knew of their existence, Hunter surely did as well.
She can't, because they already are dead, Stanford said. But as you are no doubt aware, not all souls move on. Some stay because they have no choice, but others remain because they know their task on this earth has not yet finished.
I raised an eyebrow. Meaning your source is a ghost who's hanging about waiting for the chance to off Hunter?
Basically put, but yes.
Amusement briefly lit his eerie eyes, but it just as swiftly disappeared.
It gives us, and you, a small but important advantage.
It gives me nothing, I shot back. Because I'm not going to help you kill Hunter, not unless I have absolutely no other choice.
It will come to that point, Markel said softly. You are walking a knife edge with her now. In the end, she will leave you no other option but to act.
Perhaps, I thought, still desperately trying to ignore both the bitter taste of bile and the knowledge that he was right. But for now, there's wiggle room.
Those you care about cannot remain hidden and safe forever. They all have lives and people who depend upon them, Stanford growled. It is always better to be on the offensive rather than the defensive.
Better for whom? I thought. Not for me. Not at this particular moment of time.
You now have less than 24 hours to find that key, Markel thought. What do you think will happen when you don't hand it over?
That is something I'm actively avoiding thinking about.
Then you are a fool.
Stanford thrust a hand through his hair, an action that was violent, frustrated, and had the ether around us spinning away in agitation. Markel stepped forward and caught my hands in his. His fingers were cool in this place, ghostly, and yet a sense of strength and calm seemed to flow from his touch. It eased the sick sensation of fear, but didn't do a whole lot against the certainty that the confrontation that scared the hell out of me, the very one they wanted, was steamrolling toward me, and there was absolutely nothing I could do to stop it.
I understand your desire to avoid any sort of battle with Hunter, Markel thought. Once I would have done the same, but it cost me all that I held dear, and it will cost you as well if you are not prepared.
My gaze searched his. I saw no lies in the brown depths, only a sorrow deeper than anything I could imagine. I may have lost both my mother and a former lover, but he'd lost a whole lot more than that. Curiosity stirred, but this was neither the time nor the place. But he was right. Besides, it cost nothing to be prepared, cost nothing for them to be prepared. Okay, I thought, gently pulling my hands from his. Whatever it is you need to do to nullify Hunter, do it. I'm not guaranteeing I'll help, not yet. But if I feel her web closing in any tighter, I'll need you to be ready. Markel smiled, though it was still tinged with that haunting sadness. As the saying goes, it is always better to step into a battle fully armed than not. I snorted softly. And sometimes it is better still not to step into battle at all. With that, I can only agree, Markel thought. But I fear fate will give us little other choice. From what I've seen, she rarely does. I studied the two of them for a moment, then added, Is that it? For now, yes, Stanford said. But be wary of Hunter. She may have given you 24 hours to find the key, but there is no guarantee she will actually allow you to take the entirety of that time. She can't have what I haven't got, and she can't kill me until I've got it. And if I repeated that often enough, I might just believe it. I gave them a nod goodbye, then imagined myself back in my body and got the hell out of there. I didn't immediately move, however, just lay on the sofa for several minutes, drawing in air and trying to ease the queasiness still threatening to jump up my throat. Here, Azrael said softly. Drink this. I opened one eye and discovered a can of Coke covering a few inches from my nose. For normal people, Coke would probably be the very worst thing they could drink to ease a less than stable stomach, but I'd grown up on the stuff, and it pretty much ran through my veins. Thanks. I plucked the can from his grasp, then sat up. After consuming several mouthfuls of the brown fizz, I silently filled him in, then added, He's going to contact a ghost who apparently knows how to stop a Maenad, just in case we need to. As I believe you said, it never hurts to be prepared, he thought. He squatted next to the sofa and brushed some hair away from my cheek. His caress was warm against my skin, and all I wanted was to be taken into his arms and have his heat and strength and love wrapped around me. But that wasn't a desire I could indulge in right now. Perhaps later, he said, voice wistful. When we do have the time. When we do have the time, I echoed, with mock fierceness. I expect you to do a whole lot more than just hold me. That you can be assured of. He leaned forward and kissed me. It was a promise, a hope, and one I could only pray the fates would let us fulfill. My phone rang and the tone told me it was Stain. I tugged it out of my pocket and hit the answer button. Hey, I said. Does the fact you're calling mean you've pinned down a possible location for the key? Not as yet, unfortunately, he said. Who knew there were so many places in Victoria that were using, or had used, the word palace in them? Meaning there's not even a shortlist yet. There's a shortlist of 100. I'm still whittling them down. He shrugged, his expression bemused. I can and do provide computing miracles, but some of them take longer than others. I half smiled. I know, and I really do appreciate the effort. So you should, he said, grinning. Although it's not like I'm actually doing anything harder than programming. Speaking of which, another of your requested searches has come up trumps. I raised an eyebrow. Which one this time? It was the one looking for any other property connections between Lauren McIntyre, Genevieve Sands, and John Nadler. I vaguely remember that one. It had come about after a search on Penumbra Manufacturing, the company that supposedly owned the old warehouse in Maribyrnong in which we'd found a sorceress's lair. Hadn't revealed any actual connection to either McIntyre or Sands. It had, however, revealed a different connection between the two women, in that 28 years ago Sands invested in a property that McIntyre subsequently purchased. Then, 5 years ago, Sands had sold the property, and it had ended up in the hands of one John Nadler, another of the identities Lauren had taken. As Tao noted at the time, around and around the circle went. Well, it revealed a number of properties across both Victoria and New South Wales that at least 2 of Lauren's aliases have owned over the years. He hesitated, grimacing. Unfortunately, it also revealed a connection between several of them and another name I think you might be familiar with. Keandra's warning, that someone in my life was not what they seemed, rose like a ghost to taunt me. I'd hoped against hope that she'd read things wrong, that there was no wolf in sheep's clothing hiding in the closet of anyone I knew. I guess I should have known better. Resignedly, wearily, I said, "Familiar how?" "As in, it's one Michael Judd." It took a moment for the name to register, simply because Michael Judd was not a name I'd ever used for him. He'd always been simply Mike, the accountant who looked after all the tax stuff for both me and the cafe, as well as my mum's former lover. But he couldn't be the traitor. It had to be a coincidence. He'd loved my mum, damn it, and he'd been with her for as long as I could remember, for as long as I'd been alive. And yet, I remembered the uneasy feeling I'd gotten when I'd read his note inviting me to dinner. Remembered the steely calculation so evident beneath the outrage when I gently suggested that maybe he was seeking to fill the void of my mother's loss with a deeper, though not sexual, relationship with me. Damn it, no. It couldn't be Mike. Mum had been a psychic of formidable power, and there was no way in hell she would have been fooled for long if Mike was not what he'd claimed.
"Do not forget we are dealing with a powerful sorceress," Asriel noted softly. "Even your mother could have been fooled by one such as Lauren."
Mike isn't Lauren. Surely to God we hadn't been that fooled.
"I'm not saying he is, but if there is a connection between them, then the possibility of it being a coincidence really is only slender," he thought.
Because chance hadn't played a very major part in this whole mess so far. I briefly closed my eyes, then said to Stain, "What sort of connection are we talking about?"
"Legal only at this stage," he replied. "At least from what I can see. He acted as a financial advisor to Genevieve Sands."
"The real Genevieve or the fake one?" I cut in.
"It's beyond even the scope of my computers to answer that one," Stain said, voice dry. "Though it was over 15 years ago, so the possibility is there that he advised the real one."
"It may be beyond the scope of your computers, but maybe not beyond that of the coroner," I said. "When they autopsied the bits of Sands they found after the bomb blast, was there any indication just how long she might have been frozen?"
"Hang on a sec."
He spun away from the vidphone's camera, and for several seconds there was silence. Then he reappeared.
"The report said she'd possibly been frozen from somewhere between 5 and 8 years.
So it's entirely possible Mike was dealing with the real Genevieve."
"Entirely possible," Stain agreed. "But don't forget to factor in his other connections, namely one Jim O'Reilly and a M.R. Greenfield."
"As in Michael Greenfield, the registered owner of Penumbra?"
The very same one. And around the threads went. Fuck it. When were we going to get a break from the shit being flung at us? Stain hesitated, then added, "Do you want me to do a background check on your Mike?" If Mike was involved, then doing a check on him might well be akin to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. Still, it wasn't like we had any choice. I guess it can't hurt. In the meantime, I might ring him. Do you think that wise? Stain frowned. It might achieve nothing more than alerting him that you're onto him. That's a chance we'll have to take, because we're running out of time. Stain grunted. I'll make the background search a priority. Meanwhile, be careful. I'd hate to have to find another source of the best bubbly in town. I snorted. You could, as has been suggested before, buy it yourself. His expression became one of shock, though amusement gleamed brightly in his eyes. Wash your mouth out with soap, woman. I never buy anything. He paused. Except the perishables. When it comes to meat and chicken, I do prefer to know and trust the source. Suggesting that many of his sources weren't trustworthy. But then it was the black market we were talking about. Contact me the minute you get anything vital, no matter what the time. Will do. He hung up and I raised my gaze to Asriel's. Do you think he's right? Is it too much of a risk to ring Mike? He shrugged. Perhaps. Perhaps not. You do have a legitimate reason to ring. A past connection with a building we are investigating. If he is not involved with our sorceress, then there is no problem. But if he is, he might well run. I paused and swung my legs off the sofa. Maybe you need to be there. That way if he does bolt, you can track him. He raised his eyebrows. That is a good idea. Although surely if he is connected to Lauren, it would be one they would be aware of and prepared for. If there is any sort of shielding or protection against your presence, it would be within the offices. I thrust to my feet, unable to stand still. But you don't really have to be present in his room. You could hang about the outside of the building and see if he reacts in any way, like suddenly deciding to leave. And if he does? Then you come and get me and we'll question the bastard together. My gaze met his, my expression grim. If he is involved, then it's more than likely he's been there from the beginning. Which meant his relationship with Mum might have been nothing more than a sham. That he'd been using her as much as Lucian had used me. And as much as I didn't want to believe that, I couldn't escape the possibility of it either. It would seem the threads of the Adea's deceptions go far deeper than we had imagined. Asriel's voice was grim. Don't they just? I leaned forward and kissed him. Be careful out there. He smiled but didn't say anything, simply disappeared. I took a deep, somewhat quivery breath, then called Mike and walked over to the window as I listened to the vid phone ringing. There was a brief pause in the dial tone, then Mike appeared on the screen. I didn't actually know how old he was. He looked to be in his early 40s. But I knew, from various things Mum had said, he was a lot older than that. His hair was black and short, the dark curls clinging close to his head like a helmet. His eyes, a clear, striking grey, seemed to hold eons of knowledge behind them, and for the first time since I'd known him, I wondered if they actually did. Dark sorcerers had the power to extend life through blood magic, and this dark sorcerer had been involved with an Adea who knew the magic of an entirely different world. Risa. His voice was deep and as aristocratic as his features. This is a lovely surprise. I do hope there's nothing wrong.
I hope there wasn't either. I just wanted to ask you a question about a property.
One you wish to buy?
No. I hesitated, not sure of the best way to broach the subject. He'd been in my life, or at least my mother's life, for as long as I could remember, and while I didn't want to upset him if he was innocent, I also needed answers. He frowned.
I'm an accountant and investment advisor, not a real estate agent, but I shall nevertheless do my best to answer it.
But you have assisted clients over the years to purchase properties, haven't you? I mean as investments.
Well, yes.
He paused, frowning.
Why do you ask?
Because, I said, thinking fast. A friend is interested in purchasing a couple of rental houses, but an in-depth search on them revealed a few paperwork oddities. He saw your name on one of them and asked me to ask you about them.
If there were paperwork oddities, my dear,
he said, frown increasing,
I'm sure they would have been picked up by the appropriate authorities at the time.
Well, apparently they weren't.
How odd.
Despite the frown, there was little in the way of confusion in the steely depths of his eyes. Nor was there any sign of wariness, guilt, or any other sort of emotion. And it was that very lack that made me uneasier than any actual emotion could have. But was I reading things into his expressions, or lack thereof, and looking for a reason to believe his guilt because of what Keandra had said? Maybe. I mean, a few tenuous links did not a villain make, but they couldn't exactly be ignored either. He added,
What properties are we talking about?
I hesitated, then said, One was a little terrace in Argyle Place in Carlton, and the other was an apartment in Greaves Street, St. Kilda.
Good rental locations, both of them.
His expression was thoughtful.
But neither property immediately rings any bells. How long ago were these discrepancies?
He didn't actually say. I shrugged. But a while ago, I think. He's basically just dotting his I's and crossing his T's before he lays his money on the line.
And he hasn't a solicitor? Surely that's what they're supposed to do.
Well, yeah, but he's one of those thorough types who likes to double-check everything himself. Look, I'm sorry I bothered you, but I said I'd ask.
My dear Risa,
he said, voice grave.
You're not bothering me. I told you once before, if you ever need anything, I'm here. I do not intend to go back on that, even for a request as odd as this.
Well, if you could just check your files and see what information you might have on either of those properties, that would be fabulous, I said. But don't go to too much trouble if the information is difficult to get to. It's not that important.
I have to keep all records for 7 years for tax purposes, Mike said with a half shrug. So if the information is within the files I hold here, then you may have it.
There was nothing in his manner that spoke of suspicion, nothing that spoke of guilt. It made me feel bad for suspecting him, but at the same time I couldn't escape the notion that there was something going on. Thanks again, Mike.
Any time.
He hesitated.
You do remember we're having dinner tonight, don't you?
I blinked. We'd agreed to meet for dinner, but I couldn't actually remember anyone suggesting tonight. Sure, time was something I hadn't had a great grip on lately, what with everything else that was going on. But my memory wasn't that bad. Not yet, anyway.
You've forgotten, he added when I didn't immediately answer. If you can't make it, I understand.
No, it's okay, I said, though it wasn't. The very last thing I needed to be doing right now was wasting time going to dinner with my mum's ex. At the same time, could I afford not to go, especially if he was somehow involved with Lauren?
"If I can find the files," Mike added, "I'll bring them along. I can't, of course, allow you to take them away, but I can bend client confidentiality rules enough to let you look through them."
That would be fabulous. I hesitated again. When and where shall we meet?
"There's a new restaurant that just opened on Smith Street that Beatrice recommends I try. Winters, I believe it's called. I can get her to book us a table for 7 if you'd like."
Beatrice was Mike's secretary and had been with him from the very beginning. If Mike was holding any secrets, then surely she would be aware of them, and that meant maybe she was someone Asriel should use his skills on. That would be great. Thanks, Mike.
"See you at 7,
he said and hung up. I blew out a breath and wondered if I'd done the right thing. Time really was tight. Did I really need to be wasting it on the slight chance that Mike might just lead us to the sorceress? But what other choice was there? Every single time we'd found a clue that led us to one of the keys, the sorceress had gotten there before us, stealing the thing from under our noses. I couldn't let her get this last one. Not when all that stood between us and hell was that one remaining gate. And it was all well and good for the remnants to suggest that new ones could be built, but how long would that take? We needed the key, and we needed to place it somewhere safe. Not just safe from the likes of Hunter and the sorceress, but safe from anyone else who might fancy themselves as the king or queen of hell, now or in the future. But maybe before we did any of that, it would be better to track down and take out the sorceress. At least then there would be one less nutter for us to worry about. I swung away from the window and ordered some food from the kitchen downstairs, then began to pace. There wasn't a whole lot else I could do, not until Asriel got back or Stain came up with a list of possible locations for us to check out. I'd finished a second can of Coke and was just scooping up a last bit of chocolate cake by the time energy and heat stirred the air, signifying Asriel's return. I dumped the plate on the desk and swung around to face him, my gaze sweeping him to make sure he was okay.
"I am whole and unhurt,"
he said immediately, amusement in his voice and his expression warm.
"But I do thank you for the concern, even if it was not really required in this instance."
Hey, when you're dealing with a dark sorceress, even the most innocent of quests could turn deadly. I tugged him closer and dropped a kiss on his lips. Did anything untoward happen?
"Unfortunately, no."
He wrapped his arms loosely around my waist.
"He didn't call anyone, nor did he appear overly anxious after your call. He certainly didn't leave."
Damn.
"Yes, I did try to read the secretary's thoughts, but she is another of those rare people I cannot access."
We seem to be striking more than our fair share of those types of people in this quest, I grouched.
"Yes, but remember, the Adea had been on this earth for a very long time before you came along. He had the time to gather those necessary to his cause, and, given his knowledge of who and what would be involved in any search for the key before he was sent back in time, that would include people a Magi could not read."
I smiled up at him. You do know Lucian's dead, right? He frowned, his confusion evident.
"I cannot see the point of that question."
Of course he couldn't, because Reapers supposedly didn't do emotion, particularly jealousy. Well, being dead, he's no longer a rival or a threat. Surely that means you can actually say his name now. Amusement briefly flirted with his lips.
Actually, I don't believe I can. Or at least I have no desire to grace the air with his foul presence, even if it is something as simple as giving him the courtesy of a name.
Since I couldn't really argue with that sentiment, I said, "Do you think I should still plan to meet with Mike for dinner tonight, as planned? I mean, if he's shown no concern over my questions, maybe his links with Sans and the others are innocent."
They possibly are, but we cannot afford to ignore any link right now, no matter how tenuous.
He shrugged.
Unless you wish to arrange for someone to watch him 24 hours a day, there is little else we can do but meet him tonight and see if his files lead anywhere else.
They won't if he's involved. Or they'd take us off on some wild goose chase.
Either way, unless Stain comes through with a short list of key locations, we must pursue every possible lead we can, especially given we have no idea which lead could take us to our dark sorceress. And as you noted, it would be far better to deal with her before we found the key than after.
Finding her is the whole problem, I muttered. It's a shame Hell did not seem to impede her in any way.
She is a dark sorceress, Azriel noted, with a trace of amusement. It gives her a far greater understanding of that place than even we Reapers have.
I guessed it did, but it still didn't stop me from wishing that Hell had provided at least some impediment. Even a few weeks could have made the difference for us. I sighed and stepped away. So what next? Just as Azrael opened his mouth to reply, my phone rang sharply.
Answering that, obviously.
I smiled and hit the answer button. Keandra's image came up on the vid screen.
"Risa," she said by way of hello.
"I've spoken to a witch capable of psychometry, and she is willing to attempt a trace of the cufflink's owner."
"That's brilliant. Thank you."
Keandra nodded.
"Her name is Maggie Stiller, and she runs Found Treasures, a small lost and found business in the city. You can visit her any time you desire during normal business hours."
I have to say that's a perfect occupation for someone with a finding skill.
"Yes," Keandra said with a smile. "She does make a very decent living out of it, too. However, there is no guarantee she will be able to help you with the cufflink's owner. Given we are dealing with a dark sorceress, she more than likely would be aware of such an eventuality and have measures in place to take care of it."
I frowned.
"And is Maggie aware of this?" "Yes. I would not ask this task of anyone without providing full disclosure of who and what might be involved."
"Fair enough. I'll head down there now. We seem to be at something of a standstill at the moment."
"That," Keandra said, her expression grim, "will not last."
A chill ran through me. I knew well enough that sooner or later we'd be up to our necks in deadlines and trouble. But hearing Keandra say it, or rather hearing the heaviness and perhaps even the touch of fear in her voice, was as scary as all hell breaking loose.
"The next 19 hours will make or break your cause and our world," she continued softly. "Be wary, both of you, or all will be lost."
I nodded. I couldn't do anything else right at that moment. Fear and panic and an almost overwhelming sense of doom had my throat locked so tight, words just couldn't get through.
"And while I think about it," she added, "Roselle mentioned that you'd found a second barrier in the basement of that warehouse that she didn't have the skill to counter."
Roselle was one of the Brindle's trainee witches, and the woman who'd helped weave an exception into the magic protecting that warehouse, so that Asriel could enter it without harm. We did, but it's undoubtedly dangerous. Which only means, she cut in, that it is also undoubtedly vital. No sorceress would waste energy creating such a strong barrier if there was nothing worthy of protection within. I have assigned a team to it. Did Roselle also tell you that our sorceress is a multi-shifter who can take on any form she desires? She could approach them as me, or even you, and they'd never know until it was too late. Keandra smiled, and it was a dangerous thing to behold. Trust me, she would not want to try. She is not the only one with a trick or two up her sleeve. And that, I thought with a shiver, was the reason why Keandra was the head of the Brindle. I just don't want anyone else in the line of fire because of me. It is not because of you, but rather this quest. You fail, and it will not go well for the rest of us. I swallowed heavily. Nothing like having your fears so boldly out in the open. Then I guess I'd better not fail. That sounds like a rather good plan. She smiled a goodbye, though it did little to break the concern in her eyes, and hung up. I stared at the black screen for several seconds before slowly shoving it back in my pocket. Well, I said eventually, that sucks.
Yes, Asriel commented, but it might well be worth uncovering what lies behind that wall.
I know. I waved a hand. I was referring to her confirmation of our time frame limitations. He shrugged.
Think of the shorter time frame as a benefit rather than a curse. At least it means we can move on with a life together once we survive it.
Yeah, but it's the whole surviving it bit that has me worried. I eyed him for a moment. It's not like you've been overly effusive about the possibility now, is it?
That's because, as they say in this world, I refuse to count my chickens before they hatch.
Or because you're more intimate with fate's plans than what you're saying, and even you're not sure we'll both survive.
There is also that possibility, he agreed. But you can be certain that I will not only do all in my power to ensure you survive, but that I am here to enjoy the oncoming years beside you.
Yeah, but would the fates come to the party as well? That was the question that worried the hell out of me, especially given that Asriel wasn't giving any ironclad guarantees.
Because no life, either here or on the fields, ever comes with an ironclad guarantee,
he said softly.
Simply because life is a series of intersections and alternate pathways. What path you take not only depends on your actions and decisions, but also on every action and decision of all those who come into your life, however peripherally.
Meaning our future lies in the hands of a mad sorceress set on unleashing hell on earth, and the blood-sucking disciple of a god getting orgasmic at the thought of ultimate power, I muttered. Fabulous not, as Amaya would say. Just kill, Amaya commented. Fix problem. I couldn't help laughing, even as I wished the answer was that simple. I googled found treasures to get the address, and realized it was on Terry Street, just near the organic section of the Victoria Market. I raised my gaze to Asriel. Can you take us there? He nodded.
The image of the market is clear enough in your mind to allow transport.
Good. I grabbed my handbag, then stepped into his waiting arms. Onward, dear Reaper. He zapped us out of there. Terry Street wasn't all that crowded, thanks to the fact that the market closed at 2 on Thursdays, and it was close to that now. I stepped away from Asriel and scanned the nearby buildings, looking for building numbers. After a moment, I spotted one. Found Treasures was closer to the Elizabeth Street end. We headed there in silence, our shoulders occasionally brushing, and the sounds of the stallholders packing up for the day ringing all around us. Normal, everyday sounds in a life that had become far from normal. And in many ways it was never going to be normal again. Not only was I in love with a Reaper, but I also carried his child. "What are we going to do once this is over?" I said abruptly. He glanced at me, one eyebrow raised. "Live and love and raise our child." "But you're a Reaper, a Magi. You can't walk away from that, can you?" "No, I can't. Especially now when there is only one portal remaining between Hell, the fields, and here." "So how can you live here and yet be there? You may be an extraordinary being, Asriel, but you cannot be in two places at once." He half smiled, but there was a seriousness in his eyes that suggested he'd been thinking about this very question for some time. I guess it was pretty typical that it had only just occurred to me. "Being a Magi simply means that when there is trouble, I will be called away. I am a warrior. And like the soldiers of this world, I will answer the call to arms when it comes." "So when there is no such call, you can be here?" His smile grew, crinkling the corners of his bright eyes. "This is where both my Kiev and my son will be. Do you really expect me to be anywhere else?" "Well, you do have a family." "Who, aside from my sister's appearance when Jack died, I have not seen in eons." "Who?" I added, ignoring him. "I would very much like to meet." "You once told me that family means everything to Reapers, Asriel. I want our son to be a part of not just my family, but yours as well." "Using our son like that," he said, voice even despite the flash of annoyance in his eyes, "is what I would believe you'd call playing dirty." "Hey, if it overcomes your stubborn determination to set yourself apart from your family, a decision you made because you were ashamed of your fall from grace more than they were, then it's worth it." "You have no idea what my family does and doesn't think." "Neither do you," I cut in. "But if your family was so ashamed, I very much doubt your sister would have answered your plea for someone to come and collect Jack's soul, especially if stubbornness runs in the family." "I can see it running in our family," he all but muttered. "And may the fates help me if our son has acquired even a portion of yours, not to mention your determination to stick your nose into the business of others." I grinned. "Ah, but your business is now my business. That's what being a couple means here on good old Earth." I stopped as we reached a pretty purple-painted sign that said, in a whimsical sort of font, "Found Treasures." The shop itself was a tiny space squeezed in between two larger shops. It had a small window barely 2 feet wide, and an ornate wooden door that was currently open. A gaily coloured string curtain hung in the doorway, swaying softly in the slight breeze. And here we are. He brushed the curtain aside and ushered me inside. The air in the small shop was rich with the scents of sandalwood, a scent from my childhood, as Mum had used it to help calm the minds of her clients, as well as bergamot and clove, both of which provided protection from negative or harmful forces. In this case, however, I doubted they'd be of much help, given we were dealing with the ultimate of negative forces, a dark practitioner. The shop itself consisted of little more than a cloth-covered round table and several comfortable chairs. The walls were painted in a soothing green, but otherwise bare, and the floor was a mix of old rugs and polished floorboards. Again, it very much reminded me of my mother's workroom, and a pang of regret and sorrow ran through me. Her soul might have moved on to be reborn, but because I was destined to become a dark angel, mine would not, which meant that I'd never have the chance to see her again. Unless, of course, sometime in the future, when my life here had ended and my life as a Magi had begun, I could find her, maybe even talk to her. That wasn't too much to hope for, was it? Asriel, unsurprisingly, remained mute on that particular subject. The curtain at the far end of the room was pushed aside, and a pretty blonde woman in her mid-30s entered. Though she gave us a welcoming smile, her brown eyes scanned us both somewhat critically. I very much suspected that she knew in that instant who we were and why we were there. She didn't look the type to miss much. "And how can I help you this lovely afternoon?" she said, her voice warm and mellow. "Maggie Stiller?" When she nodded, I smiled and held out my hand. "I'm Risa Jones. I believe Keandra has been in contact with you about helping me locate the owner of a cufflink." "Ah, yes." She waved a hand at the small table. "Please, be seated." I did, but Asriel remained standing behind me. Maggie closed and locked the door, slipped an open again soon sign in the window, then found 4 white candles, each one centered in a corner and surrounded by a series of black stones. Warding stones. That there were so many meant she'd taken Keandra's warning seriously, as any sensible witch would, I guess. When she was finally seated opposite me, I said, "Is that going to be enough to protect us?" She shrugged. "Under normal circumstances, yes. But we are dealing with a dark sorceress, and I dare say she is far more capable in the art of magic than I am. I am a seeker of the lost, not a witch of any true power." I frowned. "Then why put yourself at risk like this? I'm sure we could—" "Psychometry is not an everyday skill," she cut in, her expression as gentle as her voice. "And there is no one else in this city who has both the skill and the knowledge to at least provide some means of protection against any possible attack." I bit my lip and studied her worriedly. I didn't want to get anyone else either hurt or dead because of this damn quest, but by the same token we really didn't have another option. If there had been, Keandra would have given it to us. Maggie reached across the table and pressed her hand over mine. "This is important, is it not?" "It could be, but—" "Then we shall proceed," she cut in again. "Please, give me the cufflink." I hesitated, then slowly retrieved it from my handbag and placed it in her waiting hand. Her fingers closed around it and she frowned. "This piece has a very nasty feel to it, though I guess that really isn't surprising given who it may belong to." She rolled it around in her fingers for a minute, then she glanced up at Asriel. "Be on guard. There is undoubtedly a spell on this item, but I cannot sense what type it is. If the wards fail, you will need to protect us all." Asriel nodded, something I sensed rather than saw. Maggie took a deep breath, then pressed the cufflink between the palms of both hands and closed her eyes. For a long time nothing seemed to happen. Then she twitched and frowned. "I see many people," Men and women, all different, all the same. Maggie hesitated, her agitation increasing. Her soul is bitter, dark. I see a connection to you, one that goes back to your very birth and beyond. I glanced grimly up at Asriel. I wonder if that means our sorceress has been connected to Lucian and his plans since before my birth, or whether the cufflink actually belongs to someone I know. Like Mike, I thought uneasily.
It could be either, he thought. Perhaps tonight you should ask if he is missing such an item.
He wouldn't admit it if he were, I thought. And it might just prompt him, or our sorceress if he is connected, into some form of retaliation. We don't need that right now.
No, but it would be one way to confirm if he is involved. Valdez could then consume his soul, and that would be one less threat against you.
It was a nice thought, but a risk I wasn't sure was worth taking.
She has many faces, this one, Maggie continued. But there is one she wears most often.
Again she paused, and fear began to taint the air. Fear and something else. Something that whispered of hell, and was awfully familiar. Aeneas. I swore softly. Aeneas were demons and were usually summoned to perform minor tasks, such as harassment or kidnapping, although they apparently weren't above the odd bit of murder either. We'd come up against them a number of times already on this damn quest, only on each of those occasions they'd been sent by the Razik to grab me. This was the first time the Dark Sorceress had resorted to them, though she had flung an odd assortment of other demons at us on various other occasions. In the corners of the room, the air began to stir, waver. Tension wound through my limbs as I reached back and drew Amaya. Her hissing scratched at the edges of my mind, and lilac flames shimmered down the edges of her blade, filling the shadows with an eerie light. I rose, the chair scraping across the wooden boards, a sound that was abnormally loud in the thick silence that filled the room.
"Oh, shit,"
Maggie said abruptly, as all colour leached from her face.
"They're coming."
And with that, the Aeneas hit us. Chapter 7.
"Grab Maggie."
Asriel's expression was grim.
"Get into the back room and keep her safe. I will deal with these things."
Maggie needed no further urging. She stood up so suddenly her chair crashed backward. Then she ran for the back room. I followed, but had barely taken 3 steps when the air between us began to shimmer, and the uneasy sensation of magic crawled across my skin. I paused as a wispy figure appeared, then raised Amaya and brought her down, hard. Her sharp point tore through the center of the emerging demon, and her flames wrapped around its remnants almost lovingly, destroying it even as she fed on it. 2 more Aeneas appeared and surged toward me. I swept Amaya around in a half-circle. The demons scattered left and right, but as the blade whooshed past the tail of the one on the right, setting it aflame, the one on the left darted forward and seized my sword arm. It snarled, revealing several rows of tiny needle-sharp teeth, then bit down on my arm, drawing blood as it gnawed at my flesh like a dog would a bone. I swore and battered at the thing with my free hand, an action that was instinctive more than useful, because my fist just went straight through the ethereal creature. Amaya hissed in fury, and her flames raced over the hilt of the blade, then across my hand, heading for the demon. Her fiery fingers wrapped around the Aeneas's body, wrenching it from my flesh even as she burned it to a crisp. The air behind me began to crawl, the sensation stronger and fouler than before. I swung around, my grip on Amaya slick with the blood pouring down my arm. To the left of Azrael and the three Aeneas he fought, a dark and dangerous-looking doorway had begun to form. It was a type of doorway that I'd seen once before, when the Aeneas had made their very first appearance in my life. Our dark sorceress wasn't intending to kill me, or even harm me, even if the Aeneas had gotten a little too enthusiastic on my arm. She was intending to snatch me. Maybe she figured that with Lucian gone, the only way she would now have any hope of finding the remaining key was if I were under her full control. There was no other logical reason for her wanting me taken. More Aeneas began to appear. Lilac flames dripped from Amaya's point and raced across the wooden floorboards toward them, as if she were eager to wrap the emerging creatures in her heated embrace. "Don't burn this place down like you did that cafe," I thought, as the air behind me stirred, warning of another demon's approach. "Not burn," Amaya muttered, as if offended I'd even suggest such a thing. "Just eat." Good. I swung around and swept Amaya through the tail of a retreating Aeneas. It screamed and darted back, lashing out with claws that were long and vicious-looking. I jumped away, but not fast enough, and its talons tore across my shoulder, breaking flesh and drawing blood. I flicked Amaya from my bloody hand to the other and slashed upward. The Aeneas fled, but this time it wasn't quick enough, and Amaya's dark steel skewered it. The demon screamed again, but the sound abruptly cut off as my sword devoured it. Another one hit my leg. I swung Amaya downward, but even as I did, the Aeneas' grip tightened and suddenly I was on my butt and being dragged toward the still-forming doorway. I cursed and swept Amaya across my legs. The sharp edge of her blade became ethereal, where demon-forged steel met flesh, leaving me unharmed even as she slid deep into the wispy heart of the Aeneas. Once again she consumed it with glee, her steel becoming just a little bit heavier. Then Azrael was standing in front of me, Valdez screaming her fury as he sliced through the remaining Aeneas. They exploded, and a second later the doorway was gone, sucked back into whatever place it had come from. He sheathed Valdez, then reached down, gripped my arm and pulled me upright. "Are you okay?" "Aside from a few scratches, yes. Are the Aeneas completely gone?" "For the moment. I doubt it would be wise to attempt to find the sorceress through that cufflink a second time, however." He pressed his hands against the bloody slashes across my shoulder and the bite marks on my arm. Heat radiated from the epicenter of his touch, and the pain receded as the bleeding stopped and the wound began to heal. "With that," Maggie said as she came out from behind the curtain, "I entirely agree." I glanced at her. Why didn't the protection stones and spells stop them? Because, as I warned earlier, we are dealing with a dark sorceress, a very canny one too. I frowned. Meaning what? Meaning the spell she placed on that cufflink was a transport one, and through it she circumvented my spells. By transporting them directly into the room. She nodded. There are ways to protect oneself against such spells, of course, but neither Keandra nor I had expected such an extreme method of attack. "Why is it extreme?" Azrael twined his fingers through mine, squeezing them briefly before releasing me. My wounds, while not completely gone, were little more than a couple of vicious-looking slashes of pink. Because it is a spell that severely taxes personal strength. It is very likely your sorceress will be immobilized for the next few hours at least. But wouldn't she have called on dark magic to create her spell? used blood sacrifices and such. That was why it was called the dark art after all. Yes, but in any magic there is always a personal price to pay. Dark magic and dark sorcerers may draw on forces from without themselves, but they can never totally escape the required fee. Maggie shrugged and held out her hand, palm up. The cufflink gleamed dully in the candlelight. You had better take this and place it somewhere safe. I plucked it from her hand warily. What is the likelihood of the sorceress using this to attack us again? This attack was probably an all-or-nothing event, and I doubt it will be repeated any time soon. Relief spun through me. At least that's something. Yes, Maggie said. But I still wouldn't carry it around with you, as it is entirely possible she could use it to track your location. Given we dare not attempt to find her through it again, would it not be better to destroy it? Asriel said. Maggie glanced at him. Ideally, yes, but I would ask that you not do it here, as its destruction will undoubtedly release dark energy, and that is not something I desire in my shop. He plucked the cufflink from my hand and said, Then I shall take it onto the fields and destroy it there. I nodded and glanced back at Maggie. Thanks for your help, and I'm sorry that we placed you in danger. We didn't think... She smiled and waved a hand, effectively cutting me off. I was forewarned about the dangers, so there is no need to apologize. Good luck with your quest. Thanks. I think we'll need it. Maggie unlocked the door, and as we left, took the sign out of the window. I paused on the pavement and glanced to the left. It would have been nice if the market was open. I could have grabbed some much-needed clothes. There are retail shops not far from here, are there not? Asriel said, ever practical. Yes, but it would have been cheaper here. And not only did I not want to waste good money on clothes that would only get destroyed by either becoming a Dea or in whatever upcoming battles the Fates had planned, but I didn't feel up to fighting the crowds that were undoubtedly there. But I can't run around in borrowed clothes all day, so down there I will go. Will you return to your office once you have secured some fresh clothing? Yes. I squinted up at him. Why? It shouldn't take that long to destroy one cufflink, should it? It shouldn't. But I am not familiar with dark magic, and have no idea what it might involve. He shrugged. Call me if you need me, or if you feel the slightest inkling of danger. I will. He half disappeared, then paused, his gaze narrowing as he said, And don't do anything stupid while I'm away. I grinned. Damn. And here I was planning to go offer a certain bitch a prime seat on the express coach to hell. I would call that comment sarcastic, except for the fact that you are more than a little capable of such an action if the right buttons were pushed. I held up my hands. I promise no attacking Hunter, or anyone else for that matter, until you get back to hold my hand, I thought. Good. And with that, he finally left. I spun on my heel and headed for Bourke Street in Maya. By the time I'd skimmed quickly through the department store and bought enough clothes to last a few days, then caught a cab back to the cafe, several hours had passed. Asriel reappeared just as I dumped all my parcels onto my desk. That cufflink, he said heavily, proved to be a very difficult item to destroy. I raised my eyebrows as I turned to face him. Meaning you couldn't just give it a whack with Valdez? Valdez is very put out by your use of such a term, he said, amused.
She wishes to inform you she is far more refined than that.
Refined, Amaya noted. Me not. I couldn't help grinning. She might not be refined, but she sure as hell was developing a wickedly dry sense of humor. So how did you get rid of it?
In the end, we didn't. I simply dumped it in the one place she's not likely to go looking for it. Hell.
What? I said. Why the fuck would you risk opening the last gate just to get rid of a sorcerer's cufflink?
I didn't, which is why it took me so long. I waited until it needed to be opened to allow a soul to go through. The Reaper escorting said soul was appreciative of the extra protection.
I blinked. You know, I said slowly, I hadn't even thought about what losing the first 2 gates actually meant for Reapers. All I've really focused on was the fact that there was now only 1 gate standing between us and hell.
Or more precisely, 1 gate and at least several Magi.
Azriel's expression was somber, and with good reason. Magi numbers had never been huge, but with hell's spawn escaping daily, their resources were being stretched to the breaking point.
In this instance, there was a bigger-than-normal breakout not long before the Soul and Guide arrived, and the Magi stationed there were dealing with that.
And it isn't a situation that will change any time soon, even if we find the key and spoil the plans of everyone who wants it, is it? I said. The remnants might have said they can train Reapers to become priests, but I'm thinking that's not going to be a quick process.
It won't be, which is why I cannot forsake my duties as a Magi, even to be with you, as much as I might wish. I cannot stand back and watch others fight, and perhaps die, in my place.
A sentiment I'd repeated often enough myself, so I could hardly say anything against it in this case. I glanced at my watch and saw that it was only 4 in the afternoon. So much had happened since Hunter's phone call this morning that it seemed odd that only 8 hours had passed, rather than 10 or 12.
Let us be grateful that it's not 10 or 12, Azriel commented, voice grim. Hunter's deadline is tight enough as it is.
Yes, it was. I grabbed some fresh clothes out of the bags, then said, I'm off for a shower. I hesitated, then added with an enticing, hopeful sort of smile, I don't suppose you want to join me.
I would love to join you.
Amusement and desire briefly warred for center stage in the bright depths of his eyes.
However, I do not think it wise right now.
Well, damn, I muttered, even though I really hadn't expected any other answer. You do realize all these missed opportunities are going to be on the tab, and I do expect you to pay the bill once all this crap is over with.
It will be my great pleasure to do so. And mine, I would hope. Undoubtedly. Now go, before my desire gets the better of wisdom.
I grinned, spun around and headed for the shower. 20 minutes later, feeling a lot fresher and wearing sensible jeans, a long-sleeved t-shirt and sneakers, I returned to the office, just in time to answer my phone. Uncle Rowan, I said as his image appeared on the vid screen. There's not a problem, is there?
Not yet, he replied. Unless, of course, you've decided to do something daft without consulting me.
One would think I made a habit of doing dumb things with the way you lot carry on. My voice held an edge that was both amusement and frustration. I take it you didn't just call to check up on me.
No, I didn't, although it is a tempting thought.
Humor creased the corners of his bright eyes.
I'm just reporting back with the search results of that phone you handed me.
Oh, good, I said, having completely forgotten about it. I had to wonder whether said forgetfulness was the result of having too much on my plate, or simply pregnancy brain kicking in. I might not be that far along, but from what Mum had said, her brain had pretty much gone to mush for the whole term of her pregnancy. And she so would, I thought with a stab of sorrow, have loved being a grandmother. I cleared my throat, ignoring the ache as I added, "Did you find anything useful?"
The phone belongs to one Harriet Monterey, and she has several addresses on file.
One of them undoubtedly an apartment that was blown to smithereens a day or so ago.
Rowan gave me one of those long looks. And how would you know that?
Because she tried to blow us up, not just the apartment. Monterey is one of our dark sorceress's aliases.
Your sorceress seems to have gained a liking for detonating things of late.
She certainly did, and I was seriously hoping it wasn't third time lucky when it came to apartments and bombs. Well, I guess it's a lot easier than summoning a demon to do your dirty work. Less personal cost involved.
And has the side benefit of destroying any evidence she might not wish found, he said. In which case, you had better be careful if you're intending to visit her second address.
We will. If only because Lauren and Lucian had been one step ahead of us right throughout this damn quest. And even now that Lucian was dead, Lauren still seemed more than capable of guessing our next move. Which made me wonder whether perhaps there was some other form of gesh on me. What if Lucian had placed more than one? The charm Eliana had given me was supposed to nullify the strength of any gesh placed on me, but I discovered the hard way that it didn't entirely render them useless. Lucian's attraction spell had still been active when I was in his presence. The charm just meant that I was better able to resist it. "Where's the second address?" I added.
"In Perth," he said. 44 Gin Road, Lancelin, to be precise. It's a very exclusive area, so your dark sorceress obviously has some money.
Obviously, given she also has a beachside property on the Gold Coast, and several houses here in Melbourne, in rather expensive areas. I hesitated. I don't suppose there are any traffic or security cams in the area you could hack into, are there?
No, but I ran a background check on the house. It's basically been used as a luxury holiday rental for the last couple of years, so it's doubtful there'd be anything of interest there.
Maybe, maybe not. After all, our sorceress had a habit of doing the unexpected, and a holiday rental, luxurious or not, could certainly provide a good cover for darker activities. Did you uncover anything about Monterey herself?
Not a great deal, he said. The funds from the rental are going into a bank account, but the money hasn't been touched for several years. According to tax records, she's a retiree with a good income stream from investments. There are no outside fines or warrants on her, and she hasn't used her Medicare card to go to the doctor recently.
Miss Joe Normal, in other words, I said. She's damn good at setting up and maintaining alternate identities, I tell you.
I gather Stain is checking her other IDs for you, but you might want to send them along to me as well, he commented. Sometimes the Directorate has more access to information than a black market racketeer.
His voice was dry, and I grinned. Yeah, but I don't have to listen to him nagging about keeping safe.
Getting nagged is a whole lot better than getting dead. Just remember that.
I did remember. I couldn't forget, actually, given I had already died once, and I had no intention of repeating the process any time soon. I'll send a list of our sorcerer's other names now, and I promise to call if I intend to do anything daft. I hesitated, thinking about my upcoming dinner with Mike, then added, I don't suppose the Directorate has a tracker available that's virtually undetectable. One that I could maybe borrow?
There might be, he said, voice non-committal. Why?
Because I have someone I want to track, and they may or may not be aware of my suspicions of them.
Is this someone involved with the sorceress and the key hunt?
We're not sure, but we did find a minor connection, and at this stage, I think it's better to be cautious than not. Even if I still didn't really want to believe Mike could be so convincingly two-faced.
Then I'll supply the tracker, if you supply the name. I'll run a check on him or her from here.
I hesitated, but it wasn't like I had any other choice. His name is Michael Judd. Surprise rippled across Rowan's expression.
Your investment advisor?
And Mum's before me. As I said, the connection might be coincidental, but we nevertheless need to be sure.
Yes, you do.
He paused, glancing away from the vidphone.
Okay, we have several in stock. If you want to ask Azriel to meet me in the foyer in 5 minutes, I'll hand both the bug and the tracker to him.
Excellent. Thanks, Uncle Rowan. I owe you big time.
Pay me by keeping yourself alive, he said. And by calling me the minute—
I will, I cut in. I promise, as I said.
Good.
With that, he hung up. I shoved my phone back into my purse, then glanced at Azriel. He smiled and said,
Don't do anything untoward while I'm gone.
Once he disappeared, I walked over to my computer and Googled the Perth address, then flicked it over from Maps to Street View. The area, as Rowan had noted, was definitely upmarket. Azriel reappeared a few minutes later and handed me a small box. Inside were what appeared to be 2 skin-colored dots, hardly bigger than pinheads, and a small GPS device.
Your uncle said to place one of the dots on Mike's wrist. It is designed to take on the wearer's skin color, and once in place will not come off. Nor will he feel its presence.
And did he say how I'm supposed to get it onto his wrist?
He suggested when you were shaking his hand. It has 2 sides. The side currently visible in the box clings to your finger. Then it's simply a matter of pressing that finger against his wrist, then clasping his hand.
Which sounded a whole lot easier than it probably would be. I placed the kit on the table, then waved a hand at the satellite image on the computer screen. Can you get us there using this as a base? Azriel looked over my shoulder.
Yes.
Excellent. I turned, dropped a quick kiss on his lips, and said, Onward, James. He rolled his eyes, but nevertheless wrapped his arms around me and transported us out of there. Lauren's Lancelin house basically looked like someone had taken a bunch of differently sized white boxes and stacked them on top of one another. It was only 2 stories high, but there were lots of different angles and sections, thanks to the stacking effect. The windows, at least from the front of the house, were long and thin, and the entrance box was painted dark purple. There was a Mercedes and a BMW parked in front, suggesting the house was occupied.
It is,
Azriel confirmed.
There are 5 adults and 2 children within.
I frowned. I wouldn't think she'd set any traps that our paying guests could accidentally trigger.
As you noted, our sorceress has a habit of doing the unexpected.
Meaning we need to get those people out of there before we can go in and explore. I squinted up at him. Could you apply a bit of mental pressure and get them to leave? He studied the house for a moment, then his gaze met mine.
Done. They are all currently heading for the beach. Security screens will remain down.
Excellent. I headed down the long driveway and entered the house. It was open plan in design, all white walls, rich wood, and a beautiful glass staircase. The rear of the house was all windows, providing a sweeping view of the beach and the boats dotting the bay beyond it. Stunning didn't even begin to describe the place and the view. But we weren't here for either of those things. I walked around the house, downstairs and up, looking for anything that seemed out of place or strange. There was nothing, not even the slightest whiff of magic. Not until we got into the triple garage, anyway. I stood in the middle of the vast space, trying to pin down the vague sensation, and after a moment spun on my heel and headed for the far corner. Though the outside wall of the place looked solid, electricity nipped at my skin, the sensation not unlike the bite of ants. Something was here. I glanced at Asriel. Can you feel anything? He shook his head.
But Valdez says there is some kind of doorway present.
Is, Amaya thought. Old, but not dark like others. Meaning it hasn't been created by our dark sorceress.
Or, Asriel said, it was created early in her career, before she took the darker path.
But this house isn't that old.
No, but perhaps there was a previous dwelling here, and what you feel is little more than a remnant of the magic that protects whatever might still be left of it.
Maybe.
I hadn't thought to ask Uncle Rowan about the history of the place, and I should have, given Lauren's penchant for passing on properties to one of her other aliases. I squatted and swept a hand across the pristine concrete. Energy skidded across my fingertips, the feel slightly sharper than before, but definitely not dirty or dark. I glanced up at Asriel. She's shown a liking for hiding things underground. Do you think it's possible that she's got another bolt hole here? There is only one way to find out.
He drew Valdez. I rose and stepped out of the way. Just do a small hole, one that's just big enough to look through. We don't want the kids staying here falling through anything. He nodded. Flames flared from Valdez's tip, then spit and raced left and right, until they'd formed a circle barely bigger than a small fist. Grey smoke began to billow, and the concrete dust teased my nose, making me sneeze. Deeper and deeper the flames bored into the concrete, until suddenly they were through, and the concrete ring dropped into a deeper darkness. The flames clung to its side, providing us with shadowed glimpses of what lay below. I knelt down and peered into the small hole, but Valdez's flames weren't bright enough to lift the darkness all that much. But the air smelled foul, and there didn't appear to be any sort of magical surprise waiting for us, as there had been last time. I looked at Asriel. Can you sense anything? He shook his head.
I do not believe hell creatures wait below.
Right then. I'm going in. I raised an eyebrow, waiting for a useless automatic rebuttal, but he surprised me.
Be careful, he said. And if you do not wish your clothes destroyed, it might be wise to strip first.
Ha! I knew there was a reason you didn't object to me going down there. You just want to see me naked.
Of course. Even if I prefer the song of your soul and your energy, I have been wearing this form long enough now that I've gained a human male's appreciation of the female form.
Amusement briefly creased the corners of his eyes, but it faded as he added, tone a touch more serious.
And I would stop you from going down there if I thought there was any danger, or if I actually had some location markers that would allow me to go down there instead.
I rose, stripped, and handed him my clothes. Then, drawing a mire, I ignored his appreciative glance and the heat it stirred, and called to the Adea. The energy came thick and fast, and in a very short space of time I was little more than particles. I slipped through the hole and down into the darkness. Magic tingled through my being, but its touch was old and distant, and didn't particularly feel threatening. If there was a spell here, then it was an old one, maybe one that had lost its strength over time. The darkness was so impregnable that I couldn't see anything beyond the puddle of Valdez's flames. I moved around, trying to get some sense of the place. It was only a small chamber by Lauren standards, and there didn't appear to be any other chambers leading off it. I moved back to the beacon that was Valdez, and taking a mental breath, and warning Amaya to be ready, called to the Adea once more. A heartbeat later, I was flesh again. Dizziness swept me, but the traditional blinding headache that used to always come with reforming was little more than a muted, ignorable ache. I was definitely getting better at this whole energy-to-flesh thing. "Nothing," Amaya grumbled. "Shame that." Only to your bloodthirsty little self, I thought, amused. "Not bloodthirsty," she muttered. "Soul-thirsty. Difference." I guess there was, in that her thirst had a more permanent ending for her victims. I lifted her blade, and her flames flared brighter down her sides, peeling away the heavy cloak of darkness. The chamber was circular and little more than 10 feet wide. The magic that I'd sensed earlier clung to the outer walls of the small cavern, but it was no stronger down here than it had been up in the garage. Like previous bolt holes we'd uncovered, this one had various shelves and storage areas hewn into the earth walls. The bottles and various other witchy-type accoutrements that lined them were heavy with dust and old webs. Awareness tingled through me as Asriel appeared. He glanced around, then handed me my clothes and said, "This does not appear to have been used for a very long time." "No." I quickly dressed, then walked across to the nearest shelf and plucked one of the jars from its dusty perch. The glass was so old it was almost opaque, but there was what looked to be hair inside. I undid the lid and tipped the contents out onto the dirt. But even so, I have no intention of leaving anything here that she might come back and use.
Might she not sense the destruction of the items?
If she was going to sense anything, it would probably be our entry into this place. I shrugged. I can't imagine she'd sense these bits and pieces being destroyed, because in and of themselves they hold no magic.
Good.
He moved to the next shelf and began emptying the contents of all the bottles and jars onto the floor, and in a relatively quick time, we had a good pile. I shoved Amaya into the middle of them. Her flames crawled over everything, and quickly turned them to ash. I swept my foot through the small pile, scattering the remnants, and wished I had some holy water. Spreading it around would have made this place a little bit more inhospitable, if she ever did come back to it.
"What next?"
Asriel asked. I glanced at the time and swore softly. "Next we go back to the office. I need to get ready for my meeting with Mike."
"I'm glad you stopped calling it a date,"
he said as he gathered me close.
"That word has the power to annoy me greatly."
I tisked. "Too long in human form for sure."
"Yes," he agreed, "but it does have its benefits.
some of which I intend to explore when and if I get the chance.
It would seem certain parts of your body are more eager for exploration than others.
That, he said severely, but with humor dancing in his eyes, is a function of this body that I have no control over. And, might I add, it is extremely uncomfortable.
I laughed and kissed him. I do love you, you know.
I know. I have always known how you felt, even when you yourself were unsure. You cannot lie to your Kiev.
You can't, I said in mock horror. Damn, there go my plans of hiding future spending sprees in the closet and telling you later I've had them for ages. He gave me a blank sort of look.
I do not even pretend to understand that particular comment.
Oh, you will, trust me. His expression remained unsure. I grinned, kissed him again, and said, "Home, James." A second later, we were standing in the middle of the office again. I pulled away from his embrace somewhat regretfully and started getting ready to meet Mike. Winter's was a long, skinny restaurant, squeezed in between two larger establishments. The walls were rough brick, the ceilings high and part glass, and there were lots of old iron tools and sculptures adorning the walls. Though it had a warm, friendly vibe, I felt anything but warm as the waitress led me through the main part of the restaurant and into a more private dining area. This area, like the main section, was heavy on the brick and metal decorations, but at the rear of the room was a bank of sliding glass doors that, while currently closed, opened out to a small but pretty courtyard. Thankfully, Mike wasn't the only one in the room. There was another couple sitting in the corner near the doors, though I doubted they'd be of much help if things started to go downhill. They didn't seem to be aware of anything but each other.
"Risa," Mike said, rising from the table. "Right on time, as usual. And looking rather nice, might I add."
He was wearing black, close-fitting pants that rather looked like breeches, a beautiful emerald green vest, a white linen shirt, and a black cravat. A double-breasted waistcoat hung from the back of his chair. He looked like he'd just stepped out of the Victorian era, as had, I thought with a chill, the men's clothing I'd seen hanging in Lauren's wardrobe. It might have been nothing more than coincidence. I mean, Lauren knew we'd been to her place and had seen those clothes, so if Mike was involved with her, or worst-case scenario actually was her, then surely he wouldn't risk wearing similar clothes. "Thanks, and I'm on time because I'm starved." I clasped his offered hand, suddenly thankful that our relationship was strictly professional, despite his apparent relationship with my mum. I slid my finger to his wrist and pressed the tracker onto his skin. His grip, I noted with some distaste, was unusually warm and slightly moist, but he didn't seem to notice the tracker's transfer, and that was good. I just had to hope that now it had transferred. I couldn't feel it on my finger, but that wasn't proof, as I hadn't felt it when it was. He released my hand, then moved around the table, gallantly pulling out my chair and seating me. His closeness had no particular vibes going off, and yet it still unnerved me. I had no idea why.
"I hope the newlyweds in the corner don't bother you,"
he said, sitting back down opposite.
"I did ask Beatrice to book a private room so we could discuss your friend's problem without being overheard, but it appears she ignored me."
"That's okay." I smiled at the waitress as she handed me the menu. I don't think the newlyweds are worried about anything but each other right now.
"True."
He studied the wine list for a moment, then said,
"What would you like to drink?"
Just water, thanks. Even if my wolf constitution did allow me to drink a little alcohol without the risk of harming my child, my damn stomach was churning so badly I probably would have brought it right back up.
Make that 2, thank you.
He closed the wine list, handed it to the waitress, then once again turned his full attention to me. There was something unnerving in the way he watched me. There was an intensity, a stillness, that reminded me of a predator about to pounce.
How was your day, my dear?
Was there just a little too much interest behind that casual question? I studied him for a minute, seeing lines in his face and shadows under his eyes that I couldn't remember seeing before. Maggie's comment about the drain the Ania attack would have caused ran through the back of my mind, and I couldn't help connecting 2 and 2. But was I seeing things, sensing things simply because I wanted to see them? Because there was some minor part of me that wanted them to be there? If Keandra's warning was correct, and I had no doubt that it was, then in all honesty I would much rather the person who wasn't what they seemed to be Mike than anyone else in my life. Because everyone else in my life was someone I loved. Fine, I said eventually. But the cafe is so busy we're thinking about employing several more waitstaff. We're run off our feet during peak hours.
You have to be careful if you do, he said. Prime costs are sitting at about 63% of the total volume of sales. You don't want to run it too much higher, especially if you ever want to sell it in the future.
I raised my eyebrows. What gave you the idea that I might want to sell it?
It happens. Partnerships break up, or it just gets too much.
He shrugged.
What happens if you, or indeed Ileana, get pregnant? What will you do with the cafe in that sort of event?
The days of a woman giving up her job or her business when she becomes pregnant are long gone.
Oh, I'm well aware of that.
He half shrugged.
It was just a theoretical question.
There was nothing but casual interest in either his voice or his expression, and yet that odd watchfulness was still very much present. The waitress reappeared, filling our glasses with water, then taking our orders. I can't see there'd be any difference to the current situation if either of us did get pregnant, I said, once she'd left. We'd just hire in someone to take our place. Why?
As I said, I was just curious as to whether you'd given it any thought.
He produced a small manila folder and handed it to me, then lightly began to tap the table. I wondered whether it was impatience or something else.
That's all the information I could find on those properties you asked me about, he said. I believe the bulk of the information has already been shredded.
I looked through the folder. The information wasn't even as detailed as what Stain had told me, though what information it did contain was the same. I handed the folder back and said, would it be possible to talk to either Sands or McIntyre and ask them if they remember anything about the properties in question?
McIntyre?
He frowned.
That's the first time I believe you've mentioned someone by that name.
I silently cursed the slip, even as I wondered whether it was a slip. Sorry, I meant Greenfield. He apparently owned one of the properties my friend is interested in.
Absent-mindedness seems to be catching lately.
His brief smile appeared warmer than it actually was.
Even I've been struck with the malady. Most inconvenient, though not unexpected given my age.
I'd hardly call you old, I said.
Very gallant of you to say so, even though you must know I'm in my 60s.
He didn't look it, or at least he hadn't up until tonight. And while his somewhat gaunt and tired expression did add more than a few years on him, it was more his eyes that told of his age. They were a clear grey, and not only filled with a vast sense of power, but oddly magnetic. I felt myself leaning forward and jerked back with a frown. What the fuck was going on? I had no sense of magic, either coming from Mike or in the near vicinity, and surely I would have if some sort of spell was in operation. I cleared my throat and said, "As I said, if you have contact details for either Sands or Greenfield, I'd really appreciate it."
If I had such details, you could have them. But they have not been clients of mine for some years now. And I only have these records on the off chance the tax department queries me about them.
That's unlikely after all this time, isn't it? He raised an eyebrow.
As unlikely as either of those two remembering anything about properties they owned so long ago.
Touché, I thought. I took a sip of water, then said, "Do you remember anything about either of them?"
Nothing much. My dealings with them were strictly business, and I basically only advised them on a couple of transactions before they moved away.
Any idea where? He hesitated.
I believe Sands went to Sydney, and Greenfield to the Gold Coast.
Again, he seemed to be watching me just a little too intently. But why would he mention either location if he had something to hide? I took another sip of water and wished I'd never come here. I wasn't any good at this sort of cat-and-mouse game, if that was what was actually happening. No wonder you lost contact with them. I shrugged. I might see if Stain can track them down for me. They might not remember anything, but at least I can say I tried.
Indeed.
He was still tapping his fingers, and the sound was almost as mesmerizing as his eyes had been moments before.
I saw on the news that a converted warehouse in Richmond had been blown apart, and it looked an awful lot like yours. Was it?
I nodded, my unease increasing even though I still had no real idea why. Unfortunately, yes.
What on earth happened?
It was a combination of my demon sword and the backlash of a witch's spell, and it blew the hell out of both my father and the house. The words were right on the tip of my tongue, ready to blurt out, but I somehow restrained them. Maybe I was more tired than I thought, or maybe, I thought, my gaze flicking briefly to his fingers, something else was going on. But if it was magic, it was so subtle that I couldn't feel it. "I believe they're still investigating," I said, a little more abruptly than I should have. "But they suspect a faulty gas pipe."
Then it was fortunate no one was caught in the blast.
He paused. In the brief silence, his rhythmic tapping seemed to echo, a sound that had my nerves crawling.
Though I would have thought a blast strong enough to create such a crater would have at least damaged the houses on either side.
Obviously, the fates decided it wasn't anyone else's turn to die right then.
Anyone else's?
He raised an eyebrow.
That's an odd way of putting it. It almost sounds as if someone did die.
That's because someone did. Again, I had to bite down on the comment, which was weird. I might think those sorts of things, but I rarely came so close to blurting them out that it was an effort to restrain them. Except maybe when that restraint involved Hunter. Though I could and did hold back comments from her, and more easily than I was here. It was almost as if I'd been slipped some sort of truth drug. But if I had, when had it happened? The waitress had brought our water in a jug, and I doubted it had been tainted with anything, as she'd used the same jug to fill the newlyweds' glasses. I frowned, my gaze again going to his fingers. The uneasy sensation that something was happening got stronger. Maybe the tapping had nothing to do with my sudden urge to answer more honestly than I should. But could I take the risk? No, no one died, because there was no one in the house at the time. I hesitated, then added somewhat testily, I hate to say this, but your finger tapping is getting damn annoying. He glanced down at his hand, his expression surprised. Sorry, didn't realize I was doing it. I stared at him, torn between wanting to believe him and suspecting a lie. His surprise seemed genuine, but part of me just wasn't buying it. But that same part was also looking, almost hoping for evil to be found here, rather than somewhere closer to home. Sorry, it's just been a shit day. I didn't mean to sound so snappy. He waved the comment away. And I didn't mean to be overly inquisitive. He hesitated and waved his hand again, this time the movement overly dramatic. I promised your mother to keep an eye on you if anything ever happened to her. I know our relationship is a merely professional one, but I'd still feel remiss if I didn't at least try to keep my word. I suspected it was said to make me feel bad, and in that he succeeded. And yet I still couldn't escape the notion that something was very off, with this situation and with him. Asriel, is there anyone else in this restaurant who seems to be acting oddly, or anyone who appears overly interested in what might be going on in this room? I thought. There was no reply. Where the warm buzz of Asriel's thoughts usually was, there was only radio silence. I had no sense that anything was wrong, and surely I would have, given that we were now linked body and soul. So that could only mean he was somehow being blocked, and that required magic. Which meant that either Lauren was near, or Mike was a whole lot more than he ever seemed. And despite half hoping that he might be the betrayer in my life, I really didn't want to believe it. It didn't matter whether he was simply involved with Lauren or was the shape-shifting sorceress herself. The key problem was his lies and evil had infiltrated not only my life, but my mum's as well. And in the growing pile of things I could never forgive, that would be right up there on the top. Am here, Amaya said. Can eat if wish. No more lies, then. I hesitated, oddly tempted. But I'd already taken one innocent life. I would not take another. Not until I at least had some definite evidence. And the presence of magic in this restaurant wasn't that. So I simply thought, can you feel the magic? Some, she thought. Near. Define near. Near, she repeated. Not here. Which was not at all helpful, although I guess it did mean whatever magic was active in this restaurant wasn't actually coming from Mike himself. I reached for my glass again, but as my fingers wrapped around it, Mike caught my wrist, stopping me. This is new. His thumb brushed the multicolored ribbon and stone tattoo around my right wrist. And very unusual. His touch had my skin crawling again, and yet there was nothing inherently wrong with it. It was no longer even moist. Yes, it is. I gently tried to pull my hand from his, but his grip only tightened. Does it represent anything in particular? His gaze narrowed as he leaned a little closer to study it. The ink is unusually vibrant. It almost appears to be real ribbon rather than merely ink. That's what you get for going to a good tattooist, I said. Mike, please let go, you're hurting me.
My dear girl, I'm so sorry.
He released me immediately, but his gaze, when it met mine, was anything but contrite, and the tension I'd sensed earlier was back, only this time it had an almost furious edge.
I've just never seen something so intricate before. Whoever designed it for you was very proficient at his or her craft.
Which is why they get the big money. I smiled at the waitress as she placed our meals on the table, somewhat relieved at the interruption. When she left, Mike placed his napkin on the table and rose.
If you'll excuse me for a moment, I have to go to the bathroom.
Your bladder has very inconvenient timing, I said, hoping my relief at getting a brief respite from his presence didn't show.
That, he said, amusement in his voice, is also another problem that comes with age. I won't be long.
I nodded and picked up my utensils, tucking into my shepherd's pie as he walked away. But the minute he'd left the room, I scrambled to my feet and all but ran to the door. I peered around the edge of the frame to watch him, torn between wanting him to leave and therefore prove himself a bad guy, and not wanting it to happen. He didn't leave. He did what he said he was doing, went to the bathroom. I swung around and hightailed it to the rear of the dining room. The couple glanced at me and smiled, but quickly went back to staring adoringly into each other's eyes. Thankfully, the door out to the small courtyard wasn't locked. I opened it and stepped out. Almost immediately, Asriel appeared, though he was in the left rear corner, squashed between a fountain and a planter box filled with colourful pansies.
I'm gathering there's some sort of barrier around the cafe, I said, unable to keep the amusement out of my voice or expression. And that's why you are where you are.
Indeed,
he said.
And it is a most uncomfortable position.
It looks it. My smile faded. What sort of barrier is it?
It is similar in feel, although decidedly darker, to the barrier we raised around the building that held both the weapons exhibition and the second key.
Meaning there were undoubtedly wards placed on each corner of this building, because that was the only way to raise such a complete barrier. Do you think it's worth hunting around to find them? I might be able to displace them.
No, because whoever placed the wards would undoubtedly have taken into account the location and the possibility of accidental or purposeful displacement.
He paused, his gaze narrowing.
I smell something odd on you.
I frowned. Define odd.
Odd,
he said, almost echoing my sword's response not so long ago.
A scent that wasn't evident when you entered this place. It has an almost otherworldly feel.
Otherworldly as in magical?
Perhaps.
His concern raced through me, knife sharp but edged with anger.
Perhaps it would be wise for you to disappear now. The fact there is magic both around this place and on you very much suggests that Mike is at least involved with Lauren.
If he is, then we can't afford to make him suspect we're aware of that, I said. Lauren undoubtedly has a dozen other identities she could disappear into, and if that happens, we lose her. Though his expression gave little away, he could no longer keep his feelings from me, and to say he was not happy would be something of an understatement.
You placed the tracker.
I did. I hesitated. If we want to track him, though, we need some form of transportation. My car was blown up with the house, and he knows my bike too well. Do you think you can convince someone to lend us a car?
I shall appropriate one immediately.
He paused.
Mike is on the way back.
I blew Asriel a kiss, then scooted back to the table and quickly demolished several mouthfuls so that it would seem as if I'd been eating the whole time he was gone. I glanced up as he sat back down. His expression was less than happy. "Is everything okay?" He nodded. "Although I'm afraid I may have to cut our dinner a little short. I have another meeting I forgot about." I raised my eyebrows. Coincidence or truth? And was that other meeting a result of a phone call he'd made while in the bathroom? A phone call to Lauren, perhaps? It seemed likely, given that he'd so abruptly left the table after examining the ward on my wrist. And it would certainly explain his expression now. "You need to get yourself a portable memory device," I said. "You know, a smartphone." He picked up his knife and fork and began eating. "I do have one. I just prefer not to put my life into a device that could be stolen." "They're fingerprint secured nowadays," I said. "No one but you can access them. Well, no one but a hacker of high skill, like Stain, for instance. And maybe that was something we needed to do." He waved the comment away. "I still prefer to rely on my brain, even if I do occasionally forget things of late." "If you were a woman, I'd ask if you were pregnant." Though the comment was lightly said, I couldn't help but watch his reaction carefully. Because if he was Lauren, then he would be pregnant. Lucian had been absolutely certain, and I had no reason to doubt him given that a similar conviction with Ileana had proved true. And though I had no idea how a full-body shift would affect any child she/he might be carrying, Lucian had been well aware of what Lauren was, and he wouldn't have impregnated her if there'd been any risk of a shift damaging or aborting his child. Mike snorted, the sound somewhat disparaging, and yet there was something about his reaction that had me frowning, something that didn't quite sit right. Maybe it was just the glimmer of smugness that had flared briefly in his eyes. "If I was female, and a whole lot younger, then that would be a possibility," he said. "Because I am certainly not a monk." "Age is no barrier to pregnancy these days." "No, but being male is." He eyed me severely for a moment. "This is a very odd line of questioning." I smiled. "I'm not questioning. I was merely having a bit of fun." "Ah." He glanced at his watch and shook his head. "I really do have to go. Perhaps we can reset this dinner for another date." "Sure, though I hope you don't mind if I finish my meal first." "By all means, go ahead." He took his wallet from his pocket and placed some cash on the table. "I am sorry I have to leave so abruptly." I wasn't, but I smiled and waved a hand. "Don't worry about it, Mike. We'll catch up again when you have a chance." He nodded and rose, sweeping his coat off the back of the chair, then giving me a slight, old-fashioned bow. "Till next we meet." I nodded and he left. I waited until I was sure he wasn't coming back, then reached down into my purse and grabbed the tracking device. Once I'd turned it on, a street map appeared, accompanied by a small red dot that was steadily moving away from the restaurant's position on Smith Street. I scooped up a few more mouthfuls of the delicious pie, then grabbed my bag and headed out the door. Mike was half a block ahead, climbing into his silver Mercedes. "Turn right," Azriel thought. "I have acquired a car, but it is parked around the corner from the restaurant." I glanced Mike's way again, then headed right. Azriel was standing beside a white Ford Focus. "Good car choice," I said as he tossed me the keys. "It's fast, but common enough not to stand out. Who'd you steal it from?" "I do not steal. I merely borrow." I grinned as I climbed in and started the car. So that coffee you acquired from McDonald's for me not so long ago was merely borrowed. Am I supposed to regurgitate it at some point and give it back?
Now, he said, his expression severe, but amusement dancing in his eyes. You are just being silly.
Totally. I checked for traffic, pulled out of the parking spot, then handed him the tracker. You can direct me.
A situation I should probably enjoy, given it is the only time you are likely to take direction from me without some form of argument.
My amusement grew. I don't argue all the time.
No, he agreed. Just 98% of the time. Mike is on the move and is several blocks ahead of us.
I swung onto Smith Street, but kept just below the speed limit. With the tracker in place and working, there was no need to get too close. We drove through Collingwood, then made our way onto Hoddle Street. But didn't, as I'd half expected, head toward Mike's office. Instead, he continued on, driving over the Yarra River and onto Punt Road. You know, I said into the silence, I have no idea where Mike actually lives. Asriel glanced at me.
Why not? Has he not been in your life since you were born?
Yes, but I don't believe he's ever mentioned his home address, and I can't remember Mum ever going there. I mean, she may have, but it certainly seemed that he came to our place more than the other way around. He raised an eyebrow.
Did you not think it strange that he would never mention his living arrangements, given his intimacy with your mother?
Now that I think about it, yes. At the time, no. I mean, I didn't even realize he and Mum were intimate until after she died. And if anything was strange, then it was that. I mean, no child really wants to think about her parents having sex. But Mum had been a werewolf, even if a lab-designed one, and she had a werewolf's sexual nature and outlook. She'd certainly never hidden the existence of other partners during my childhood. So why would she hide the fact she'd been in a long-term relationship with Mike? She wouldn't, I thought with a chill. And maybe that meant their relationship hadn't been sexual. Maybe it had been nothing more than an avenue of access to me, to keep an eye on me. After all, Lucian had obviously known of my creation before he'd been cast back in time by the Razik, because it certainly hadn't been luck that his path had crossed mine. He'd also obviously known that my father had created the keys in such a way that only he, or one of his blood, could find them. So why wouldn't he have placed someone in my life, someone outwardly ordinary, to keep an eye on me? Especially if that someone was well practiced in magic, or at least had easy access to someone who was. It was only when my father had come back into my life that Lucian had enacted his own plans, starting with my mother's murder. He'd believed that without her presence, without her advice, I would be infinitely more vulnerable, and therefore more accepting of his advances. And he'd been right, up until the moment when I'd finally realized there was a lot more going on than just sexual attraction. Of course, once I'd killed Lucian, I'd cut Lauren's access to me, and therefore the key search. And that could certainly explain Mike's attempts to become a bigger part of my life since Mum's death. As my accountant and investment advisor, his contact with me was limited to business meetings. But as a friend of my mother's, a friend who supposedly promised her that he'd keep an eye on me, he certainly had more of a chance of doing that. I briefly scrubbed a hand across my eyes and swore softly. Asriel wrapped his fingers around mine and squeezed gently.
Do not feel bad. The Adair had centuries to plot. It is not really surprising that we are still unraveling the threads of his treachery.
Yeah, but if I'd listened to you a bit sooner...
We cannot change the past.
We can only learn from it and move on.
Something that's more easily said than done, I commented. Especially when the past involved the 2 deaths that should never have happened. Although one of them certainly wasn't either Lucian's or Lauren's fault.
Hunter's turn will come,
Asriel said. I glanced at him. You can't be sure of that. Hell, even the fates aren't sure of that, from what you've said.
True.
He half shrugged.
But there's also karma. And if you've been thinking the fates are a bitch, then you've obviously never met karma.
I raised my eyebrows. You're saying that like karma is a living thing.
She is as real as the fates, and has very nasty tendencies if you do the wrong thing by her.
He paused.
He's turned right onto Pasley Street North. It's 2 streets up from our current location.
I slowed as I neared the street, and waited for a gap in the oncoming traffic so I could turn. A massive park dominated one side of the street, while on the other, pretty Victorian terraces rubbed shoulders with more modern houses and ugly apartment buildings. The Mercedes had stopped just beyond a bend in the road, and there was no one in it. I slowly cruised past and peered at the house it was parked in front of. It was one of the 2-story Victorian terraces. A beautiful white building complete with an original-looking wrought-iron balustrade lining the upper balcony. It was the sort of house that would be worth a fortune, especially in a location like this. Mike was just disappearing inside the front door. I parked further up the road, switched off the car, then twisted around to look back at the house. Can you sense anyone in there? Asriel shook his head.
There is a barrier around the house.
We seem to be coming up against a few of those lately, I muttered. It's damn frustrating.
But not surprising, given who we are dealing with. This one is similar in feel to the one around the warehouse that had the hellhounds.
I glanced at him, amused. That doesn't exactly cut the options down, given we've discovered hellhounds at nearly every warehouse we've been to. A wry smile touched his lips.
I meant the first warehouse, not the second.
Which was the one the Brindle Witches had woven an exception into, allowing Asriel to enter, and also the place that held a secondary barrier within its bowels. We'd know soon enough what that one might be protecting, given that Kiandra now had the witches working on it. So this barrier is designed to keep out Reapers and Adea, but not human.
From the feel of it, yes.
His gaze came to mine.
I presume this means you are about to break in.
I raised an eyebrow. You say that like we've got another choice.
There are always other choices, as I believe you have often noted. However, they might take more time than we have. We need to know what goes on in that house now, not later. And with the barrier present, it is a task that necessarily falls to you.
Which doesn't mean you're happy about it, I said.
No, but then I was assigned this task to protect you.
No, you were assigned to find the keys. Protecting me was a secondary, even if necessary, part of that task. I leaned over and kissed him. I won't be long, and I'll be careful.
Good. But you might want to face shift, just in case Mike, or whoever else might be in that house, happens to be looking out the window.
Good idea. I leaned back, took a couple of deep breaths, then closed my eyes, and pictured a face that was very different from mine. A sharper nose, a smattering of freckles across my cheeks, green eyes rather than lilac, and short but curly brown hair. Then, freezing that image in my mind, I reached for the face-shifting magic. It exploded around me, thick and fierce, a gale-like force that made my muscles tremble, and the image waver. I frowned and concentrated harder. Easier said than done when the magic was designed to sweep away sensation and thought. But the energy responded, and my skin began to ripple as bones reconstructed, and my hair shortened and curled. When the magic faded, I opened my eyes and glanced in the rearview mirror. The face that stared back at me was not my own. It was always a weird feeling. I met Asriel's gaze again. "Wish me luck."
"I wish you safety,"
he said.
"Just don't take unnecessary risks while in there."
I grabbed the coat the car's owner had rather conveniently left in the back and threw it on to hide my clothes as I climbed out of the car. While I might no longer look like me, Mike had noted what I'd been wearing, and given that he knew both Mum and I were face shifters, would undoubtedly be suspicious of anyone wearing the exact same clothes. Tension rolled through me as I walked back to the white terrace, and it took every ounce of willpower I had not to stare up at the windows to see whether there was anyone watching me. I opened the hip-height wrought-iron gate and stepped onto the brick pathway that led both to the front door and around to the back of the property. The minute I did, the magic hit me, crawling across my skin like 1,000 fireflies, stinging and burning. My skin twitched and crawled, and I had to resist the desire to back out. However unpleasant the sensation was, it wasn't actually stopping me. I guess that was something to be thankful for, even if I suddenly didn't want to enter this place alone. I walked on. The farther away from the gate and the barrier I got, the less intense the stinging became. My gaze swept the nearest windows, but I couldn't see anyone watching. If there was an alarm woven into the magic, then it certainly hadn't roused anyone. "Amaya, can you sense any life inside?" I thought. "Nothing," she thought. "Evil only." "So Mike's not there?" "No." Meaning there had to be some sort of transport device inside the house. "The evil you're sensing, is it magic? Or the creatures from hell type evil?" She hesitated. "Sure not." Fabulous not, as she would say. Still, if we wanted answers, then I had little choice but to continue on. And given that Mike was no longer inside, there was little point in sneaking around. Sometimes going boldly was the only sensible course of action. I marched up the steps and over to the door. The only noise coming from inside the house was the steady ticking of a clock. I had no sense of the evil Amaya said was there, but she was more finely tuned to all things hell than I was. I pressed the doorbell. The cheery sound seemed to echo for an abnormally long time, but drew no response. I rang it again, just to be sure, then retreated and followed the path to the rear of the house. Surprisingly, the gate into the backyard wasn't locked, but I paused in the act of opening it and whistled softly, just in case there was something more substantial than magic protecting this place. No dog came running, but I didn't relax. I couldn't really. We were too close to the endgame now, and I very much doubted the warding stone barrier would be the only thing protecting this place. I drew Amaya and held her in front of me like a shield. Lilac fire crawled down the edges of her steel, but the flames were restrained. She was holding her energy in check until needed. The rear yard wasn't huge, but there were so many trees and flowering shrubs crowded into the space that it felt like I was entering a different world, one that was cool, green, and rich with many scents. It was a space that very much reminded me of the greenhouse I'd stepped into when I'd used one of Lauren's transport stones and found myself up on the Gold Coast. Coincidence? I tended to think not. The rear glass door was locked, and a quick look through confirmed there was no one inside, or at least no one I could see. I double-checked that none of the neighbors were peering through the curtain of green, watching what I was doing, then shoved Amaya into the small gap between the frame and the door. In very little time, she had sheared through both the ordinary lock and the deadbolt. I took a deep breath that did little to calm the butterflies going berserko in my stomach, then stepped inside the dark and silent house. Chapter 8. Like most of these renovated terraces, the rear part of the house had become one big open kitchen that also had plenty of room for a dining area. Amaya's lilac flames cast a cool light across the white expanse of walls and kitchen cabinets, but oddly gave the polished floorboards a richer, redder glow. I slid my shoes off so my footsteps didn't echo, then carefully walked on. Beyond the soft ticking of a clock, the house was silent, but the still air was rich with a combination of leather and roses, the smells coming from both the furnishings and the various floral arrangements dotted around the room. There was no TV in this room, just a small kitchen table and a comfortable-looking sofa. Bookcases lined the wall to my left and were filled with hardcovers, some fiction, most not. Aside from the flowers, those books were the only spots of colour in this otherwise white world. I moved through the kitchen and up a couple of steps into the more formal dining area. There was a staircase to the right. I paused at its base, looking upward. There was a skylight at the top of the stairwell, but the moon hadn't fully risen yet, and there was little light shining through it. There was no sense of movement or life coming from the upper floors, and yet there was something up there. I had no idea what it might be, but my skin crawled with awareness. Maybe it was the evil Amaya had sensed. Not, she thought. That ahead. Oh, great. I licked my lips and forced my feet on. The dining room, like the kitchen diner, was expensively but sparsely furnished. In fact, there was very little in the way of decoration in this place, nothing beyond the furniture and the flower vases, anyway, and certainly nothing that hinted at the personality of the owner. It was almost a show home, although even show homes generally had a warmer feel than this place. Beyond the dining room there was a small corridor and a gorgeous old grandfather clock. There were also two doors. One was the front door, so I reached for the doorknob of the other one. But as my fingers touched the metal, that sense of evil sharpened, its touch old and oddly putrid. I quickly released the doorknob and backed away. What the fuck is in there, Amaya? I thought. Sure not. I frowned and glanced down at my hand. Though I couldn't see anything, it felt as if a film of some kind had crawled from the knob to my skin. It was cold, wet, even though there was no moisture on my hand, and oddly reminded me of Mike's grip when I'd shaken his hand. Amaya, flame up, I thought. When she did so, I added, I want you to burn whatever it is I have on my hand. I stuck my palm against her blade, and her flames crawled around my fingertips, their touch light, warm and tingly. After a moment she thought, taste foul. Is it magic or something else? Not hell magic. She paused. Of this place. Meaning the stuff is from Earth, or it's simply not dark magic. Latter. Witch, not blood. If it was witch magic, did that mean Lauren was nearing the end of her strength limits? All magic had its costs, but the price of blood magic was apparently far higher. and Lauren hadn't exactly been cautious about its use of late. Is it the same sort of magic that waits in that room? I thought. No. I frowned at the door for a minute, then realized I didn't actually have to go anywhere near the door, or whatever magic had been placed on it, to find out what lay beyond it. I took a step forward, raised Amaya, and thrust her into the middle of the door. There was a moment of resistance, from the magic rather than the door. Then her steel was through. "What can you see now?" I asked. She hesitated. "Evil." Care to be a bit more descriptive than that? I thought. Her hesitation was even longer. "Not demon, not spirit. Of this world, but not flesh. Can't eat." And that, I thought with amusement, pissed her off greatly, if the tone of her voice was anything to go by. But what were we dealing with? Was it some form of ghost? I'd never feared ghosts, having seen them most of my life, but something held me back from entering that room and confronting this one. "What is it doing?" "It waits." For what? Someone to enter the room, or for its masters to return and give it instructions? Is there anything or anyone else in that room besides the ghost? I thought. No, she thought. Office. Meaning there just might be something in there worth finding. But to do that, I'd have to confront what might be some sort of vengeful ghost, and I really didn't feel like doing that right now. Besides, though we'd seen Mike enter this place, he obviously wasn't still here, and that meant there had to be a set of transport stones around somewhere. Better to find them before I tackled anything else. I slid Amaya free from the wood and headed for the stairs. I walked up cautiously, my back to the wall, Amaya in one hand and my shoes in the other. Her soft hissing overrode the sound of the clock's ticking, though I think her noise was more frustration that there'd been nothing so far for her to attack than any sense that danger was near. We reached a landing, but the only thing on this level was a generously sized bathroom. I continued upward, senses alert for even the slightest caress of something out of place or unusual. There was nothing. And yet there had to be something here. Mike hadn't simply disappeared. Creating that sort of magic took time. So either there were transportation stones here somewhere, or he'd gone out the back door, leapt over the back fence, and run away. And I honestly couldn't see him doing that. I reached the final landing. 2 doors led off this, and both were partially closed. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I stepped forward, raised a foot, and lightly toed the nearest door open. No demons jumped out at us, no vengeful ghosts, and definitely no magic. It was a bedroom, and it ran the entire width of the building. A glass door led out onto the front balcony, but even from here I could see it was securely locked. He hadn't gone out that way, though we would have seen him if he had. The all-encompassing white theme was in residence in this room as well, with the only splash of colour coming from the dark wood of the old-fashioned 4-poster bed, and the large vase of cream and pink lilies and roses sitting on the dressing table. I swung around and headed for the back bedroom. My skin began to crawl, and the awareness of something was growing. I slowed as I neared the door, listening intently, trying to figure out whether the thing I felt was real or imagined. Not, Amaya thought. Evil inside. I do wish you'd get a bit more descriptive, I mentally muttered. I mean, are we talking live evil, dead evil, or something in between? Live not, she thought. Dead not. Just is. Which still wasn't very helpful, but I guess it was hardly fair to blame her. Will eat if can, she added. If it attacks, feel free. I took a deep breath, then once again pushed the door with my foot. Tension ran through me as it swung open, and every bit of me was ready to jump back, to react if anything so much as squeaked the wrong way. Nothing did. What stood in the middle of the room was a set of cuneiform stones. They were about 6 feet tall, and roughly 4 feet wide at their base, and both reached up to a needle-sharp point. Though most of the other stones we'd discovered had been primarily grey in colour, these were white as the walls within this house, and their surface was littered with small crystals that Amaya's flames sparked to life, sending rainbow-coloured flurries skating through the room. They reminded me of the second set of stones we'd found under the warehouse near Staines. The ones we'd initially believed had been the sorceress's entry point onto the grey fields. They even felt like those stones. All the others we'd come across had felt ancient and powerful. These stones, like the others, were undoubtedly both old and potent. But there was also a foulness emanating from them. It was as if they were something that should not exist in this time or place. I took a step closer. Pinpricks of energy snapped at my skin, drawing blood. I shivered and stepped back. While I had no doubt that Mike had disappeared through this gateway, there was no way in hell I was about to follow him. I might have risked it had it been only my safety I had to worry about, but I was a mum-to-be now, and I wasn't about to jeopardize the health of my son by exposing him to something that felt so unclean. I retreated to the wall and walked around the stones. I didn't learn much. I didn't understand cuneiform, and I wasn't about to call the one person in my life who did back into the line of fire. I might have promised to call Uncle Quinn if I needed help, but I wasn't about to risk Hunter finding out where they were hiding for something as minor as this. Which meant that as far as Mike went, we were at a dead end until he showed up again. I sheathed Amaya, then left the house, making sure that I'd left everything as I'd found it. Everything except the rear door locks, and there wasn't much I could do about that except hope that no one noticed it.
So this would appear to confirm that Mike is at least working with the Dark Sorceress,
Azriel said, as I climbed into the car.
It confirms that both my mother and I are blind fucking fools. I thumped the steering wheel. Damn it! How could he keep something like that a secret for so long? Mum wasn't an innocent when it came to the arcane. Why did she never sense something was wrong until it was altogether too late?
The Adea placed a spell on you, Azriel said. What makes you think they didn't also do the same to your mother?
I guess. It's just... I stopped and shrugged. I guess I'm just sick of being 3 steps behind everyone else in this game.
It's possible Mike is not aware that we suspect him. That will play in our favor.
Only for as long as it takes him to realize someone broke into his house. He's going to suspect it was us.
Which may or may not matter to him. He needs you, remember. So if it prompts any sort of action, it's going to be another attempt to ensnare you.
I glanced down at my hand, remembering the somewhat slick feel of his initial handshake. Do you think that's what he was doing in the restaurant?
No. I think he was simply trying to uncover both what you knew and what you suspected. I also suspect you will hear from him sooner rather than later, probably with another invitation to dinner.
Over which he'll try to magic me. I rubbed my wrist and hoped the ribbon bracelet was strong enough to withstand the onslaught of dark magic. "Do you think he's Lauren?" Asriel raised his eyebrows.
"That is a question you should answer, not me. You know him. I don't, nor can I read him."
"I'd like to think he's not, that we couldn't be that gullible." My lips twisted. But then I've already had more than enough proof of that with Lucian.
"Everyone is entitled to make a mistake," Asriel commented sagely. "At least you rectified yours by ridding the world of his presence."
"Yeah, but revenge didn't taste as sweet as I'd hoped."
"It never does."
He reached over and squeezed my hand.
"Let's dwell on the problems we can do something about, not the ones we can't."
"Good idea." "So where the hell do you think Mike might have gone?"
"We know Lauren has at least 2 warehouse bolt holes. It is possible that we have not found all that either of those places conceal."
He shrugged.
"Given the relative ease with which we found that first one, it is entirely possible that she allowed us to find what we did, in the hope we would then discard it."
"Then let's head there and see if we can pick up Mike's signal." I started the car and pulled out into the street.
"And if we do, we have no idea whether Mike is merely working for her, or if he's our sorceress herself. But either way, I doubt it would be wise to confront either of them in one of her lairs."
"No, but at least we'd finally have a concrete lead." And once the bastard stepped away from protection, well, one way or another, he was ours. It didn't take us all that long to cut across to the warehouse. I parked in the street behind the building, then glanced down at the tracker Asriel still held. It was deathly quiet. Mike wasn't here.
"It is still worth checking the building," Asriel said. "The witches are here. If nothing else, we can see how their progress with that second barrier goes."
I nodded, climbed out of the car and walked around to the front of the building. It wasn't much to look at in its current state. The wind rattled the rusted iron roof and whistled through the small, regularly spaced windows, many of which were broken. Like many of the other buildings in the area, its walls were littered with graffiti and tags, and rubbish lay in drifting piles along its length. But its bones were essentially good, and I couldn't understand why it had lain derelict for so long. It would have made several smashing apartments. But once again there was an odd, almost watchful stillness about the place. It was a stillness that seemed to affect the immediate surrounds, which were unnervingly quiet. Even the roar of the traffic travelling along nearby Smith Street seemed muted. I shivered, despite the heat rolling off the man walking so closely beside me. This place had always seemed wrong to me. More so now, perhaps, because I knew what evil its dark interior sheltered. There were 2 entrances into the building on West Street. The first one remained heavily padlocked, but the other, a roller door over what had once been a loading bay, was where we'd gotten in previously. Someone had done a rough repair job on the broken section of the door, but the welding didn't look too good, and I didn't think it would take more than a kick or 2 to be rid of it. Which was precisely what I did. I got down on my hands and knees and squeezed through the small hole. The witches had woven an exception into the magic that warded this place to allow Asriel to enter. But it seemed to have a washover effect on me, because this time there was very little in the way of resistance or stinging as I crawled through the small gap. I still felt it, but it wasn't resisting me like it had previously. I rose and dusted the dirt off my jeans as I scanned the area. The large loading dock and the offices that lined the upper area hadn't changed, and I couldn't smell anything in the air that suggested anyone was in this portion of the building. Asriel rose and stood beside me.
The witches are still here, but I cannot feel the presence of anyone else.
I'd normally say that was a good thing, but in this particular case I'm not sure it is.
That would depend on what lies behind the hidden door, and whether the magic that protects it also interferes with my ability to sense souls.
He pressed his fingers against my spine and guided me towards the stairs.
We may yet find either Mike or our sorceress here.
I snorted softly. Do you really think it's going to be that easy?
No, but one can always hope.
We went through the end office, the one the farthest away from the trapdoor Jack and I had fallen through during our first visit, and moved into the deeper darkness of the main warehouse. The roof here soared high above us and was snaked with metal lines and some sort of conveyor system. The windows lining the left side of the room were so thick with dirt that very little outside light seeped in, and on the right side there were several small rubbish and rat-filled offices. The concrete floor was stained with rust lines and thick with grime. Asriel drew Valdez. Her flames flared across the shadows, making it easier to traverse the space, especially in the end third of the building, where the sludge from the old machines was thickest and as slippery as hell. I briefly wondered where the ghost of the woman who'd led me to the hidden doorway was. I couldn't sense her presence anywhere near, but maybe she was simply keeping watch now that there was no immediate danger. We reached the inky wall that protected the stairwell down to the basement. I led Asriel around to the 2-foot square doorway Roselle had woven into the sorcerer's magic, and crawled through. Magic immediately hit me, but its feel was clean, pure, caressing my skin rather than attacking me. The witches were still at work on that door. I grabbed the metal railing and made my way down to the basement. It was a cavernous space, all concrete and filled with lines of dust-laden, somewhat rusty metal shelving, all of which were empty. Whatever the inky barrier was protecting, it wasn't this particular area. I led the way through the shelving. Roselle turned around as we approached. She was tall and pretty, and looked all of 20. Given that most witches didn't usually begin training to be masters, which was what she was doing at the Brindle, until they were at least 30, she'd either become very proficient at a very young age, or she was much older than she looked. I suspected the former, if only because Kiandra had placed a lot of faith in her. "We're almost through," she said. Though her eyes were bright with excitement, her skin looked pale, and the droop in her shoulders suggested weariness. "The spell protecting this entrance is nothing any of us has ever seen before. It's been quite a learning curve unpicking all the interwoven threads." I glanced past her. 6 witches sat within a protection circle in front of the section of wall that held the hidden doorway. The crisp, clear magic that rolled across my senses was emanating from them, but underneath it I could still feel the caress of the sorceress's dark and oddly dirty magic. But it was an energy that was flickering, fading fast. I returned my gaze to Roselle. "So whatever the magic is protecting, it's something our dark sorceress cares about greatly." Roselle nodded. "We suspect it could be her ritual room. There is no other reason for a spell of this intricacy." "And if it is?" "We destroy it. She will undoubtedly have other, minor rooms that she could use to cast spells, but the loss of this one, situated as it is on a main ley-line intersection, will severely curtail her ability to create major blood magic." I frowned. "Why?" Couldn't she just make another one somewhere else? Roselle shook her head. Blood magic is a difficult and dangerous art, and it cannot be performed any old where. It would have taken her years to set up her ritual space so that she was secure and well protected from the forces she is summoning. If that's the case, why isn't she here, protecting this place with everything she has? Roselle's cheeks dimpled. Because we are not without some skill ourselves. She is not attacked because, as far as she is aware, this place is as safe and as secure as it ever was. Using magic to counter magic. Nice. We thought so. She turned to face the circle, her gaze narrowing. It shouldn't be too long. Do you think there will be any sort of spell or trap inside? Possibly. We'll ensure it's safe to enter before anyone does so. She glanced past me. But in case it is protected by something more mundane than a spell, I would have your sword ready, Reaper. Asriel didn't comment, but Valdez's flames flared brighter. Surprisingly, Amaya had nothing to say about being left out of the possible killing spree, but maybe she was merely waiting to see whether there was something worth attacking before she started complaining. In the brief silence there was a loud crack, and a doorway-sized section of the concrete wall began to shimmer, waver, fading in and out of existence, and providing tantalizing glimpses of a rusted metal door. The flickering got faster, more violent, as if the magic that concealed the door was fighting back. Then, with a sigh rather than a bang, it bled away, and the solid metal door was revealed in its entirety. I instinctively took a step forward, anxious to see what might lie beyond the door, but Roselle grabbed my hand, stopping me from going any farther. "Wait," she said. "We're not finished yet." I took a deep breath and tried to curb the impatience that rattled through me. We were dealing with a dark sorceress's lair, and God knew how many traps might wait inside. But that still didn't stop the need to get in there, to know whether Mike was just a lackey or our shape-shifting sorceress himself. Though why I was so certain I'd find confirmation inside, I couldn't entirely say. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. I crossed my arms and watched the witches continue to work on the door. Their magic was sharper than before, holding a knife edge that bit into my skin without drawing blood, meaning, no doubt, there were even darker spells on the old metal door itself. 5 minutes passed. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, trying to curb impatience and the growing need to know. Their magic peaks, Asriel thought. It won't be long now. As if his comment was a catalyst, the metal door began to groan, to creak. Its metal hinges seemed to get longer and longer, as if there were two opposing forces holding either end, stretching them thinner and thinner. Then, with an explosive roar, they shattered, firing shards of thin metal through the air. Roselle ducked, as did I, and the deadly missiles flew over our heads and pinged off the shelving behind us. As the dust settled, it revealed the metal door lying at a downward angle, suggesting there were steps just beyond the doorway. The candle-lit room beyond appeared to be large. Nothing moved within the room. Nothing leapt out at us. I remained where I was. There might not be hellhounds and whatnot inside that chamber, but if there were candles lit, there might very well be magic. 2 of the 6 witches sitting within the protection circle rose, chanting softly as they joined hands and stepped onto the first step. The tension running through me ramped up several notches as they gradually disappeared downward, but there was no immediate or obvious response. After several minutes, the sharp sense of magic eased, and one of the witches reappeared in the doorway.
"It is safe to enter," she said, voice weary. "We have deactivated the remaining spells."
I glanced at Asriel, who raised an eyebrow at my unspoken query, then took the lead, skirting around the witch's protection circle, but pausing on the top step. I stopped beside him. This chamber, unlike the others we'd discovered, had not been hewn out of the earth. It was obviously part of the building's fabric, a deep, wide bunker that, like the room behind us, was longer than it was wide. At the far end of the room, several large black candles burned, their light barely illuminating the heavy stone table that stood between them. Even from here I could smell the blood, desperation, and fear that clung to the stone like a well-worn cloak. "Her ritual table," I murmured, trying to ignore the urge to turn around and run, as far as I could, from this place and that table.
"Yes,"
the second of the two witches said. She tucked her brown hair behind her ear and gave a small grimace.
"It will take some time to fully nullify its power, I'm afraid."
I frowned. "You can't just use holy water on it."
"Oh, we can and will. That will at least prevent her from using it in the short term. Longer term, however, needs a more careful destruction. We need to ensure this table can never be used again, either by our sorceress or anyone else of her ilk."
My eyebrows rose. "Meaning ritual tables are handed down from one generation to another?" She nodded.
"And each generation enriches the stone with their dark energy. That is why this sorceress has been able to do all that she has. This stone is very, very old. You may come farther into the room, Reaper," she added. "It is safe enough for now."
Asriel walked down the remaining dozen steps. Valdez's fire cut across the deeper shadows, revealing more metal shelving. Unlike those in the other room, these were filled with earthen jars, glass bottles in just about every hue imaginable, and all sorts of witch tools. But I couldn't see anything in the way of anathema, and there were certainly no chalices, which meant that while this might be her main ritual site, she certainly wasn't keeping her most important ritual items here.
"It is possible they were kept in those chests we saw in her Gold Coast home,"
Asriel thought.
"It would make sense to keep her most important tools close and safe."
I guess it would. I clattered down the stairs after Asriel and walked across to the nearest shelving unit, my gaze running across the different bowls, jars, and bottles. If Mike was involved in this whole mess, and really any doubt had now all but disappeared, and had placed a gesh or some other sort of spell on Mum, then there would be something here belonging to her. Hell, there might even be something here belonging to me. We'd already found strands of my hair in one of her other lairs, and I doubted that would be her only cache. As I walked up and down looking at the shelving, Roselle came down into the room, two heavy-looking canvas bags gripped in her hand. Once she'd reached the base of the stairs, she placed both on the floor and opened one of them, revealing several large bottles of liquid. Holy water. The cleansing of this place was about to begin.
"Will she sense it?"
I asked, briefly diverting my attention away from the shelving.
"Not unless she suddenly decides to appear."
Roselle handed one of the bottles to the taller witch.
"Though she will sense the destruction of the ritual table when we split it asunder."
"You split it?" I said, surprised. She nodded.
"Once we deactivate the spells that still protect it, yes.
It is the heart of the stone that holds the power. Destroying it will render the stone unusable, not only for her, but for future generations. Good. Especially when it meant there was one less means of dark magic and mayhem in this world.
Risa,
Asriel said. He was studying a row of glass jars on the shelving opposite.
You might want to come and look at these. They have a very familiar resonance.
Familiar as in me or someone else? He glanced at me, expression grim.
Both.
I walked across and stopped beside him. The jars that had caught his interest looked far newer than any of the others that sat nearby. Those were covered in a thick layer of dust, and obviously hadn't been touched for years, if not decades. Of the 4 jars that had caught Asriel's interest, 2 had a light coating of dust that was smudged in various places, indicating more recent usage. The other 2 had a heavier coating, but it was nowhere near the thickness of the other jars on the shelf. Unfortunately, the glass was smoky, making it difficult to see the contents.
The resonance from the recently used jars is an echo of your own,
Asriel said.
The other 2 are reminiscent of your mother.
So she had been spelled. There could be no other reason for her resonance to linger in these jars. I blinked away the tears that were both remorse and anger, and glanced at Roselle. There's no spell lingering on these things, is there? They're safe to pick up. Roselle nodded, her concentration more on the waterline she was creating around the base of the stairs. The only magic that now resides in this chamber is that within the ritual table. Thanks. I plucked the nearest bottle off the shelf and unscrewed the lid. Inside sat a solitary earring. It was simple in design, a perfectly circular dark pearl in a gold setting. I couldn't remember ever seeing Mum wearing something like this, but maybe Mike had stolen it when I was little more than a baby. I tipped it out into my palm, and for an instant heard an echo of my mother's warm laugh, felt the kiss of lips across my cheek. Impossible, I knew, because she'd long ago moved on. Not so impossible, Asriel thought, mental tone soft.
Not when her resonance lingers.
And this solitary earring, I realized suddenly, was the only piece of her jewelry I had left. Everything else she'd left me had been stored in the safe at our apartment, and was now little more than a sprinkling of dust in a hole filled with ash and destruction. Yet I couldn't regret my actions, and certainly wouldn't have altered them even if I had a chance to do it all again. Mum lived on in my memories and in my heart, not in material things. And she would be the first to call me foolish for mourning the loss of such unimportant things as jewelry. Still, I closed my fist around the earring, holding on to it fiercely as I reached for the next jar. This one held more personal items, hair, nail clippings, and several other bits and pieces that I couldn't actually guess at. But these sorts of items were all used in placing a gesh or spell on someone. I swore softly and handed the jar to Asriel. He shoved Valdez's tip into it, and in very little time the contents were ash. Mum might be dead, but I still wasn't about to risk leaving the things in that jar here. If it was possible for the Razik to call me back from the dead, then it was also very possible that Lauren could do the same. She'd been hanging around Lucian long enough to learn at least enough Adea magic to get herself onto the grey fields without his aid, so heaven only knew what else he'd taught her. As Asriel placed the jar back on the shelf, I reached for the first of the more recently used ones, and wasn't exactly surprised to find it contained hair, nail clippings, and whatnot. I gave it across to Asriel, then opened the second jar. Silver gleamed back at me from the bottom of it. I frowned, tipped it into my palm, and realized with a sense of shock that it was a baby's bracelet. My baby bracelet. I'd seen pictures of it over the years, and had eventually asked Mum what had happened to it. She'd shrugged and said she had no idea, and maybe she didn't. Maybe she'd handed it over to Mike at some point, and had then been prompted to forget about it. I stared at it for a moment, then took a deep breath and released it slowly. I couldn't keep it, as much as I might want to, just as I couldn't keep Mum's earring, no matter how much I might want to. The earrings might not have any sort of spell on them, but they'd been in Lauren's possession for a long time, and I had no idea whether she could trace me through either of them. Better to be safe than sorry. I dangled them into Valdez's flames, and watched the silver and pearls slowly disintegrate, until there was nothing left. I resolutely turned away and inspected the rest of the shelves. I couldn't see anything else of either mine or Mum's. I glanced at Asriel, and he shook his head. Which does not mean she has nothing else of yours, just that it is not kept within this ritual room. I swung around and said to Roselle, would she have more than one ritual room? No. She drew her athema from the second of the bags, then met my gaze. It takes strength and time for a sorceress to attune such a table to her psyche. Does that mean she can't create spells wherever the hell she currently is? Or simply that she can't create any major spells? The latter. If the spell involves blood magic, then it must be performed here, on this table. Other magic, and not necessarily minor, she can perform anywhere she can create the appropriate protection circle. Damn. Indeed. Her smile was grim. However, the destruction of the table will impinge on both her strength and her ability to perform any sort of magic, which is why we must hasten its destruction. Then we'll get out of your way. I hesitated. You do remember you're dealing with someone capable of taking on any form, don't you? Her smile grew, though there was still very little in the way of amusement in it. Which is why the very first thing we did, before we even attempted to access this room, was create a spell that was not only a barrier against evil, but would reveal the true form of anyone coming into this basement. Which won't stop a human type of assassin coming down here and shooting the lot of you. It does when we are guarded against all evil, human or otherwise. She half shrugged. It is not dissimilar to the magic that guards the Brindle. Then good luck with the table destruction. Luck is not something the Brindle has ever relied on, the taller witch commented. It is far too fickle a beast. Well, that was certainly true. We headed out of the basement and went back through the warehouse, until we were once again standing outside. I stretched weary limbs, but before I could say anything, my phone rang. The tone told me it was Uncle Rowan, and my stomach tensed again. Even if he'd said he'd tracked down what information the Directorate had on Lauren's other aliases, there was something deep within me that said 2 calls in such a short amount of time could not be good. I dug out my vidphone, hit the answer button, then said, voice holding a false note of cheer, I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. And I certainly wasn't expecting to call again so soon. His voice was as grim as his expression. The tension ratcheted up several notches. I'm gathering there's a problem. You could say that. His expression became grimmer, fiercer, though I hadn't thought that was possible. Jack's gone missing, Chapter 9. Surely to God, Hunter wouldn't have... Not to Jack. Not to her own brother. I swallowed heavily and said, "What do you mean he's missing?"
"Missing as in out of contact and untraceable by any known method," Rowan growled. "Missing as in we can't find either him or his tracer signal fucking anywhere."
Holy fuck. She had. Which meant she was even more insane than I'd figured. "I'm gathering Hunter has been contacted and asked if she knew where he was."
Ringing her was the first thing I ordered when it came to my attention he was missing. She doesn't deny that he was with her, but says she has no idea where he is now.
Thank God he'd asked someone else to ring her rather than confronting her himself. "And you believe her?"
He snorted. "No, but I have no evidence to the contrary, and I'm not fool enough to make any sort of accusation until I do."
"Is there any security footage anywhere of him? Perhaps coming in or out of her office?"
"They didn't meet in her office. He went to her house. There's no security footage because Hunter had all cameras removed not too long ago."
Meaning this step had been planned for quite a while. And yet knowing that didn't make me feel any better. Jack had gone to see Hunter basically because I'd pushed. If he was dead, then in some ways it was my fault.
"You cannot take the blame for the actions and choices of others," Asriel thought. Jack's decision to talk to Hunter stemmed from both his desire to keep the Directorate autonomous in the battle he knew was coming, and his need to protect both your uncle and the other Guardians. Your comments only confirmed what his next course of action should be.
Yeah, but he might still be alive if he hadn't actually decided to go right away, I thought.
Given Hunter's recent cleansing of council members who oppose her, that is a debatable point.
I guessed it was. It still didn't make me feel any better, though. I returned my attention to Rowan. If Hunter has either killed Jack or simply contained him somewhere to take him out of action, she can't be too far from making her move for total control. And that puts you in a very tenuous position.
A point I am well aware of, believe me.
Then you're going to do the sensible thing. He snorted again.
You ask that, and you've known me how long?
I know, but Hunter is a bigger threat.
I will do my job, he cut in. And now that Jack has disappeared, that's running the Guardian Division. The only reason I'm ringing you is to let you know what has happened. Be careful, Reese. If she's done this, she could do anything.
I wasn't the one who needed to be wary. She still needed me to find the key. She didn't need him, other than as a lever to ensure my good behavior. Trust me, I'm totally aware of what she's capable of. Just make sure you watch your back.
I'm surrounded by people I trust at this very moment. You just make sure you're doing the same. Don't let Asriel leave your side.
I won't, I said.
Good, Rowan said. Ring me if anything happens.
I will. I hit the end button and glanced at Asriel.
Do you think it's possible Jack is still alive?
He hesitated, his eyes narrowing slightly.
I cannot hear his resonance, but that doesn't mean he's dead. It might just mean he's being kept underground, where I cannot sense him.
I guess we can only hope that's the case, though I personally feared it wasn't. I thrust a hand through my still curly hair and added silently, "Do you think it's worth contacting Markel to see if he knows anything more?"
I doubt Markel would, given he is tasked with following you around. Harry Stanford, however, might be an option, he thought.
Except that he'll use Jack's death as a means to entice me into his plot.
It is nevertheless worth talking to him,
If someone would have any understanding of Hunter's current moves, it would be her fiercest opponent. I guess. But to talk to him, I had to go back to the office and get comfortable. It was the only way I could astral travel. Asriel caught my hand, tugged me into his arms, and a second later we were back in the cafe's office. "Fucking hell," a familiar voice said. "You could give a person warning when you're going to drop in like that." I swung around. Tao stood in the doorway, his brown hair wet, a towel half slung over his right shoulder, and his expression a mix of surprise and amusement. At first glance, little appeared to have outwardly changed since I'd seen him just over 9 hours ago. His face was still gaunt, his body rail thin, and heat radiated from him, the force of it so strong that I could feel its caress from where I stood in the middle of the room. But flames no longer burned uncontrolled in his eyes, and the air of desperation that had surrounded him seemed to have fled. "You're okay," I said, and it was a statement rather than a question. "I am," he agreed. "How long it will last, I have no idea, but for now we're good." We, not I. That was a new and hopeful sign. "What happened?" "I did what you suggested I do. I went back to the sacred side and talked to the elemental." His brief smile was almost a grimace. "It wasn't easy, but we got there in the end. You were right, Asriel. It doesn't want to die. It just wants to protect the fire that gave it life." "So you have reached a compromise?" Asriel asked. "We have. One I think we could both live with." "And that is?" I prompted, when he didn't immediately go on. "I have the days, it has the nights." "What?" I said, surprised. I would have thought it would be the other way around, given it draws energy from heat and sunlight. "There may be neither at night, but there is the sacred fire. Not only is it the source of the elemental's power, but it is also most vulnerable at night. Therefore we'll be there at night protected, and I'll have the days." "So why are you here now? It's 9:30 and nighttime." "I came back here to grab a shower and to leave you a note. I wanted to let you know I was okay, that we were okay. Then I was heading back out." "To do what?" I said. "I mean, there's nothing up there but wilderness and the fire." "The elemental doesn't need anything else," he said, expression gentle. "So when you're up there, the elemental is in control?" "Yes, but I'm not unaware, just as it is not unaware during the day." He lifted a hand. His skin briefly glowed with a deep orange fire. "I can still have a life, Rhys, even if it is one that wasn't what I'd quite imagined." Half a life was better than no life, or worse, losing yourself forever in the fires of another creature. I walked over and gave him a hug. "Be careful up there, won't you?" He returned the hug fiercely, then brushed a kiss across the top of my head. "I will, and I'll see you tomorrow." "Hopefully, yes." He frowned and stepped back. "And what precisely is that supposed to mean?" I waved a hand. "Nothing. This whole key quest thing is just getting me down." "If I can help in any way—" "I know." I squeezed his arm. His peace with the elemental was too new, too fragile to even think about bringing him back into the quest, even if I had wanted to. Which I didn't. "I have my phone with me, so if I don't answer it immediately, leave a message," he said. "You know I'll be there if I can." "I know. And thank you." I kissed his cheek. "Go. before the elemental starts getting antsy." He turned and went. I listened to the sound of his retreating steps, and though part of me rejoiced that he'd found a solution that enabled him to live, part of me also felt like crying, because nothing was ever going to be the same. The tight-knit group we'd grown up with had fractured, ever so slightly, and it couldn't ever go back to what it was. The events of the last few weeks had changed us all, and not entirely for the better. "I do hope I'm not included in the not entirely better portion of that thought," Asriel said, amusement in his voice. "You, Reaper," I said as I turned and headed for the sofa, "generally have a foot in both fields, depending on where my hormones are at the time."
"Then it is your hormones that are the problem, not me."
I kicked off my shoes and lay down.
"You're the reason the hormones are going haywire, though." "Hardly the only reason,"
he said, the amusement stronger.
"It does, after all, take two to make a life, whether in this world or in mine."
"Yeah, but you could have warned me your rockets were such fertile little buggers." The amusement faded from him.
"Do you regret it? The pregnancy, that is."
I shot him a surprised look. "Hell no! I've always wanted kids. I could have done with the time to get to know you better, but aside from that, no regrets."
"Ah, good."
His relief ran through me, bright and shiny, an indication of just how important my answer had been to him. "Asriel, you can read my mind. Surely you knew that whatever else I might regret, the pregnancy wasn't one of them."
"One of the side effects of sharing my life force with you is your ability to now shield some portions of your thoughts from me."
He gave me a lopsided smile.
"Your feeling on the pregnancy was one such thought."
I frowned. "I wasn't doing it intentionally."
"Perhaps not, but it was nevertheless a source of tension for me."
"Well, you should have just asked. It's not like you haven't been vocal about all sorts of other things."
"But if I had, I might have received an answer I did not desire. I would rather face 10 hordes of demons than the knowledge that you did not want our child."
"You, Reaper, are an idiot." I rose, walked across, and hugged him as fiercely as Tao had me only moments before. Then I stepped back and gave him a somewhat stern look. "The thing is, I not only want this child, but lots of little brothers and sisters for him as well. You'd better start preparing, Reaper, because you have a lot of work ahead of you."
"A task I look forward to."
He tapped my nose lightly.
"And now, you should do what we came here to do. And let us hope that Markel still watches, not Janice Meyer," he thought.
Because if it was Janice, I might have to kill her, as I had Nick Krogan. Just thinking about the possibility had my stomach turning over. I returned to the sofa, got comfortable, then closed my eyes. In very short time I was back on the fields. The fates were with us for a change. Markel was our watcher. He smiled and gave me a somewhat formal bow as I appeared.
"I take it you have come here because of Hunter's recent actions," he thought.
"So you do know about Jack's disappearance?"
I thought. "I am charged with following you astrally, remember? I heard your conversation with your uncle."
"Ah, bugger. Does that mean you haven't heard anything else on the grapevine?"
"The event is only recent, so no."
He paused.
"I would doubt if even Harry has more knowledge of it, as I would imagine the murder of her brother is something Hunter wouldn't advertise. It would set off too many alarms within the council."
I snorted softly. And her recent behavior hasn't been enough to do that? He half smiled. Well, no, because she is a very old vampire, and old vampires tend to have peaks and troughs when it comes to behavior. So they're viewing her whole, "I will take the keys from hell and rule you all," as nothing more than one of those troughs. Because you and I know it's a lot more than that. He nodded. But not all the counselors feel that way. Otherwise, Harry would not have contacted you. He contacted me because he wanted me to fight Hunter for him, I retorted. It had nothing to do with the council's desires and everything to do with his own. Not just his, Markel thought, a slight hint of censure in his mental tones. But for the good of all. You've seen what she has become. Do you honestly think someone who would kill her own brother, who also happened to be the one person who has had any sort of influence over her in the recent years, should be allowed to remain in control, be it on the council or at the directorate? No, I don't. But I also think it's a bit rich to expect me to do what you, Stanford, and a whole other bunch of very old vampires fear too. Sometimes life isn't fair. I would have thought you'd have learned that after all that has happened recently. Oh, I'd learned it all right. That didn't mean I had to be happy about it. Is there any way we can uncover whether Jack is alive or not? I thought. Markel was shaking his head before I'd even finished speaking. None. If the directorate and your uncle cannot find any trace of him, then he has surely been destroyed by her. Meaning destroyed as in eaten, I thought with a shiver. As she'd eaten the Jirogamo, the shape-shifting spider spirit who'd foolishly chosen Hunter's lover as one of her victims. I hated to think Jack had died that way, and I hoped like hell that he'd at least had a chance to defend himself, that he'd gotten in a blow or two and made the bitch pay for her betrayal before she'd consumed him. My stomach threatened to rise in my throat again. I swallowed heavily and thought, I still think it's worth asking Stanford if he knows anything. There's always a chance, a very small chance, that she's not quite as bloodthirsty or insane as we think. I might not actually believe it, but for Jack's sake I couldn't help hoping for a miracle. Insanity is something no Maenad can escape, Markel thought. The close contact with their god and the rituals they perform usually send them over the edge sooner rather than later. Hunter has held on to her sanity centuries more than most, but these last few years have proven even she is not immune to the fate of her sisters. I take it, then, that you do not wish to contact Stanford at this present time and actually ask him about Jack. He raised an eyebrow, expression suddenly amused. On the contrary, Harry has already been contacted and is on the way. That surprised me. I studied him for a moment, then thought, telepathy. Indeed. He paused. How do you think we reported to Hunter? She is not the type to wait until the end of a shift to hear an update. I hadn't actually thought about it. I paused. That makes Janice Meyer something of a threat moving forward. She's certainly a threat if you find the key while she is on duty. She will report immediately to Hunter. And if you think Hunter will not take action right away to acquire said key, then you are a fool. I know she will, which is why everyone I care about, except Rowan, is somewhere safe. You're not. Markel's voice was grim. And she will come after you the minute you find it. No one else. Just you. And if you think she has no way to counter the presence of your Reaper, then you had better think again. The only thing that can stop Asriel is magic. And death. And to kill him, she had to catch him unawares. Not an easy task, given he was well aware of her intentions when it came to him. I hesitated, then asked the question for which I really didn't want confirmation. Is she capable of that? Aside from the magic her god gives her, that is.
Hunter is capable of many things,
a new voice thought.
Including, I suspect, the darker art of magic.
Harry Stanford appeared to one side of Markel. He was little more than a shadow, though his green eyes once again glowed with an eerie fire. And from what I could see of his expression, he was not happy. But that wasn't actually a surprise, given that Hunter was gearing up for a takeover he wanted to prevent, and one of the key players in his prevention plan wasn't playing the game. But you've never seen her actually perform it, have you?
I've never seen her consume someone in a Maynard fever either, but I'm nevertheless aware that she has, and does.
Unhappiness and frustration rolled from his shadowed form, rippling the ether surrounding us, and washing across my astral skin. The sensation was unpleasant, itchy. Good point, I thought. And what do you know about Jack's disappearance?
Nothing more than you, at this point.
His tone was grim.
But it is worth noting that killing Jack is the one thing we all thought she would never do. If she has, then it is the greatest sign we have that we are no longer dealing with a rational mind.
What about the rest of the council? How have they reacted?
In general, with disbelief.
He shrugged.
But those who would oppose Hunter are already in our camp. This event will not change anyone else's mind.
Why? Because they fear to cross her?
Generally, yes, Markel thought. And let's be honest here. She is worthy of such fear.
Then surely you can understand my reluctance to get involved in any sort of confrontation with her.
What I understand,
Stanford thought, tone even grimmer,
is that if you continue as you are, totally unprepared to battle a woman with the force of a god at her back, then you will not only die, but condemn this world to one of darkness and hell.
He was right. I knew that. But by the same token, I couldn't help holding on to the fragile, and no doubt futile, hope that somehow I could find the key and avoid any sort of confrontation with the bitch. Have you contacted your ghostly friend, the one who knows how to counter the powers of a Maynard? Just for a moment, Stanford's eyes glowed even more fiercely. Elation. Hope. I wasn't sure which, because his expression didn't actually change much.
I have. We were working on the particulars when I was summoned here.
And what precisely are the particulars?
As I have said before, to have any hope against her, you must first disconnect her access to her god and his powers.
How will the disconnection help?
If she can't access her god, she can't access the strength and power of the Maynard.
I snorted. Meaning I'd only be confronting a mad, ancient vampire capable of performing ordinary magic. What a relief that would be.
Your sarcasm is misplaced,
Stanford thought, expression annoyed.
You are an Aedea armed with a demon sword, and more than a match under normal circumstances.
Hunter wasn't normal, though. Neither were the circumstances. So how do you intend to cut her access to her god?
With magic, of course.
He shrugged.
I cannot tell you the details, because I am not magic proficient. It does, however, involve a type of warding shield, similar in style to what currently guards the Brindle.
I frowned. Meaning we have to get her to that location for it to work?
Yes.
But won't she sense the magic before she goes in?
No, because we won't actually enable the magic until she is within the building.
I really don't think it'll be that easy.
She wants the key, Markel cut in. If you have it as bait, she will come. Believe that, if nothing else.
I did believe it. I just didn't believe Hunter would walk willingly or unprepared into any sort of trap. I glanced at Stanford. Hunter's well aware of your plot to dispose of her. Aren't you afraid you're next on the hit list? A smile touched his lips, but the light glittering in his eyes turned cold, harsh.
She has already made one attempt on my life.
Markel raised an eyebrow.
When?
Stanford glanced at him.
At the same time that the other counselors were assassinated. She sent cazadors.
Markel's anger shot across the astral plane, so strong it felt as if the very foundations of the place were trembling.
She has no right to use the cazadors as her own private kill squad. No, but even cazadors are not immune to the promise of power. And that is what she offered them, Markel.
Them, meaning Hunter had sent more than one cazador after Stanford, and he had still beat them. I'd been right before. Stanford was every bit as dangerous as Hunter, just in an entirely different way.
You know this for a fact? Markel asked.
Stanford nodded.
I questioned them. Who?
There was an odd sense of urgency, perhaps even a touch of, not fear, but something close to it, in that one simple word.
Francis Halberry and Edward Appleton.
Stanford paused, his expression sympathetic.
I am sorry.
Markel briefly closed his eyes.
I would have sworn neither could have been swayed by her.
Were they your friends? I thought softly. Markel's gaze met mine. In the dark depths of his eyes, rage burned. A rage that was deep, fierce, and close to uncontrolled. Berserker, I thought with a shiver. Uncle Quinn had mentioned once, long ago, that the berserker mentality was often a result of being a cazador for too long. And becoming berserker these days was a death sentence. I hated the thought of that happening to Markel, because he actually seemed a pretty decent person otherwise.
Yes, he thought, voice clipped. And I cannot believe they would willingly go to their death on the promise of power from a madwoman.
I didn't say anything. There wasn't really anything I could say, as I didn't know his friends. But I certainly knew firsthand that Hunter wasn't above playing dirty, if it meant getting what she wanted. It was also a sad fact that the desire for power sometimes struck the most innocuous people.
They were given a clean death,
Stanford thought softly.
I did that much for them at least.
Markel took a deep breath and released it slowly.
Thank you.
Stanford's gaze returned to me.
Do not be surprised if Hunter contacts you to demand the key be found sooner rather than later. And I would warn your uncle to be wary. She has more support in the Directorate than he imagines.
He knows that. I hesitated. How soon will you be ready to move, if needed?
It will take a few more hours to prepare the wards, Stanford thought. I will arrange to have the address sent to you as soon as we are ready.
I frowned. Why not just meet here on the astral plane again?
Janice Meyer takes over the watch in 1 hour, Markel thought. While I am willing to take her out if absolutely necessary, to do so would alert Hunter of not only where my allegiances lie, but also that our position is on the move. It is better she believes us caught flat-footed, Stanford thought. Besides, I would not put it past her to place her own people on the plane, watching the Watchers.
I hadn't thought of that possibility. How do I contact you if something goes wrong, or I decide to accept your help?
Your Reaper can always contact either of us, Stanford thought. Meyer cannot track him, and as long as you keep your discussions with him in regards to this matter telepathic, no one will be the wiser.
Fine, I thought grimly. But accepting your help will only be an absolutely last choice. Stanford bowed, the movement holding a slightly mocking edge.
I will nevertheless be prepared, as I believe we both know that your last choice is the only choice you actually have.
With that, he disappeared. I glanced at Markel. He's an arrogant bastard, isn't he?
Not arrogant as much as determined that Hunter's shadow will not linger over the council longer than now necessary.
I snorted. And of course he'll just happen to step into her shoes once she's gone.
If you mean he would assume her position on the council, then no, he wouldn't.
Markel's mental tones held a hint of censure.
That can only be done through direct challenge, and he has no intention of doing that.
No, because he wanted me to do it for him. Then what happens when she's dead?
The rules of Ascension come into play. If there is more than one candidate, they will fight, with the survivor taking Hunter's place. Harry is not old enough to ascend to her position, so would not be in consideration.
The censure that had been evident in his voice appeared in his expression.
Do not judge those you do not know based on your experiences with Hunter. Not all vampires, or indeed counselors, serve their own interests first and foremost. Not even Hunter did that initially.
And that was me told, I thought with amusement. I'm sorry if I misjudged your friend, Markel, but it's kinda hard not to, given all the contacts I've had with Hunter and the Council have not exactly been great experiences. He nodded.
And I'm afraid that is likely to continue until Hunter is gone and equilibrium restored. In the meantime, be careful. There are still those within the Council ranks who believe the simplest solution to the current situation would be to kill you.
Isn't that just what I need at this point in time? The fucking Council coming after me rather than the madwoman they've left in charge of the whole zoo.
You, Markel thought with a smile, are seen as the easier option. You are not, of course, but Hunter has kept them relatively unaware of that.
Then they are bigger fools than I'd already thought. I hesitated. You'd better be careful yourself, Markel. If she is the slightest bit aware of your friendship with Stanford, you may well be next on her hit list.
Of that I am well aware, but thank you for the concern.
I nodded. Talk to you later. And with that, I returned to my body. As awareness of my immediate surrounds began to return, I did nothing more than breathe deep in a vague attempt to wash the tiredness and the need to sleep from my limbs. But after several minutes, the rather enticing scent of coffee, mingling with the tantalizing aroma of freshly baked bread, invaded my awareness and made my stomach rumble. I opened my eyes and sat up. Asriel leaned against the front of my desk, his arms crossed, and amusement in his expression. Beside him on the desk was a large mug and the thickest steak sandwich I'd ever seen. My mouth began watering just looking at it. "You could have told me you'd arranged food," I said, getting up. "I would have stirred faster."
"You needed the rest, however brief, more than you needed the food. Besides, I figured your olfactory senses would kick in sooner rather than later."
And you were right. I picked up the sandwich and bit into it as I parked my butt on the desk beside his. It was every bit as delicious as it looked.
"As much as I disliked the idea, it was wise to ask Stanford to prepare for a possible confrontation, especially if Hunter is capable of the darker arts,"
Asriel thought. "I'm protected against the darker arts, so that's not so much a concern." I glanced at him as I munched. "You, however, are not."
"It takes a lot of preparation and power to trap a Reaper," he thought. "But I nevertheless will be cautious."
Good. I finished the rest of the sandwich in quick order, then licked the remaining juices from my fingers and thought, do you think Markel was correct that some of the council still considers me a risk?
Undoubtedly.
Taking me out won't negate Hunter's madness.
No.
His mental tones were somewhat grim.
But it is entirely possible that, given that she has just murdered the most vocal of her opponents on the council, those who are neither with her nor against her might believe their only option now is to take out the bigger threat in the equation, and that is Hunter gaining control of the Hell Portal. The easiest way to do that is to kill you.
I guess. I took a sip of coffee. Surely Hunter will know that's a possibility, though, and take steps against it.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
His gaze met mine.
If there is one thing I have learned in my time here on Earth, it is that human thought processes are not logical at the best of times. When someone has stepped onto the field of insanity, determining what they may or may not think or do is beyond even the ability of the fates to guess.
Meaning we had better watch out for an attack out of left field. Confusion flickered briefly across his expression.
Left field?
I grinned. Yeah. You know, something totally unexpected. I cut the explanation off as the phone rang yet again. I pulled it from my pocket and hit the answer button. Stain's image appeared on the screen, and he looked rather harassed. I frowned. What's wrong? Possibly everything, he said. Or possibly nothing. It's hard to say, but I'm just not liking the feel of things. The feel of what? Events. He glanced sideways, his gaze narrowing slightly. I've lost all power. The streetlights have gone out, and the street itself has become weirdly quiet. Either I'm becoming paranoid or something is going on. I glanced at Asriel. Bunker down. We're coming over. Make it. He hesitated, and his face went white. Oh, fuck. And with that, the screen went dead.